Hey, beautiful people. Sorry for the hold up. We are about to go in and dive in. Let's get into it, y'all.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey, beautiful people. I hope you are good. Hope. Yeah, Chantel, the list is already closed, girl, and I'm only just starting. Okay. Sterling L. Yeah, yeah. It's a whole thing. As soon as I put these out, by the time I even went onto the community tab to start, letting people know to come over, the list was already being like manifesting, y'all. Okay, so it's just one of those things. I'm sorry if you do. Oh, I'm sorry, Sterling. I'm sorry. It's just one of those things, my love. It's a little bit of a tricky situation. Always kind of have to hang around. You never know. I read fairly long, so sometimes people aren't necessarily here by the time we get around to their reading. So maybe that can be an opportunity for you to kind of, get your reading in. Instead, one man's trash is another man's treasure and all that. So it may be one of those situations for you. So I don't know, maybe stick around, you'll see. We'll see. You never know how the evening actually unfolds, right? You may actually be on the assignment list for today. So I am sorry, Sterling and Chantel, but hopefully, how is everybody doing? How's my favorite peeps, y'all? How's your week's been? Yes, guys, as Mina said, the free list is closed. Donation list is open. Guys, interesting thing about like the donations as well. I literally spoke to Richard today, who's the guy that I'm working on. Exactly, we can adjust the list. Hey Rika, how you doing, my love? We can adjust the list if anybody does kind of like miss their opportunity. Yeah, stick around, Chantal. You may get an opportunity to get read. You never know how it goes. But yeah, like I was speaking to Richard earlier today. Lamar is one of the kids that I also have supported previously in terms of schooling over there in Uganda as well. So I finished writing a letter to her today because she wrote me a letter a while ago just telling me about like the state of her environment around her, which really motivated me to do the things that I'm doing. So thank each and every single one of you for your donations because we are about to develop the menstruation journal project, which they're about to start their creating process for reusable sanitary towels as well. So that's off the back of you guys' support. So I want to thank you guys. Yay! Woo! Want to thank you guys for just the opportunity for me to even be able to present that, because a lot of the times this stuff is coming directly out of my pocket, and as of recent, God just kind of like asked me to be able to allow for what I'm already doing to kind of pay itself forward as a way to provide some positive comfort for you guys as well, actually. So that's what's up. God's like, you know what, let's take a self-intending act to be able to kind of like have that ripple out into the world, you know. So our project's on the way. We're about to start, you know, our first lot of prototypes. We've been able to come up with, I think it's like £150 for this initial startup. So it's, yeah, I appreciate you guys. And you guys are going to get to see actually, you know, what those donations have been able to do for the lives of others. These young girls are so appreciative. And there's a lot of luxuries, I guess, that we have that we take for granted. So yeah, I appreciate you guys. The week, y'all, I literally just woke up from a nap. So that's how the week has been for me. I have been exhausted, just juggling everything, a whole bunch of stuff. Woke up and paid all my parking tickets, y'all. The money demon's been after me, y'all, trying to get me just into places, but you know, we're good. Oh, that's what's up, Ash. That's what's up. We love a good week. I had a good week as far as optimizing. I think the optimizing made me tired. I was doing the most, actually. It was just one of those types of situations where, yeah, it definitely just kind of wore me thin. I actually finished up my assignments early yesterday, which was interesting because I had been struggling in prior weeks. So God was good, y'all. God was good. Okay. I did get a donation earlier, so I'm assuming. Hey, so amazing. Oh, thank you, my love. Oh, I'm tired, Charlie. That's what I was just explaining to the guys. The optimizing this week has got your girl tired. I literally just got up from a nap like 5 minutes ago. Had a nap, had church from the comfort of my bed today, napped in places through that as well. I can't lie. Had some family time, like video calling family back home. And then, yeah, you accidentally hit Rika yesterday. Oh, so amazing. Okay, Rontisha, thank you for confirming, my love. Thank you for confirming. Much appreciated. Again, I was just updating the guys, the donations that you guys have provided. Our project is about to get started this month. Actually, we're working through some prototypes for the samples, for the reusable sanitary towels, and everything's about to start developing. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you for your donation, Rontisha. I will definitely be kicking off your general read first. Don't worry about it. It's always a little bit more clear and direct, because I'm sure usually when people are like, oh, just a general read, please. Usually they want something in particular. So hopefully the general spread will go into whatever it is that you actually do want to sort of get some clarity on. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Sounds like there was some stuff in the space. Sounds like there was definitely some stuff in this space, but I'm glad that we're maturing. You know, and we're just working through all the little challenges, the little hiccups along the way. But how has the Saturn retrograde been for you guys so far? Listen, this is a very crucial time for like karmic unfolding. So are you guys being gentle with your decision-making process? Because everything comes with really great karmic value during this climate. I didn't even get in here in time to be able to do a little guidance for you guys. Oh, girl, I hear you on that, because I feel like when am I not trying to fall asleep these days? So I get you. Oh, so amazing. Good night, my love. Thank you for stopping in and checking in on us. We appreciate you. Thank you for your awesome time. Mwah, mwah, mwah. God bless you too, my love. Okay. Okay. It just, of course, has to be recap. I know. I thought about that actually, Charlie, when you said that. I'm like, dang, what's the energy connection there? I don't get it. What's that about? Why is that? Why are the forces trying to pit you two in particular? I don't know. Charlie. I don't know. Obviously, like, we are such a loving community and we have become like a little bit of a family. So I think it's just one of those things where it's kind of like trying to, maybe kind of like tackle some of like the strong connections that we have in the space to see how we survive. But we seem to be doing really well. So I'm proud of you guys. Hope you guys are proud of yourselves, okay, at how amazingly we handle these situations. Oh, definitely. Soul sister. So amazing. That part. Take care as well, my love. Yeah, it is all okay now, thankfully, by the grace of God. So we are going to, guys, dive into it. As Mina's list says, Rontisha is the first on the list, and we're going to dive into it and go into the free list and make our way through. So Rontisha actually wants a general read, so we're going to go and dive into it and see what we can pull out the bag. Okay. Rontisha, guys, general read. What do you guys feel like Rontisha needs to know? Hey, Katie, my love. How are you doing, beautiful? I actually sent you a message, I think it was yesterday, on being able to get your reading situation done on IG. So get back to me on that and I can get your situation done for you as well, because it is on the assignment list, actually. I want to get that done ASAP. It's interesting. Okay. Sorry, we've already started. We've already started the process, Rontisha. So hopefully you are here to be able to get some of the unpacking still. I love to be able to kind of go back and forth with you guys. So ideally you are here. Rontisha, a couple of things that I'm already seeing in terms of how things are like. Good stuff. Good to know that you're here. So a couple of things that I'm seeing with the dynamics of what we're going to be discussing as far as what the guides are speaking about. They're speaking to me about some sort of breakdown in a marriage or long-term commitment, where it was due to a one-sided dynamic where it felt like somebody was being selfish, basically. And there were other factors to the situation where it was like a lot of blocked emotions, just being very like in self-preservation mode, basically. And that's kind of caused for some backstabbing actions, I guess, as a result of that. So we're going to unpack that. Okay. But yes, my love, seems like that's what we're going to be speaking about. Hope that's cool with you. That part. Okay. Interesting. Yes, daughter father left him for abuse, but trying to get rid of his energy. Okay, my love. I see. That was the cutting off because of the selfishness, right? That was because this was the thing that they were saying. It was like there was a lot of lack of accountability in the space, which is what was causing him to kind of like appear very selfish in terms of the dynamics. And around me, don't talk to him, and don't see his daughter at all. Yeah, I can imagine, because with that dynamic, again, it's a way to kind of like bleed all over you. I guess it's a way to kind of like punish you for kind of holding him accountable, which is sad, unfortunately, because it has nothing to do with the daughter. He just don't want to be around her at all. Yeah, it's very selfish. Yeah, that's precisely it. That is an extension of his punishment to you, unfortunately, which is really more or less a punishment to himself, because he gets to like miss out on all the awesomeness that is her. And really and truly, these are times that he can't really get back. So I think obviously he's going to have to pay for that in the next 9 years or so. To be honest, that karma is about to resurface itself. So this is a long road ahead. I'm not going to lie, my love. This already is a long road ahead. But let's dive into it and see like what the guides are really sort of like speaking on when it comes to this situation. Y'all, I am so hot. It is so hot in the UK. I don't know what is going on. Our weather is not usually giving, y'all. But that's also what's making me a little bit tired as well, for the most part. Wantisha, what they're saying is, right, with this situation, there isn't really likely to be any sort of reunion when it comes to this situation. And it does feel like, one's having to plan ahead from where you are now with everything that you're dealing with, and you're having to plan ahead in terms of trying to avoid any disaster. So obviously you're picking up the slack for a lot of his tardy behavior, to say the least. And this transit that you're navigating through at the minute is definitely a major situation for you. It's a major arcana in terms of your life transit at the minute. Said major arcana would be the tower moment that you're experiencing, but the change has already happened. He already switched it up. And now you're trying to move forward and avoid any further disasters based on the decisions that he's likely to make. So obviously you're trying to cover your daughter the best you can, and you keep doing that, mama, because that's the best thing that you can do for yourself and her at this point. I do think that obviously you being quite aware of what it is that you were navigating through was something that was very triggering to him. And just in general, he's not really held accountable. I don't think even in his family dynamics, they struggle to hold him accountable. So this is kind of like how this little narc actually like manifested and grew into the version of him that you're seeing today as the adult. But you're quite perceptive about the situation and you are thinking clearly. It is just a case of you being able to kind of prepare, I guess, prepare for the change that is likely to come. Like I said, this dynamic that you guys are navigating through between you and, your ex-partner, that's going to be playing out for you guys for at least the next 9 years or so in terms of the karma of these decisions that are being made now. It's a very long timeline. Yes, protect her from his wife, from doing anything to her. And yes, trying to go to school for marketing to better money. And yes, his mother, that's the person that I saw that basically nurtured this knock. Basically. It's nurture versus nature, right? His nature was already a certain level of selfish tendencies, and the way in which his mother nurtured him, unfortunately, my love, manifested the knock that you're dealing with today. So I shall pray over you guys' space and situation, because it's a lot, actually. It's a whole lot. We're going to dive a little bit deeper into like seeing what advice they have for you and navigating through the process as you're moving forward, because I'm not going to lie, at the place that you're at the minute, you are likely to find yourself being burnt out. I think you got about 3 more weeks, girl, before you will crash and burn. Okay, because you're doing a lot at the minute. And with everything that you're doing at the minute, it's one of those situations where, it will get to a place where all of the pressure is going to start to surface, So definitely going to pray for you. Chanel XD LOL said, hey, how are you? Are you doing good? I have a question. Do you know if my ex misses me for marketing? He's a Sagittarius. I'm a Capricorn. Thank you for the question, Chanel. A free list is actually closed. Donation list is the only list that's open at the minute. So unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to answer your question, but stick around. You know, you never know who on the free list might miss their opportunity to be read. Yeah, thank you for clarifying what Mina said, girl. What Mina said. But thank you for your question and joining us in the space. Rontisha, let's go ahead and sort of unpack this a little bit better to see what the overall advice is for you, because it seems like how old is your child now? How old is your daughter at the minute? Because this situation that's playing out, obviously, it's ongoing for a while. But let me know how old she is in the chat. Yes, doing a lot to stay above water. Been doing DoorDash by foot to Good Through for my other child birthday. Almost got everything. That's what's up. That's what's up, mama. Honestly, I'm literally like in the back of my mind, I'm hearing Sizzler. It's a reggae song. Can't keep a good woman down. You know what I mean? Like all of these variables to the situation where, you know, there's been a lot of undelivered promises. You've had to deliver on those promises because somebody had to be able to pick up the slack, right? And you're in a position now where you're having to obviously pick up the extra weight of him not necessarily like showing up and playing his part. Okay, so she's 3 right now, which means this is going to be unraveling, I guess, until the point of like her being 12. I think why it's such a long timeline for you and navigating through it, I do believe it's because of, again, nurture versus nature, the way in which he has been nurtured, the complete lack of accountability. They all tend to lie. They lie to themselves and they lie for him as far as like his mom and family situation. I don't know. Does he have a sister? I feel like his sister is probably one of the only people who may be likely. It might be an aunt or her sister. Let me know. Does he have a sister? What do you guys advise for Rontisha to do as she navigates through the process of this situation? Yes, but don't talk to him. Yeah. Yeah, because she was the only person that held him accountable. That's what I was about to say. She was the only person that held him accountable to certain things. That's because all of them are respectfully. And when I say cuckoo, like all of them expect people to, they're very delusional and they expect people to basically go with the story of their disillusioned state. So good for her that she got out of the space, but she's probably the only, she's actually the person that's going to be used eventually. It's a very long timeline, but it's going to take her about 7 years before she actually realigns with said family. And God is going to be moving through her resistance and hesitation to actually play the part that she's designed to play in that dynamic, because for lack of a better way of putting it, they all have demons with all these suppressions that they've been navigating through, and she is assigned on that lineage to be able to kind of break certain patterns and do a cleanup job. God's working at building her strength at the minute and working at being able to help her find the courage to move back into that space and hold conviction of the assignment, because sometimes she would speak and then it would be backlash and then everybody would kind of like come down. So she got to a place where she was unmotivated, you know, to help anybody because they didn't want the help and they didn't care to receive the help. But she'll be, I guess, requested. She's in our refuge season at the minute that may last for about 5 to 7 years, I guess, from now, before there's a recourse around about the 7th year. So she's going to be utilized as a medium between both of you guys, between yourself and her brother. Okay. Okay. Thank you, guys. Yeah. Yeah. They're saying with this situation, there isn't really much of a transformation that's taking place, unfortunately. Things aren't necessarily changing at a cellular level, but there's a very, very deep healing that needs to take place with the situation. So this, unfortunately, Mama, isn't necessarily about anything that you per se can do at this point. And the reason why I say that is because basically you are up against somebody who's already being fed in other ways. Their ego's already being fed, their pride is already being fed, and the environment that they are in is not conducive to a healing state. It's not conducive to a healing place where they can actually override some of these natures of theirs that have been nurtured in the way that it has. Mum overcompensated a whole lot, and unfortunately, yeah, I think, you know, the person that he's with now, she has her own levels of toxicity as well. So it's not even that she's weak-minded or a simp or anything like that. It's just, honestly, she has her own baggage as well that she's kind of like moving through. And I think that this relationship was almost a rite of passage, if you will, for her to be in with this person, right? Yeah, she is weird. She is. She is. Respectfully, it's just like it's a weird situation with her. She's not necessarily like all the way there. I don't know how else to put it, but there's a few screws loose, right? So yeah, the best thing is to be, I think as well, at the time when he manifested her, he was basically like, he was manifesting from the highest place of his knock, and she doesn't realize it yet, but she's actually his next victim. So it's just one of those situations. She's under a mind spell. She may even be digmatized, for lack of a better way of putting it, to be honest. Because in intimacy, there's a certain process that occurs where a man is able to actually gain control of a woman's mind if she's not steady in her own mind herself. And she was a little bit shaky. She wasn't necessarily strong in conviction of who she is. And I think, you know, that's kind of what's kind of allowed for him to be able to, yeah, she thinks what he doing is great. Yes, as long as he don't see my baby. Well, the thing is, it's not even about the baby. For her, it's more a case of like jealousy, really. The jealousy that she has and the competition that she has with you, which has nothing to do with you and everything to do with whether or not she trusts her man. Because of that, it's actually being projected and deflected onto your daughter. And this whole concept of him not seeing your daughter, what she really means is, oh, I'm going to support you to not see your daughter because that means you don't see her, because I feel threatened by her, because I don't trust you, really. Which is just, I mean, they need to deal with their marital issues properly, because this shit's just getting messy. It's just so many cross wiring and entanglements with the situation. It's really sick, to say the least. But trust me, my love, this is your refuge season. God is protecting you from these monsters, okay? God is protecting you from these monsters. And when I say these monsters, I don't mean like monsters that live in the closet. I mean people that really aren't doing anything to assist their demons in moving into the light and actually maturing into an adult version of themselves. Which brings me to a story, guys. I'll tell you guys about the story in a second, because I'm actually working through an assignment this week where I've just transitioned a spirit over into the light. So we're kind of like navigating through some stuff. So we'll talk about that in a second. But let's see, what's the overall guidance for you? Because they're saying this isn't about thinking about if you weren't scared, what would you do? Because at the minute you're navigating through that. Exactly. At least you don't have to deal with the drama. And also with the situation, right now, it's an opportunity for your daughter to not basically be impacted so much. I mean, it is going to create other wounds for her. I'm not going to lie. Like, she is going to deal with abandonment wounds, and that's likely to obviously come with its own implications. You're going to have to assist her in navigating that and managing how that's going to deplete her self-esteem and self-worth as a result of the decisions that he's made. But honestly, during this period, you're not missing out on much, my love. Like, this is really God's protection for you. God's saying, like, you don't need to say yes. The way in which everything's kind of like moving, it's not about divine guidance, and it's not about what necessarily lights you up. It's the fact that it's all coming together, right? And this is a soul tribe experience. This is why I said the sister's a crucial part, because she has an assignment to the family. And that assignment's going to unfold over the course of the next few years. And whilst you navigate through the process, just take your time to learn and understand who or what is triggering you and why is it triggering you, so that you can understand as well, genetically speaking. I don't know if you yourself dealt with abandonment wounds in terms of one or both parents, but these are, because I'm hearing like dad may have been like a physical abandonment, and mom may have been like emotionally dismissive when it comes to you. So you may have had the experience of abandonment on different layers, right? And these unprocessed, I guess, feelings, they manifest in the next generation. So unfortunately, this is a rite of passage as well for your daughter to be able to navigate through the process of all of this, because she's going to be birthing a new age for the generations after her, right? As you kind of navigate through the process with her here. Very, very mature soul. She's very mature soul. Father was in jail and mother treat me like I was her enemy and still is. Yeah. So this is what I was saying about dad being physically a representation of abandonment, and mum being an emotional abandoner as well. So there really wasn't much place for this wound to actually be healed and rectified before the manifestation of your beautiful child. But trust me, she's an old soul. She's actually going to be assisting you with your healing tenfold. By the time she's 5, she's really going to be like giving you. Yeah, exactly. By the time she's 5, it's even more so, mama. By the time she's 5, she's really going to be telling you how to navigate certain things and how to be able to address certain things, emotionally speaking. So like, you have been blessed, right? God has blessed you with an opportunity to be healed by yourself, like literally by yourself, because she's a version of you manifested in physical form, and you get to be able to parent her, and she gets to be able to recourse what your parenting has done to you. So it's a lovely situation that you guys have together. She's open to her assignment. She's clearly delegating as far as like just she's on job already. So you guys just enjoy each other. Just enjoy each other, because it was divinely written to be the way that it's playing out at the minute. Okay. What's the overall guidance then for our girl Tisha in navigating through everything? Yeah, they're saying it's not even about being assertive in this situation. It's not going to help to improve anything. You don't need to look for a sign in the next couple of weeks or so. It's not even about letting go or letting God at this point. It's just about finding the right compromise for your own peace of mind as well. There are likely to be things that you find yourself worrying about, and the recovery period for you is going to be quite a strenuous process because there's so much weight placed upon you. But it's not necessarily, about choosing a new direction or anything. This path that you're on is exactly what you've prayed for. It may just not have manifested in the way that you had hoped, I guess. But as long as you continue to communicate clearly with the community that is supporting you, you'll realize that it's not necessarily just up to you. And it's not really a no in certain instances. It's just an opportunity for you to, test your resilience. And God is utilizing some of these moments as your testimony, right, of how your faith paid off. And, it's about asking for help from others where you see that you might need help and really being able to kind of receive that. Because sometimes you're not always positive, all right, in terms of the way that you're able to kind of like express certain things. And that means that you're not able to see the benefit of the network of people that you have around you because you have developed some trust issues in navigating through the process with your partner, your ex-partner, I should say. So it's not necessarily about taking action per se, but it's just about allowing for things to unfold in God's timing, right? Because like I said, this one is a long, like I'm getting 7 years. Yeah, I know, beautiful, I know. And that's really when like you start to sink into a certain like thought process, which is mum's actual thought process, to be fair. Like mum's first thought process is to observe the negative. And oftentimes she struggles to see any positives. So as you're breaking out of that rhythmic cycle, again, that's something that your daughter's going to be assisting you with as well, just being able to help you shift the mindset, right? So I wish you well with it, Mama. I think that you guys are all doing what you need to be doing and playing the path that you need to be, like playing the part that you need to be playing in terms of the roles that you guys are all individually given at this point. Like I said, this is the sister's assignment as far as holding that narc accountable. The mom was always going to break him the way that she has because she's distorted his ego into just grandiose ideologies. There's a lot of delusions of grandeur in his part. And for the most part, this is protection for your daughter as well. She doesn't need to be in his energy because that can very easily activate his genetic sequence within her as well by learning and observing him in her presence. So God has removed her from that space so that she can focus on her assignment, which is you. And you guys can focus on each other because you guys are going to be doing the process together. Okay, my love? I hope that that was useful for you. Okay? Yeah, that was a lot. That was a lot, Renisha, but Rentisha, I should say, Rentisha. So they keep like my dialect is not all the way there at the minute, guys. I told y'all, I just woke up from a nap not too long ago, okay? And this heat has got me on fire. That's okay, my love. That's okay. Thank you for stopping into this space and, giving me an opportunity to dive into this space for you. Because I'm sure, obviously, with the timelines that I've given, you probably would have felt like, what's the point after a certain point? But it's a really, really long timeline because there's a deep, deep level of work that has to be done. So, yeah, that part. I'm going to put a little prayer out there for you first thing tomorrow morning before Bible studies. Okay, girl? God bless you. All right. What Mina said. Smaradinia, can we get your question, please, my love, if you are in the space? That part. Yeah, we'll be back. Yes, he has a lot to work. Well as me. Exactly. Both of you guys have so much that you guys are working on. And, you know, your daughter chose the right parents because she's clearly already on assignment. Okay? She's like, right, no messing around. I've got stuff to do. I'm on assignment here. And she's just getting straight into it, 3 or not. Okay? She's like, look, this is what it is. And she's going to be a very useful part of the process of the healing for the family, actually, because she holds them accountable as well. I do believe that by the time she does get to 9 years from now, 12, she'll be having her own very mature conversations of accountability with her dad, and really deciding how she wants to proceed with the situation moving forward. So that part, right? Oh, Rontisha as well. I forgot to post your question because I'm about to do that for Smoradina. That's just, they're like, what are you doing? Post a question, girl. So now that we did that, let's see. Smoradinia's question is, my love, I want to know what's coming in my love life. The next few months, I keep dreaming about my ex. Is he coming back? Girl, we already spoke about this in your reading, right? One of the things was that romance was going to be put on pause for some of the things that you're manifesting career-wise, but I am going to go in there and dive into it and see what we've got. Let's see. Let's go for this deck. Right. Okay. So we have Smoradina wants to know what's coming in her love life, guys. Oh. Some challenges, girl. Some challenges, to say the least. Okay. That was interesting because it's like the pieces just won't fall into place. So there's a lot of things, I guess, that you have been praying on that just doesn't seem like they're going to be landing or fully grounding into manifestation as such. It's like, you know, some of the things that you've been praying about, the heavens are trying to sort of like bless you with some of these like things, right? When it comes to romance, but it's like, oh girl, there's like so many variables, and there's like negative forces that are also actually blocking your blessings as well in the process. So that may have something to do with your indecisiveness, though, because again, we set these forces off. Like that's again what I want to sort of like start to teach, so that we understand. Like even with the negative forces, when we say certain things like, "Oh, I'm never going to find anybody," then that sets a negative forces at work. So as the, you know, the things that you've been praying for are falling from the heavens, they're like the density is getting richer and richer and richer from the 5D coming down into the 3D. Those types of sayings, bam, mirror theory, mirror law gets activated, where the reality that we experience reflects our attitude. So even like in moments like those where we're having just a bit of a down moment, I want a passionate but loyal man. I get only passionate men. Yeah, girl. Well, with that particular situation, it may be a case of your loyalty still being tested as well, because being in situations with that individual, you may be likely to be inclined to kind of like, you know, be like, okay, I can look elsewhere. So that's what I'd say in terms of that situation, because I hear a lot of females kind of like put that out there as well. I literally had that same conversation about this L word. And it's so interesting because last week, he had me, there was a scripture that he brought me to, which was about experiencing God's loyal love and mercy, right? And when we want to talk about loyal love, we don't even like grasp the levels at which it's we don't get the levels at which it's actually like, it's a high requirement basically when it comes to loyalty. We have to basically practice loyalty ourselves, right? Go figures. You have to give to get. So that's also another aspect of the situation, but we're going to dive into it and see what's unfolding with the situation. That one was funny because it was like God was almost laughing. He was like, I always hear women talking about the loyalty thing, and it's always so interesting because they're so quick. As soon as the test on the loyalty class is administered, they're so flaky, but they're always the ones to talk about loyalty. And I was like, well, you ain't never lied. It was a pretty funny moment, actually, because I felt like God was low-key throwing shade at me. Because I just so happened to be a woman. But it was a very good lesson learned. It was a very good lesson learned because I did realize that it was another way of him telling me that I have to become, right? Jehovah, that's what his name means, to become. So I have to become loyal in order to experience loyalty. So that was funny. Low key some shade there, but your girl took it in its stride. What's coming for Smoradina in romance class moving forward, guys, in the next few months? What you guys see? Give us the tea. Oh, girl. We have no wish fulfillment. Okay. Learning how to balance. See, I already said to you, they're telling me the same thing again. They're telling me the same thing again. Obviously, because of the commitments in terms of career, romance class has been put on pause to be able to give you focus, right? It's kind of giving you an opportunity because you wouldn't be able to balance both. You get very distracted when you're in a romantic relationship. It's like, work, what, where? Forget that. Where God realizes that that's a challenge for you, my love. He's decided to make an executive decision and ensure that you can keep and maintain your focus. Okay. It's one of those situations where I feel like they're saying that it's not necessarily going to be a wish fulfillment when it comes to the situation. I know, girl. I know. This is why I said to you beforehand. This is why I said to you beforehand, because I figured they're going to be like, oh, well, we already explained to her last time because they are not loyal and I become insecure. Yeah, that part, girl, that part. So I'd say work on your own insecurities, actually, and that would actually be what would be beneficial to you. What they're saying as far as like romance class for you moving forward is just that there's likely to be like some dissatisfaction and you're learning how to manage your feelings of dissatisfaction with the situation, because why things are playing out the way that it's playing out is because it's about prioritizing. It's about management in terms of like your time and resources. Like I said, you get pretty distracted by romance class alone. It's not a case of you being able to do romance class and also continue to focus on things that you're doing. It's like you give all of yourself into something when you're in that. And I think it's about like finding the right balance at the minute. So Spirit wants to be able to give you an opportunity to kind of like get a little bit further ahead first. So you won't really be seeing much of anything per se. I am going to like try and see what's going on with the dream about the ex, because I think that that may be kind of like giving you a subconscious indicator on maybe some of the trauma that still needs to be healed, right? Does the ex want to come back? Why do I dream of it? Girl, don't worry, I got you. I was thinking about that question too. Don't worry. That's literally what I was just saying here. Like, okay, cool. If that's the case and that's the situation, but I think this may have something to do with like some subconscious stuff that you basically have to unpack when it comes to that situation, which is basically why romance class is basically put on pause until you address said thing at the minute, basically, and then start working through the process of that, right? But let's go and dive into it. The ex as well, because you mentioned that, you know, she keeps dreaming of the ex. What is that situation about? Talk to me about that, guys. Okay, thank you. Okay, they released that one really quickly. Okay, so that was a good start at least. Okay, let's have a little look at this. Okay. Okay, right. So with the situation, they are saying that with the dynamic with the ex, y'all, I'm gonna need to fan myself. But hold on, y'all. I'm gonna get me. I don't have like an actual fan because they make me sick. Actually make me sick. But I'm gonna go and grab my little fan because your girl's hot. Okay, and I'm barely wearing anything. Y'all will see. Dang, y'all. Yes, here we are. Okay, I needed a second because this leather seat is making your girl hot. And I am just like, whew, I can't focus like this, you know? And I can't do aircon either. It also makes me sick. Artificial air makes me sick. I need the real deal. So, with the situation, what they're showing me when it comes to the ex, there is some sort of reunion that is in talks behind the scenes, right? But it is I doubt it, girl. To answer your question, Jaylee, it's been a minute. But with the situation, they're saying that there may be a reunion, but this is the thing, that reunion, yes, Dazzling Empress, listen, Ari, yeah, it's been a minute. It's not actually physically possible. No, girl, I am not. Guys, I also need to update you on the person that I spoke about last time, that friendship. Oh my God, my assignments arrived, actually. I'm going to tell you guys about this after Smeridinia's reading. Smeridinia. There's going to be probably within the next 12 to 13 weeks, there's something that's brewing with this ex, basically. But it's a test. So it's a test. Really, the test is about whether or not there is a like you're kind of like looking to go back into the space, but really it's more of an inevitable ending. This is kind of like a coming back round to ensure that there's no lack of closure. I can't with you, Jaylee. I can't with you. That's too funny. That is too funny. But no. Don't bite your tongue, girl. It's cool. You're good. It's all good. But no, Smoridinia, it's a test. They're going to be sort of like revisiting the spit. Yeah, I know, girl. I know. But the test is to see if you're going to go back into these situations that you really know is unhealthy for you, my love. That's really the test, because you keep telling God that you want a particular thing, and now God is going to present this thing to be able to ask you if you really want what you say that you want, or if you're prepared to settle. And I mean, it's going to be up to you, but it really is a test. Because it's not going to go anywhere. Like, you guys had already tried that. He hasn't necessarily changed some. You know, you're still wanting the things that you want when it didn't work out. And it's just one of those things that ultimately has to play out, because they tend to be, like I said, the loyalty thing, it tends to be a little bit of an issue. But men struggle with that. They're planters. They're obviously like, they're farmers. They plant the seeds, you know. That's, the world is more populated with females because, unfortunately, men are here to actually impregnate a bunch of females. I mean, Islam actually like opened door for us to be able to have open conversations about like multiple marriages, because technically we're actually a polygamous species, because that's the way that it's been designed. But, and however, there's a way to be able to navigate through these things. Not necessarily the way that we have been. I think Islam actually gave us a rule book on how to be able to go through the process of feasibly manifesting polygamy in a healthy way and dynamic. So that's why we struggle with the whole loyalty thing when it comes to a lot of men, because monogamy isn't necessarily the natural state, but it is the rhythm that we have been set on based on societal viewpoints. So, and I know there's probably a lot of like females that are like on an uproar with that, but it's just the truth. Nature will show you that itself. Women significantly outnumber men for that fact. Unfortunately, they're farmers. They're here to plant seeds, and we're soil, if you will. This is where they plant their seeds. But yes, trust me, because men oftentimes vibrate lower on the emotional plane, it's probably best that we are like, you know, outnumbering them. That may not be a bad thing. Okay. No, I don't have a daughter or a son physically here. I have both in spirit. We recently just went through some stuff the other day, okay, because God had to remind me that He already has requested my genetics. Because I was like, I just want to leave here with like, you know, no karma after the facts. Like, I'm so happy to go ahead and like foster and do all of those things, because I'm aware of, you know, I'm aware of the demons that I'm manifesting into reality, basically. And because a lot of men vibrate at such a low frequency, emotionally speaking, I don't really want to be responsible for bringing those types of spirits in. So, you know, I hope you have a daughter. That's if you want children. Yeah, Ari, we just went through that conversation this week. I mean, I don't necessarily want them per se, and not for like any negative reasons in that context. It's just wanting to actually be able to you know, just leave the world a better place. But God said they're a part of that process. So my genetics has already been on reservation, girl. God says He needs my body to procreate so that my genetics can move on into the next generation from the lineage. So yeah. He probably had to remind me. He was like, he literally took me back to the moment that I made that oath with him, like 4 years ago when I was at my mum's. And he was like, do you remember this moment when I told you that I was basically going to be optimizing your human, and I was going to need your genetics after the fact so that I can build another human very similarly to you with your qualities and gifts and all these things. I need you to optimize all of that. So he literally brought me back to that moment, because I was like, I think after I had the conversation with the doctors, I got triggered when they said to me about like, basically, I can't ever consider natural birth because my whole womb would collapse. I'm like, who wants to do that? I mean, I'm happy with the idea of C-section because then the child doesn't have to move through the trauma that is like in the muscle memory of my birth canal. So they're actually getting a great escape. Like that's what God reminded me, that I set the whole scene for them to be able to bypass a lot of like trauma. But I was like, yeah, listen, y'all, this week has been a whole situation. I had to purge that during my cycle when I wasn't able to come into this space last week. God brought me down from that because I properly actually, was, I was negotiating. I negotiated with my mom. Yes, a C-section, that basically like the child then doesn't have to like go through, like we hold so much trauma, especially as women, we hold so much trauma in our birth canal. There's a lot of muscle memory there. There's ancestral trauma that's in the birth canal. In terms of the muscle memory, a lot of genetic tissue and activation there. So for the children that do actually bypass the natural birth by C-section, that's actually yeah. Even I had a cesarean. There you go. Yes. Well, there you go. It's something that God is doing because we're so deeply like the humans that we have today, genetically speaking, we are vibrating so low on so many like levels, be it mentally or emotionally. God's like bypassing a lot of that stuff. Hence the C-sections, right? But it's definitely a different means of being able to bring things all together. When I have kids, I will take meds when I give birth. Yeah, my this week did go by fast, hella quick. Okay, I came down on Friday and I was like, oh my God, it's Friday already? Dang, like, yeah. Smardinia, sorry, girl, my bad. We did go a little bit off topic, but you know how it goes in this space, right? I'm going to come back into the space. I did pull a card for you. They are saying to you that this is a no. This is a reversal of the no. That's the guidance for you. But this time when they come back in with the X, it's an opportunity for you to go through a process of forgiveness because I'd like to have a child, but I don't know if I will. Oh, my love, Smardinia. Okay. Yeah, it's a belief thing. They're saying that it's a likelihood. At least one, I think. At least one, but there's still a couple as well that are still under like the assignment is still being decided basically. When it comes to the other two, I told myself if I have kids I'd prefer a C-section. Yeah, I mean it's a lot as far as like having to go through surgery, but actually it's very beneficial for the psyche of the child, and the emotional existence of that child as well. Their personal emotional development would actually be a little bit better, and the circumstances that they would manifest during their time here would be to support them being able to actually mature in certain ways. So yeah, it's a whole lot. Sorry, Chaley said something earlier as well. Yep, polygamy actually first started for that reason. Exactly. There are not enough men to take care of women, therefore polygamy started. That part, girl. Seriously, I don't know. I think we're kind of like moving back into that place, but God's teaching us how to be able to kind of like, you know, do it healthily, where we're not committing adultery, because there's no need for that. There's no need for adultery. That's why he gave us the laws of how to have like polygamous relationships within Islam. But yeah, yo. Oh, Charlie said she was gonna bite her tongue. What was she gonna bite your tongue about, girl? Share with us. Okay, you're good. It's an open space. I'll do research on Mucinex. Yes. Oh, I'll definitely do some research on that. Not that I can, to be honest. It's already been determined that I have to have a C-section with all of the children that are assigned to me. I think that was why I was just like, God, no, like I was down for so long. Like since my actual like removal of my fibroids, to be honest with you guys, my life, my whole body has just been different. My digestion's not been the same. I had to go through a whole process of like lots of different medication, which isn't, I don't deal with pharmaceuticals because the way that it impacts my psyche, it's not like the average person. I literally have to like observe every single genetic activation that's going on. And I'm telling people, oh, this is happening in my body. I'm basically narrating what's going on with my human a lot of the time. So I wasn't necessarily looking forward to that part of the journey as well that comes along with it. But hey, it's just how it is. Smoridinia, they said in terms of the situation with the ex, they're going to come back so that you can obviously go through a process of forgiveness. That's the whole point of this. You need to let something go in that space, which is why you see subconsciously, it's like letting you know that that situation is going to be coming in. I think I gave you a timeline of around about 12 to 13 weeks for that situation potentially, for this to be playing out. But that's pretty much as you're going to get during romance class, my love. You're going to be kind of wrapping up any closure that needs to be, done so that your healing can be restored so that you can obviously move forward. To make space, obviously, they're still going to have you focusing on career and stuff because of everything that you have seeded there. But with the situation, when it comes down to it, yeah, we're gonna see how it actually plays out. And remember, this is your test, okay? So like treat it like an exam, girl. We always want to ace the exams. That part. Okay. I hope and pray you heal completely from that fibroid surgery. She gave me a thank you, Mina. Honestly, I just think obviously everything changes whenever you go through surgery, right? Smirging is laughing. Listen, it's a whole exam, girl. We want to ace. We don't want no F's. We don't want no D's, okay? Because the D's comes with us being a little bit, stigmatized for a little bit. What are you glad that I mentioned, Katie? Are we talking about the because I never really know how to deliver the polygamy thing, especially in a group setting of females, just because like we're very like possessive in this day and age, but that wasn't necessarily the natural design of things. I'm assuming you're speaking about the childbearing situation and like bringing children in, right? I took meds during a spiritual transition, and OMG, yeah, girl. No. Like literally, I had to keep saying to people, oh, this genetic bacteria is being activated and it's actually causing psychological irritations. It's shifting my neural. I'm literally explaining to people what the hell is going on in my body. And it's like the doctors can't, they know what their textbooks tells them and they don't know how to obviously treat an individual case, whereas I'm obviously coming in, it's like having a talking car that basically goes in for an MOT and then the car is like, I've got this wrong with me, this wrong with me, this wrong with me, this wrong with me, I need you to fix this. It's a lot. Thank you. I really want a family, but I don't know if I ever find the right man / father. Girl, you and me both. I'm joking. It's already been assigned for the most part. It has already been assigned. It's one of those things, even in the most unlikely places, even with my Mr. He's already been like, God needs the genetics. That's why even you see like one night stands happen, they come together and they make a baby. That's because God needs those genetics specifically for the being that is going to be coming in. And a lot of the times, actually, the illegitimate children are usually planted as the star seeds because they're going to be subjected to the most trauma, I guess, in terms of certain dynamics. And that's what allows for them to obviously come in and fulfill their purpose and everything like that. I totally agree with your standpoint on polygamy, as long as it takes under permissible conditions. Exactly. That's how the world is designed. 100%. It shouldn't be, I guess, like an ego-driven context. Oh, I missed the polygamy part, girl. It was a whole thing. Okay. We were just talking about, wanting loyalty in relationships, and this is why I was like speaking about the fact that this is why basically like men struggle with that, because loyalty looks different for men in terms of like the standards of loyalty for women, because they're farmers and they're here to plant seeds in wet soil for them to basically like impregnate and procreate. They have to obviously like plant seeds in lots of different pockets to see where the seeds are able to be nurtured in a certain type of way. But Islam also gave us the blueprint on how we do that, because it's not for the man to choose, basically. It's not just for the man to choose each wife. It's actually for the wives to also be able to say, welcome to the community. We're going to support you in this community. This is what we do in this community. Because this is the thing. One woman isn't going to be everything for a man. I mean, we want to say that we can be, because our egos might want to be stroked a little bit. But the truth is, that's why even for myself, when I was like navigating through that, I was negotiating with God. I was like, well, can't we get like a second wife? Can't you get him a second wife? And she can have the babies? Listen, I'm telling y'all, it was a whole conversation. Okay. But no, it wasn't really one of those things. Thank you, Mina, for throwing your question out there. Not just yet, Chantal. We take a minute over here. We always have like educational factors as well. At the minute, we're talking about polygamy. We're talking about birthing through the birth canal versus C-sections. We're talking about a whole bunch of stuff. So at the same time, whilst we're doing the readings, you learn how to navigate through many tangents over here. But we're on to Mina's question next. I hope that was useful for you as well, Spiridinia. Okay. Right. Mina, let go, girl. Let's see. Your question. Let's see what that is. Yeah, Chantal. We always love a moment to be able to kind of like, educate as well where we can, and just have those open discussions, things that, are rested on our soul and spirit. Yeah, I'm glad. Remember, let us know how you do on the exams, Meridinia. Okay. We're all rooting for you, sis. There's always so much going in this space. Yes, Mina, exactly. Exactly. We do educate ourselves here. It's all about the growing and learning, Chantal. We are dedicated to the process of life. Actually, lifing is our thing. So, yeah. Good stuff. So now our girl Mina wants to know, what are the current thoughts / feelings of Showcat towards me? Thank you so much. Love for your precious time and energy. Forever grateful. Grateful for you guys. Trust me, like sometimes I'm so exhausted, but it's because I know that I have certain obligations here to you guys where I can like find this energy. I don't know where. It's like God gives me some in reserve for you guys to be able to come into these spaces, because I'm telling you, I was almost going to come in here and be like, guys, I don't know if I can do it today. When I say that, I literally woke up like 5 minutes before I was supposed to be in this space, because your girl is tired. I'm doing the most. We do learn a lot. Like, seriously, I learned so much from you guys as well, because when you guys ask questions, right, a lot of the times I'm channeling and then the guides will answer certain things. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Good to know. You know what I mean? So it's always an educational. Yeah, I'm happy and thankful that I'm here, Chaylee. I'm happy and thankful that I'm here. It's been quite the week. I've missed you guys as well. Like, it's been one of those situations. So, Showcat, how are his thoughts? Firstly, we're going to start with the thoughts today. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. Oh, interesting. Did you send your guides to wake me up? I literally woke up 5 minutes before the live started. Girl, listen, me and you both, okay? I think they were doing a wake-up call and was telling everybody, look, guys, it's showtime. Because literally, they kept waking me up, and I was like, give me 5 more minutes. Give me 5 more. Literally. When they came and woke me up the last time, they were like, you've got no more 5 minutes. This is it. It's showtime. I was like, okay. And then I started setting the space for you guys. So, yeah, Mina. They were waking everybody up, okay? Anybody that needed to be here was going to be here. But yeah, I love it. It's always so funny how they do that, though. But yes, so to answer your question in terms of Showcat's thought process towards you, right? What I'm seeing with that is interesting because I'm not gonna lie, Mina, they're so happy to manipulate the situation. They're so happy to manipulate the situation. I'm not gonna lie. Did you guys have the conversation about how they're obviously like letting the energy feed and it's being passed on to the next generation? Were you guys able to speak about stuff? Because they seem to be like on that, sun energy, like on the undertone of this, which means that they're like, they're warm, fun, friendly, but it's actually quite manipulative. They're happy to be manipulative about the situation at the minute because it's getting them what they want. And that's really what their focus is ultimately. Let me know if you guys did have the conversation because I'm like, this individual is so sick. Sorry, they are. Yeah, they are sick. Did you guys have a conversation about this stuff? Because they're happy to basically continue with things in terms of the way that things are at the minute. Hey, 77 Cruz. Oh, that's my nephew's name. His name's Corey Cruz. He's such a cruiser, actually. He's very quick, always all over the place. But hey, 77 Cruz. Interesting as well, Mina, to sort of like go into your question as well in terms of the thought process with Showcat. There's a little bit obviously of a transition that's kind of like taking place when it comes to things. Okay. Oh, interesting. Sorry, I'm like I've started to unpack the deck to see the story that's playing out behind the scenes. To read because we only got one card, and they're sort of like showing me the process. So it's a case of a bit of a transition in him not being. Did you guys have the conversation? Because it's speaking about him kind of like starting to phase out and transition from being happy about being manipulative when it comes to certain things and how he navigates through the situation with you and being as demanding as he has been, I guess, in terms of his expectations of you. He's kind of like learning how to transition out of that at the minute when it comes to the situation with you guys. That's his thought process, at least. In terms of where he's at the minute. But there's lots of like major shifts that's taking place for him in terms of this dynamic, to be honest. Yeah, there's lots of, oh, wow. Yeah, there's at least what we spoke about last time when it comes to Showcat as well. With the situation, it seems as though there is a certain level of healing. Are those shifts good? It seems as though they are, because it seems like he's transitioning from being his childlike self. That's why I was asking you if you guys managed to have a conversation to really like address the issues in itself that we kind of like spoke about last time. It seems as though like the shifts that they're navigating through is good. They're going through a transformation of being a little bit less happy about being manipulative, because I think that it was one of those things where it was serving them to be able to be that way, obviously, because it was the only way that they were able to get your attention. And that was really what they were sort of like seeking validation for. They were seeking validation by getting your attention. Yeah, that's good. That's good, because I think that that's brought some insight to them, because they're going through a process of being able to kind of like they're getting a little bit of mental clarity. So I feel like they're now starting to get back cognizant of their own mind, and their trauma isn't necessarily leading their decision-making process anymore. They're not all the way in the clear just yet when it comes to it, but now they have a thought process where they're not necessarily happy about having to be manipulative. They are transitioning. They have been, right? They have been, but they are transitioning through the process of actually letting that go and being able to come to this space. And actually, I think that there's a dynamic where they appreciate the fact that you are potentially here to help them with their healing, just as much as you're there for the nephew. And I think that that's kind of recoursing a little bit of this shift, right? Because they've been praying about being able to be healed for a long time. And I think that obviously the alignment of you was divinely orchestrated for you guys to be able to come together, you know, to have certain conversations and have certain dialogues so that they can understand the psychology, the spiritual psychology of some of the things that they've been navigating through for a long time. And it's kind of like they aren't necessarily being so, yeah, he also says that I helped him with his healing. Absolutely. Absolutely. There was something that he was praying for a long time, and you were the most probable willing participant that was in a close enough proximity to be able to be used, you know, and at the level that the healing needed to occur as well, because again, he had to be comfortable enough with you to share certain things. And then obviously when I spoke about what I spoke about last time, putting certain things into context as well, in terms of some of the timelines and variables with the situation, these things are also helping, right? Because God placed you, placed me, placed him. You see what I'm saying? Like all very divinely orchestrated. So I think he's actually at a place where now he's starting to realize that he doesn't have to do that to get your attention. And this may just be a situation where he can accept that you are here to assist him with his healing. And that is good enough. You know, he's getting a bargain as far as that. So let's have a little look and see as far as like feelings, what his actual feelings are as well towards you. All right. What are Showcat's feelings towards our girl Mina? Okay. Showcat's feelings towards Mina. As clearly as you can, please. Thank you. Okay. Whew. Oh. That's nice, my love. He realizes that this is not a door to romance. Okay? About time. So whatever conversation you guys were able to have, that did the trick. Because now he realizes, definitely, because before it was like kind of saying, yeah, nothing romantically, but really it was kind of like praying and hoping, and, you know, fingers and toes and anything else that could get crossed is crossed, right? In hopes that things would manifest itself. But now the penny's dropped. Okay, he's finally got the memo this isn't a daughter romance, and this is more a case of him being able to strategize about how to help him heal certain ages of time that he's still psychologically trapped in, for lack of a better way of putting it. And now he's ready to receive the abundance, I guess, that is blossoming before him. So now he's finally put down that desire for romance, finally, right? So that's good. I'm glad he's finally got onto the page about. See, it's so funny to me, right? Because like, particularly with men, because they seem to struggle. That was where the spirit of lust started to basically override. Because before it was lust, obviously, it was something different, which was very much more of a positive, high vibration. But the spirit of lust was actually one of the first fallen angels who started to basically yearn and desire women, basically young girls, particularly, to be honest with you. The spirit of lust is a masculine spirit, was one of the first spirits that basically infiltrated the minds of men in particular and brought them into dissension, where obviously we have lots of stuff now like molestation. There's been rapes for like centuries. You know what I mean? It became a thing. So I'm glad to see that obviously he's now learning how to manage that spirit and manage that presence within himself. Mashallah, that's beautiful. You know, for him to be in a place now where he realizes that he can actually get so much more from the situation with you by actually receiving his healing and not basically letting his little head deter him from his healing, right? Because that's what happens a lot of the times. It's a bit of a conflict between their actual head and their little head that's just all over the place and doesn't necessarily know how to navigate. So now Showcat is aware. I think you guys are finally on the same page. Thank God for that one, right? Let's close out the space and see what the guidance is for you. He did confess his love, though, not sure how true it is, but his healing is in progress, and that makes me super happy. That part, because he can't help himself. I think he realizes. I think he realizes, obviously, he can't. Do you know what it is, Mina? It's because you're helping him. And I think this is what men, and this is why we need to start like really assisting our young men with like emotional dialect, because really it's the level of care that you are showing him. He's grateful for that. And he wants to be able to experience that, you know what I mean? Constantly, basically, is a thing. So it's not necessarily that he quote unquote loves you per se. He loves the way that you make him feel. He loves what you're able to do in his life because it's not anything that he's used to getting, basically. And that is ultimately the reason why he keeps misconstruing the dynamics with you guys, because you're like a unicorn for him in his world. Hey, Pearl. Hey, Sunshine. How are you guys doing? What's the advice for a girl, Mina, guys? What is the advice? Okay, interesting. What's happening in the next few months? Thank you. Interesting, Mina. Oh, that's nice. In the next few months, it's not a no situation. It's actually up to you. It's not necessarily about remaining positive a year from now. There won't necessarily be any big happy changes, but within the next few months, at the very least, you won't necessarily have to meditate for the answers. All you've got to do is wait. And things will actually naturally play itself out. Hey, Pearl. Yes, you can donate, my love. We've only just started to get into this space, to be fair. There isn't necessarily much success that you're going to sort of like see with this space because, again, in all honesty, as much as he realizes that there isn't necessarily a door to romance, old habits die hard. That's the best way I can put it, Mina. Old habits die hard. So he can't help himself but be hopeful. But he realizes, like, genuinely deep down, he does realize that there isn't really any place for him in terms of romance. And there's going to be some forgiveness with the process. It's going to play out over the course of the next few months. It's a case of like, don't stop. It's not necessarily about asking your angels per se, but you can ask for help from others when it comes to like really making it clear that this isn't going anywhere romantically, because that isn't the assignment. It's not the assignment. But there's no need to worry for the most part. It's not even anything you need to believe about the space or situation. There isn't really a helpful network that you need to kind of like call upon per se, but it's just a case of trusting the process. Yeah, just trust the process and it will reveal itself to you. Okay, that part, my love. So I hope that was useful for you, but yeah, he's funny. He is funny. That's okay, beautiful. I think he's, like I said, he's transitioning out of being manipulative with the situation. When I say manipulative, he would be saying one thing, right? And then, really, he has other intentions and agenda beneath the surface. He's still also trying to strategize against the fact that there isn't necessarily a romantic dynamic to the space, but I think he gets at least the fact that there is no romance to come from this space or situation. If he put that much energy as far as like his resilience and his persistence, if he put that much energy into his actual healing, I'm sure he'd be like so much further along on that journey. You know what I mean? Sometimes God allows for us to activate certain like strengths so that we can then like place those things in the appropriate places. But sometimes it's hard. And we get distracted, right, by what it is that we're doing when it comes to certain situations. But yeah, I would say he's still hopeful, girl. I'm not gonna lie. He's still hopeful that romance class may be in his favor when it comes to you guys, but he's also growing in acceptance of the reality that it may not be, right? And he's transitioning. He's transitioning with letting go of the desire. That part. Oh, dude. I did receive Pearl's donation. Oh, Pearl. I was just about to read for Rika. Are you okay for me to do that reading quickly so Rika can go off? Obviously, Rika's, I think she's same place as you as well, Mina. No, I think she's, yeah, I know. That's why I was asking. I did see that you donated for 2 questions. That's why I was asking yeah, thank you, Pearl, my love, because we're going to go into it and unpack your 2 questions. So Rika, do you want to throw your question out there so we can obviously like let you, move through the space? Yeah, yeah. Throw Rika's question. Rika can throw her question out there so we can move through the space. And then we'll come back to Pearl's question because I did see that Pearl donated for 2 questions. Basically, we're going to take some time to unpack that. Yeah. So, yes, Rika, my love. Throw your question out there in the chat and we will take it from there. Okay. Nice. Whilst Rika is posting her question. You know the friend that I told you guys about last time, right? The situation. Oh, okay. I'm gonna come into your question, Rika, a second, because I did say to the guys that I was gonna come back to it. My assignment has arrived, guys. So basically, that same friend, she prayed, God blessed her with a son. And then, like, since April of last year, her daughter, when I was in Turkey, her daughter in spirit, her spirit baby at the time, let me know that she was about to start coming through and she needed Like, she's basically going to need me at some point, because everything that her mom had suppressed, she's obviously going to be manifesting to relieve all of those things on the lineage. And she's going to need me in terms of like being able to talk through the emotional dialect of everything. She tormented me. I'm not going to lie. She tormented me for like months. Even just before she came, I think she came and she begged me while I was driving. And I was just like, please just leave me alone. Like, I really don't want to have anything to do with your mom. She's sick, like seriously sick. And I really don't have the room or space to like deal with those levels of demons at the minute. But I was able to negotiate my contract with God, so I don't have to be in the space for at least a decade. So when the child is of an age where I can interact with solely the child, and this is so weird to me, because I've been processing it with another friend, where I was saying it's so weird to me because we went from like a 20-year friendship where I thought that I was going to be in her children's lives, to the point where I'm now from a distance assisting her with the manifestation of said children, getting still no acknowledgement of anything, because that's how she wanted it, which is why God's obviously played it out this way so that she can play this, oh, look what I did. Sure. And then it's like, yeah, I'm still connected to the situation, and the child is still begging me to basically like help her, because her mom's a covert narcissist and she's going to be affected by all the karma of her mom's decisions. And she's already so scared coming in, like, because her mom isn't necessarily going to have the room or capacity to even know how to navigate through a child like her, who is as vocal about right and wrong, because the mom's moral compass is so skewed. I was just like, oh my God, like, are you serious? So yes, guys, it's just so weird to me, because that 20-year long friendship has now become, she's the vessel of my assignment. Like, she's the carrier of my assignment, which is so weird to me. Like, so weird to me. But my assignments arrived. My mom actually sent me a photo, because my mom is constantly out here on the social media streets stalking y'all. Like, if y'all don't ever want people to know your business, do not put stuff on social media, because that has developed a whole other beast as well. People really are out here just sitting down and watching people living their lives and getting information that way. My mom is one of those people. So when my mom came and showed me the photo, I was like, oh my God, okay, so she's arrived. She's like a couple of months old, I think. And obviously it needed to come to me to let me know that she's here, because my assignment, it's time to step up to my assignment, basically. Not anytime soon, because I'm going to keep praying for her mom from a distance. And when the child is basically old enough to be able to have interaction with me on her own, I shall engage with the child. I want nothing to do with said demon. As far as mom, love her, like, genuinely, for the sake of the friendship that we had, love her. But I don't care to deal with those levels of demons anymore, to be fair. So I just have to love her from a distance, because it's the safest thing for myself and my own sanity, because she's just going to project a lot of her own demons, and try and convince everybody that they're mine because of her own insecurity. She doesn't actually have good intentions for me, unfortunately, because she's threatened by who I am and how I show up, and the fact that people like me and stuff like that. It's something that intimidates her, unfortunately. So I just can't afford to be in a space like that whilst God is still like building me into who I'm going to become, because she'll just continue to like try and tear me down to make herself feel better. I don't have time for that shit. But I had to update you guys, because I was like, oh my God, I literally spoke to my posse about this person like last week, and now God is confirming that the assignment is here. So yeah, I will do my assignment. I will do my assignment, because outside of like the vessel that, you know, my assignment's coming through, it's still my assignment. I'm very dutiful to my assignments. I might turn in my papers late now, but I'm always going to deliver on my assignment, because I'm literally so studious about life itself, and I'm here to actually work. It's awful how 20 years old friendship is damaged by these demons. That part, it was terrible. You know, but now I've come to accept that this is just who this individual is, because even Even her own kid, who hasn't actually manifested, she was already giving me a heads up from like a year ago to let me know that she's going to be coming in and I need to be prepared because I'm going to need to help her navigate through her mum's demons. So, you know what I mean? It's just one of those things, unfortunately. Yes, I will be helping with the child, Mina. Outside of, like I said, the vessel that she's had to come through, I still am here assigned to certain souls, and I take that very seriously. That job I don't play around with. I even had to like take back up my assignment with my own spirit babies, okay, after I tried to negotiate my way out of that contract. So I'm very studious when it comes to the classes. It's just what it is. Yeah. Yeah. But I just had to share that with you guys because I was like, oh my God. Talk about hopefully your next life won't be too far from now. That part, Ari. Seriously, I was like, yeah. So after I decided to do all of these things, I said to God, and this, listen, I need to be set up in my next life. Okay. I negotiated in terms of my terms that I'm navigating through for this life. So don't worry. God's got me. We had that conversation too. Now that that's out the way, Rika, we're going to dive into your question, my love. Just had to share with the collective because things are always just moving ever so quickly. Right. So Rika says, ma'am, I have made my decision and I'm choosing MBA over MSc. I'm a little scared of uncertainty to get placed in good companies. We have to clear CAT exam. What are the chances of me acing this exam? Oh, girl. Yay. We definitely want to unpack that for you. Sorry, Pearl. Sidebar there as well, but don't worry, I'm coming back to you in your two questions as well. Beautiful. Okay. Quick question, guys. Farika, how do you see the exams kind of playing out? All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Good on you for actually making the decision as well. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Sorry, they're kind of like giving me the context of the situation and how everything's actually going to be playing out with it as well. So for the most part, we do have, this is definitely going to be a major arcana for you in terms of the situation. It is going to come with a lot of chaos, I'm not going to lie. In terms of just you being able to prepare for the process, right? In terms of you being able to make sure that you are ready. You will do good. You will do good. Acing, I want to say B plus and above. I want to say B plus and above. I think that B plus is like the lowest, I guess, is what I'm seeing with that. Because you're so like determined, basically. And that's actually going to be the factor in this situation that earns you this grade because of your dedication and the work that you put in. Your nerves as well. You're going to have to manage your nerves, beautiful, because your nerves is something that like it creates so much static over the situation. Ma'am, just be honest, please. Now is the high time. I cannot afford to choose a private college. I will not have good company, very less money, difficult to survive in another study, 100%. And this is why I'm saying to you, with the situation, I think the lowest you're going to get on the situation is a B plus from what I'm seeing. And again, that's because of your dedication. I do think that you have a tendency to overthink things, and that's what creates a lot of static in your like energy. So you kind of have to like dial that back, because you're doing enough to get yourself ready. You're doing enough to get yourself prepared. And I think even when you do enough, you have a tendency to still question yourself and second guess yourself. Quit that. Okay. You're doing everything that you can do because you're assuring yourself that you've got this. And when you do what you're doing in terms of preparing yourself, it is going to pay off. It is going to be beneficial for you. You will do well on the exam. Like I said, I feel like a B plus. I don't know. B plus might actually be the grade in itself, essentially. But yeah, you'll be able to pass, my love. You'll be able to pass. I think sometimes, like I said, you can be your own worst enemy sometimes. Oh, Michelle, hey. You can be your own worst enemy sometimes in terms of you overthinking. So I think if you can just get yourself organized, that will help you in being able to rationalize your tendency to be a little bit pessimistic, right? Do you see me getting a good job between 10 LPA to 12 LPA, or will it be less than this? I think, hold on, let me dive into the dynamics of this role situation. Okay. Oh, Katie's out here like giving some love in the chat. She is gonna do great, right? She's gonna do great. Exactly, Baddie G. She's gonna do great. Honestly speaking, you're actually going to be making like really, really good money, really decent money. I just parted the deck and just to get confirmation of your question, and we've got the Ace of Pentacles. So this is definitely like a new beginning of manifesting a new financial opportunity that's going to be very prosperous for you. I don't think you have to worry too much about that. I think this is another thing as well, like as you're manifesting for the things that you want to do, because I think that what I'm seeing, yeah, you'll get a nice in between, as far as like a nice starting point between the 10 and 12. But I think exactly, Baddie G, right? That part. Thank you for the sub, Michelle. But yes, I think with the situation, you will get a good job, because that's what you're doing all of this for, right? You're doing all of this to be able to obviously align onto the timeline that is going to be able to see you be financially stable. My main focus is getting a high-paying job straight after my MBA is completed, and you will. Exactly, because it's a focus for you. You're putting your energy into that place. You're doing all of the stuff that you need to be doing at the minute, right? So you're manifesting it. It's literally already done. It's a case of timing. I do think that you do start off, I want to say actually between 11 and 13. I actually think the 10 to 12 is a little bit low, but I think you start off with something that's decent between 11 and 13. And that seems to be like the nice sweet spot for you in terms of the first, I guess, job experience that you're able to manifest. But you're doing everything that you need to be doing with the situation as well. I think the one thing, yeah, see, this is the thing, right? In India, if you are in private college, it will very helpful to get a job, ma'am. That's okay. Do you know what's so amazing about God? He doesn't move by human laws and rules, right? And I have to kind of like remind like not just people of that, but even myself. Like that's the thing. When God's you know, decides that this just isn't, again, because God makes a lot of his decisions based on a person's heart, right? He makes those decisions based on a person's ideologies, who he knows them to be as far as their level of character here. Because you're so dedicated, trust me, like God will open doors for you. What I would recommend that you do is identify that none of these laws applies to you, because you will be what is considered the exception to the rule, right? And I do have to take loan for that too. So it's scary. It is scary. It is scary. But everything that you're doing is to be able to position yourself to get to where you're going. Don't lose sight of that. And don't let the reality of just how big what it is that you're manifesting makes you feel any smaller than who you are as well, because you have these desires and these dreams and the level of determination that you have, because these things were genetically written in you. It's for you to be able to obviously meet that potential, and you're doing it, right? As you see yourself doing what you're manifesting, give it. I love to give me a little pat on the back, just to be like, good job today. You did well. And I give myself pats on the back for small things. Okay. So this is like a big thing for you as well. Like, you'll get this done. And I think that definitely it's important for us to acknowledge the magnitude of the things that we're trying to manifest, but it's also, that's exactly, I was telling myself, I have seen myself as the exception. You are the exception to the rule, my love. You are the exception to the rule. None of these variables applies to you because of the level of work and determination and dedication that you have to getting yourself onto the timeline of the things that you're trying to manifest. And Michelle, thank you so much for your kind words, my love. Thank you for joining our space. This is where we, get a little motivation for the week ahead on the weekends. But no, we're going to go and dive into what the guides can advise for you when it comes to your situation, right? Is there anything that Rika needs to be doing? Right? That part, Mina. Oh, thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay. Interesting. Oh, you guys are so cute. Oh, I love it. Okay, so what they are saying in terms of the process, obviously the thing that you can do, which you are doing, resting is not really one of those situations. You're constantly on the go, doing something, trying to get something done, trying to figure out something to be able to help what it is that you're manifesting. And that is going to blossom into the abundance of the things that you're trying to manifest for yourself. So don't worry about that situation. Just continue to strategize. Continue to strategize on how to allow for the variables that may not be in your favor to no longer apply to you. The situation, it does mean that you're going to have to obviously get like really good grades and standing to be able to present yourself a certain type of way for employment after the fact, but you'll get it. You get it. I think that I'm not going to lie to you. When it comes to the job situation, after the facts, you may have a little bit of a delay, but that's because you're navigating through your own belief. And there's a part of you that doesn't necessarily have the entire capacity of belief that is required, but you go through the process of that for a good 3 to 4 months after the facts before you're able to really find something that fully aligns. Okay, I just got to give you that heads up there. Right, and what should she do in the process of that? They do of your decision, definitely, and I'll tell you why. It's because with that dynamic, that actually has a little bit higher probabilities of you being able to be the exception to the rule, right? Yes, ma'am, I'm Aquarius, Saturn ruled. Yeah. So this is the thing. The NBA is going to position you to, it has a bit of, I want to say maybe about 20. Yeah. It increases your odds by about like 23 to 25%. basically doing the MBA as opposed to the MSc. With you doing the MBA, it kind of like gives you an opportunity to be able to refocus a little bit. Yeah. What's the advice then for Rika overall in navigating through everything then, guys? What do you guys advise? As clearly as you can. Okay. They said, within the next few months. So this is between the next, I want to say 4 possibly to 7 months. There won't necessarily be any like big happy changes per se, but you will be able to find a peaceful resolution after the come down of the situation moving forward. Just continue to remain positive and meditate for the answers. It's not a waiting game per se. Success is really yours because you're actually you're embodying successful behavior. Do you see what I'm saying? The things that you're doing, the actions that you're taking, you're increasing the variables that are in your favor for success. And because of that, they're saying that, as you kind of navigate through your perception and your realities of what you think are no's for you, you'll learn that it's not necessarily really up to you when it comes to the process. In November, I have to give the exam. Yeah, 2024. Yeah. And you're working towards that. I think that as you continue to move through the process during this year, you'll start to feel a little bit better. It will feel a lot more like, okay, you're on the right path, you're on the right track, the timeline is present, and you're doing what needs to be done. Okay. But I hope that was useful for you. So you've got about a 4 to 7 months unfolding of this situation where you're going to be learning a little bit more, I guess, about where your decisions are taking you and what possibilities, what doors are opening for you. You'll learn a little bit more about that as you kind of go through the process over the course of the next 4 to 7 months. Okay, my love? But yes, hope that was useful for you, beautiful. Pearl, you are next on the list, my love. I know you've got a couple of questions for us. So we are going to take those in. Hey, good to know that you're here, Pearl. Good stuff. Okay, so Pearl's got a couple of questions and we're going to go and dive into her questions as well. How is the Saturn retrograde energy for everyone as well? Because I didn't get to do a video for you guys and I really wanted to be able to. I can imagine, Rika. I can imagine. I think obviously what I would say as you navigate over the course of the next few months, work on your spirit of pessimism. Work on your spirit of pessimism because it has a tendency to start speaking as soon as you hit a variable of resistance, your spirit of pessimism straight off the bat, right? And it's a bit of an overthinker as well. So just learn how to manage that. And I think that you'll actually create some clearing in your path moving forward as well, because as we give reason and rationale to these low vibrating spirits, the spirit of pessimism, it will create resistances basically to your timeline and the things that you're manifesting. Okay, that's the last, I guess, recommendation that I would give to you personally, because that was one of the things that they were saying to me. Oh, she's quite pessimistic sometimes, it's because she struggles with, I think obviously there's a lot of variables with your starting point, where you started from, has basically created these Yeah, I know. But it's your starting point. It's where you started from. So where you've started from has created these insecurities and it has manifested as a pessimistic state of being, right? But it's not true. Where you started from isn't necessarily the only place that you'll end up. You see what I'm saying? It's just the starting point of the race. The marathon continues. There's still so much life ahead. Okay. Manage that spirit and you'll sail through. Okay. But yes, let's go to Pearl's question and unpack it. Okay. Oh, sorry. It's in two parts. My bad. My bad, Pearl. Okay, so Pearl said, I resigned from my job and worked my 2 weeks notice. Okay. They were really nice and bought me a cake and box of chocolates. Why the change of tune? We'll definitely dive into that. Pearl also said, I lied and told them I found a full-time work from home job. They were like, if things don't work out with the new job, you can come back here. How did that make you feel when they made that offer to you? Because sometimes people don't really realize how they're showing up because these things are normal behavior for them. Let me say that to you firstly. But yes. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, so we're going to go into the change of tune. I think with the situation, firstly, it was just one of those things where I guess there was I guess you guys started to irritate each other's spirits, both of you guys, like you and a particular supervisor. Your spirits started to just clash with each other after a while. And I think obviously once you decided to resign, then your value could be seen again, right? It could be seen again because it was almost like your value wasn't necessarily being seen. My last 2 weeks there were quite nice. If they have been like that the whole time, I wouldn't have left. And I hear you on that, girl. I hear you on that. Yeah, no, I know it did sort of become all of them. It started off with the one supervisor spirit. I think that's what trickled out into the space. That's okay, my love, Mina. Enjoy your prayers. Make dua for me as well. Make dua for us, girl. We got some stuff clearly that we're trying to navigate in here. Thank you so much, beautiful. But yes. Okay. It's so interesting though that I didn't get along with any of them. Yeah, I know, my love. It was unfortunate. Okay, so why the change of, oh, that was very quick. Thank you, my love. Thank you. We appreciate your prayers, Mina. Look at that. We're getting like a prayer chain going whilst we've got a reading chain going at the same time. Won't he do it? God is so good. Oh, interesting. Interesting. That is interesting, right, Batty G? Because people tend to be a little bit like that as well. And the owner has been repairing a bike for me. Wow, he said I can have it anyway, and he'll bring it around to my house. Oh, so I'm gonna Batty G, trust me, like people can leave us like the gaslighting of it all can leave us like really, really confused as to like what? But I am going to come back to you on something as well, Pearl, because they're asking me to kind of like revisit this as well, to unpack it a little bit, because they were asking me, was there any distortions that could have been some sort of like internal, displacement as well. So we're going to come back. We are going to come back. But as far as like what they're showing me on the cards with the situation, right? They're like, You're a natural born leader. You're a natural born leader, but they also felt like there may have been, there may have been some self-doubt, basically. That was really the thing that was kind of like, that was why you were probably sort of getting certain energies or picking up on certain things from people as well. And the guides are also asking me to sort of like highlight to you that some things were actually pretty trivial, but because of the trauma of your past situation, they were made bigger in your mind because of said past situation as well. When it comes to the dynamics of the situation. But this was a major arcana for you, my love. This was a major arcana for you in terms of, I see we've got, the strength card here in reverse. So your strengths weren't necessarily really being taken fully into consideration when it comes to really being able to kind of like show up in the role as well. But you're kind of moving through a process of shifting that. You've kind of come to the closure of that. And they realize as well now that you also actually see your value. I do feel you made the right decision to leave. I think that for you at this point of the journey, in terms of where you are, this is a test of faith that you have to take, to know that your peace of mind is always a first priority. Yeah. And that's why I think that this was a part of the process. I think that this job and you being able to kind of like move through it as quickly as you did, it was definitely designed in a way to be able to show you your own value in situations and ask you if you're going to continue to kind of like have yourself show up in certain ways, right? So don't worry about it. I don't think that they're saying that it's a bad thing, but I do think that they're saying that you also need to address some of said trauma from previous situation, because otherwise that is just going to keep haunting you, if you will. They said the last two women before you didn't work out either. Yeah, exactly that. You guys may all share a same symmetry. It's interesting because they themselves may not be aware of what it is that they're doing, which is causing this pattern to be psycholatry for the business, where people are coming in as a refuge, basically, from previous situations. I'm sure the other two ladies had their own issues as well. But yes, just so that you can manifest something that's a little bit more aligned with what it is that you're looking for. Take some time, like now that they've given you this like new story, as far as your experience of them, take that story into your next role. Do you see what I'm saying? Because obviously you manifested this after your previous situation where the story was playing out very chaotically and it was very low vibrationally in terms of just the whole reality of it, right? It was starting to elevate in terms of it being able to get to a better place, because I know that you were kind of like getting to a better place as well with your old boss there, where things weren't as complicated and you guys were able to at least be cordial. Now that you've had this experience from them, take that in the mindset that, that's the type of environment that you're going to be moving into. Because a lot of the times the trauma is also actually kind of like giving you an opportunity to heal because you're still navigating through certain things, right? But yes, what is the advice for our girl Pearl in navigating through this situation then? Now, obviously, she's out of this space, but moving forward, what is the advice for her? What would you guys say? Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, you're navigating through your path of reconsiderations, right? And whilst you're doing that, you're actually improving your health emotionally and psychologically as well. And I think they're saying that it's not necessarily about getting more information. This was never about compromising. This was always about a perfect timing type situation. It's like, I think that the business in itself has its own cycle, I guess, that it keeps like manifesting, I guess, people vibrating at a certain place. But in order to ensure that you don't manifest a job like this again, you want to make sure that you're manifesting a job that's vibrating a lot higher than the behaviors that you experience from them. See what I'm saying? Just literally recourse the story in your mind as well, and be very intentional as well, in terms of like the scripting process of what it is that you're manifesting for the next job as well. That one isn't too far off. That one's coming fairly soon, within the next couple of weeks, maybe 2 to 3 weeks. So don't worry about it. As far as the next job, BTW. But they're saying there's no need to worry when it comes to the situation. It wasn't necessarily about being assertive or believing anything per se. It just wasn't necessarily a yes. It wasn't a no entirely, but there was just some forgiveness that needed to take place. Yeah. And I think that that's what you're kind of like navigating through now. It's easier to forgive them because now they're altering that bad behavior that they had towards you, right? Hey, Gustavo. Yeah, you can stick around. We're still sort of navigating through the free list. We're actually on a donation reading at the minute. I hope that that was useful for you, Pearl, in terms of this situation, because I think that it's going to play out, I guess, in terms of how you manifest your next job. That's why I'm saying what I said to you, beautiful, because obviously the next job's coming in the next couple of weeks, right? That may probably be for the best, because I think that they said, so Paul said that they said they might try hiring a younger girl this time. The younger ones usually stick around for about 6 months. Yeah, like 6 months. No, it's not a long time, but I think with a lot of their habitual patterns that they can't really seem to see, they're not really realizing why the staff turnover and retention is like, staff retention's not really great, but the staff turnover is actually like really high. So I think they aren't necessarily aware as to what it is that they seem to be doing to manifest these situations, as far as people just kind of like, you know, not necessarily being present with the situation per se, and just kind of like doing their own thing for the most part. So yeah, it's more of an internal thing, but we don't want to end up in one of those spaces again, right? They have a lot of issues they need to work on. 100%, girl. And now that you've basically, they were your rebound, okay, after the previous situation, and now we move into greatness, right? Now we move into greatness, pal. Okay, we've done the rebound, you know, work dating, dated that job, the rebound situation, we got it out of our system. It didn't work out. Moving forward, I'd recommend definitely with the next job, and honestly, because everywhere we go, we're dealing with imperfect human beings, right? But there's certain things that you want to be able to have and understand in moving into your next situation. Don't manifest your manifesting from a place of what you don't want. Focus on the things that you do want, because for the most part, it seemed like when you were manifesting this particular role, you had all of the things that you didn't necessarily want, which is why it creeped up very, very like unexpectedly for you. Do you see what I'm saying? It started to show up, I believe, after you took a couple of sick days, you mentioned. Then you started to see certain things, and it started to really then reveal to you who they are. What you want to do in manifesting the next job is focusing on the things that you do want, and how those things are going to be able to come to you. And I think that that's going to make a world of difference in terms of how things actually play out with the situation. Yes, y'all, I am using my church fan. I'm so hot. I'm barely wearing any clothes. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. But I hope that that was useful for you, Pearl, because there's some things that you're actually still reconsidering about, like how you're manifesting the job situation moving forward. But you do get one next month. It's already on the cards. I took those sick days for my mental health and needed them to keep going. That part, exactly that part, Pearl. I think also, you know, like another thing. So, okay, what I would say that you learn in this situation is that you want to manifest a workplace where your mental health is also a key priority for them. So, when you start to look, you look for workplaces that are aligned with that as well. I think a new job is coming September. That's what all my readings have said. There's going to be opportunities that shows up for you within the next 2 to 3 weeks. That's up to you in terms of whether or not you take those opportunities, but there's definitely going to be opportunities that shows up for you within the next 2 to 3 weeks. July season was like the third week of July was what I saw in terms of like being able to previously when we obviously read previously before. So those opportunities are still going to sort of come through. It's whether or not it aligns with exactly what it is that you're looking for. As you're trying to manifest, there you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. So as you try to sort of like manifest what it is that you're looking for, just be affirmatively clear about what it is that you're looking for in terms of the work environment and some of the things that you need them to have as well. I definitely stick that in there in terms of your scripting, that mental health is important to the work environment. And also people are accountable. I think that that's one of the biggest ones. I don't know if you took that into consideration when you were manifesting this job previously, but you need integral people because it's going to be key in terms of how long you're able to be in that environment for, because you have there's an intolerance to like non-integral behaviors when it comes to the workspace. So I definitely say put that on your scripting list for what it is that you're manifesting, my love. Definitely 100%. Oh, damn. Thank you, Batty G. That's what's up. Oh, I'm not even on like my YouTube. I'd have made you a moderator. Appreciate it though. But yes. So, oh, hi, pretty. Free list is closed. The donation list is open, my love. We've got quite a few people on the free list at the minute that we need to get through. So, yeah. Sorry. Pearl, you can throw your second question at me. I hope that that was, I hope that that was good for you. Okay. That's okay, pretty. Feel free to, I guess, stick around just in case anybody misses their opportunity on the free list, because that happens too. Or tune in next week. Oh, next week, guys. Next week's going to be a tricky situation. I do have to give you guys a heads up. So I've got auntie time next weekend. So I think we're probably going to be reading around about 8 o'clock on the Sunday because I'm going to be dropping everybody off from earlier in the afternoon. And I'm hoping to make it back to mine by around about 6, 7-ish in the evening, so that we can do our live because I've got work the next day on the Monday. Oh, snaps for you, Mama. I'm also basically going to be in that class with you next year as well. I'm going back for psychology as of February, to basically get a piece of paper so that God can continue to open certain doors for me. So I hear you. I hear you, my love. There's certain things. Yeah. we're all going to be sitting some classes next year, I guess, my love. Yeah, yeah. Well, God said that basically they're not going to receive me without my psychology degree. Basically, it's unfortunate, but he knows his humans, right? He knows where we're at. So I'm gonna go and get them their little piece of paper, and then he can properly position me for where he needs to take me, so I can deliver a lot of this information about spiritual psychology. Oh, girl, you and me both. I can't be around people because even I go into work 1 day a week, and even then, like I have so many people's spirits that will come and they start talking to me and telling me to pass on message. Like, listen, we can't. Mm-mm, mm-mm. I can't do. I have one person that I've passed on a message to, and he's probably the only person that I will continue to pass on messages to. He's the only person I'm okay to let his spirit guides, utilize me to deliver information. There's only one other person actually that I would be open to, but she isn't open to that just yet. So her spirits are waiting until she's open to be able to give me the insight to relate to her. But yeah. Right. So Pearl's second question is, I've decided I'm going back to uni next year to do my master's in teaching to be a high school drama / English teacher. Oh, again, snaps for Pearl. Love that. Love, love, love. Definitely think that. Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. God's taught me about spiritual psychology. So now where he's taught me about spiritual psychology, I need to get a piece of paper so that they can approve God's work, basically, because he needs me to deliver certain things. It's so funny that, but we move anyways, Paul. We're gonna do the assignments. I love that for you though. Like genuinely, I love that for you as far as like the teaching thing. And I like the subject matters that you've like taken on board, because I think that you will touch kids when it comes to drama. You'll be able to kind of like really pull some stuff out of them, like really pull some stuff, and really take them deep within themselves to be able to draw from that place, But yes, guys, so how do we see the uni situation going for Pearl next year? That's nice. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Clarify to me. Oh. Ah. Yeah. Oh, I get that, Pearl. I think you'd be actually really, really good at that. I think because that's what I see you being able to do. Can you not, is there nothing for you to be able to kind of like do something online? The only reason why I'm asking is because I think that that's a natural talent for you, and you would actually really be able to like dig deep and utilize the dramatization of like experiences to help children through the process of some of the things that they navigate through. Actually, I think you'd be very, very dope at that. Naturally, it would be a natural skill set for you, because you can see it's like you have the lens basically for it to really be able to take them deeper into certain things. Oh, thank you guys. Sorry, I'm like still unpacking the stuff over here. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay, Pearl. Sorry. It was the way that I said your name, like I was about to, like you're in trouble or something. Sorry about that, my love. But I am about to have a serious conversation with you. You may be tested to walk away from the situation. You may be tested to, and that's why I had to unpack it a little bit more so I could get the full context of it. It's like I came back and I was like, right. No, because I have to have a serious conversation with you about the dynamics of the situation. So because it's going to be strenuous and it is going to be exhausting. So you may be tempted to walk away from the situation because it almost proves to be very, very intense as far as like just feeling completely restless, feeling completely burnt out, like you're doing too much, for lack of a better way of putting it. Yeah. So what's going to be key for you is organization and time management. Those are going to be some of the key aspects and variables with the situation for you. What they're saying to me is that you may get to a point where you feel like it's just mentally depleting, like mentally depleting. So you may have to request certain times as well. Exactly. That's a situation that becomes a lot it becomes very strenuous, like mentally it becomes very, very strenuous. So I think as you kind of like navigate through the process of the situation, it's about really being able to kind of like identify why you're doing what you're doing and what the focus is, and keeping those as your motivation factors to keep going with what you're doing and maintain doing what you're doing, because your path may easily be deterred. I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to be quite the challenge for you. And you may be tempted to actually walk away. Sorry, I was asking, will you actually walk away? For the most part, it's just moments where you're having to navigate through like being emotionally overwhelmed. So you might step back, but be sure to keep focused on the goal, because that's really where you're going to be tested with the process of this. Okay, my love. Let's go and dive into, firstly, I'm going to dive into how you can work your light whilst you're in the space, because it seems like it's going to obviously be quite a mentally draining situation for you. And then because it's mentally draining, it's going to be physically exhausting as a result, right? So I want to see how you can work your light whilst you're in this space, and then we'll go to the angelic guidance for you. Okay, what can Pearl do as she navigates, guys? How can she work through this space? Thank you. Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay. So what they're saying is this is a part of the divine plan. You're seeding the seeds that you're kind of like planting. You're seeding the light that you're planting. And I think, like I said, the actual drama therapist thing would be so ideal for you, because I actually really do see you being able to kind of like change lives. As you're navigating through the process, they're saying it's not necessarily about where you're being called to journey to. It's actually more about shifting your vibration when you kind of navigate through those low vibrating moments where it feels like, oh my God, I'm exhausted. Oh my God, I don't have enough time. Oh my God, I've got to do this assignment. Oh my God, there's so many things that are just going to come up where it's like your peace it's almost non-existent, basically, because of all of the pressures of everything that you have. But But it's not all doom and gloom. Like I said, this is all about prioritization and time management, because you can navigate through the process of this based on those factors and variables to the situation. Okay. They are saying as well that as long as you kind of like leap and go first, the universe will catch you. It's not necessarily about kind of like being too protected, or being overly protective towards yourself on the situation. It's about trusting the path that you're on, so that you can kind of allow for yourself to be able to manifest greatness, manifest the divine plan that is actually playing out at the minute. Yeah. I do think and believe that you'll be able to kind of like get to that place of security when it comes to this situation. But it's one of those things where you're going to have to navigate through just a few aspects of just feeling unhappy about the process. Okay, my love. What is the overall guidance for our girl Pearl as she navigates through the process next year then, guys? Yeah, what is the overall? Thank you, guys. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting, Pearl. So they're saying that this may also incorporate romance class in under a year from now as well. So they definitely sort of support this for you. And their sort of advice on you kind of moving forward is that, there is going to be a romance situation. That is able to be manifested from this, right? I was like, oh, yes, we love that. It was like that when I did my bachelor's and I made it through. Exactly, exactly that. I think obviously you. Oh, I get with you, bro. I get with you. No, I think obviously, like, as you kind of like navigate through the process, I know you're going to be doing like the home stuff, but I think there's actually going to be room and premise for you to be able to, like, being in that space for some reason. It actually aligns you with a romantic potential. Yeah. It aligns you with a romantic potential. That situation can play out, I want to say maybe 7 to 8 or 9 months, depending on how things actually like manifest with the situation. So it's like the alignment of you getting to that timeline, basically, where it's a possibility for the new romance and love situation. Yeah. That's cute. I like that. I like that for you. But I think that everything that you're kind of like navigating through at the minute, yes, you are right to leave the previous job because it wasn't necessarily it. Now it's obviously brought up other alternatives that you're looking into as far as the long-term situation, which is great. And as you go through the uni situation, the universe supports it for you. Your angel supports it for you, and they actually want you to be able to kill it. Get that Queen of Pentacles energy going. Okay. But I hope that that was useful for you, my love. Right. We've got Shaylee next on the list. Then we've got Dazzling Empress, Baddie G, KTG, Kayla, Ash 13, and Sammy. Right. So hopefully we've got. They need to find their ideal staff member who they may never find. Yeah, no, I honestly, I think what they said about like the 6 month thing, they would be better off doing it like that, because there seems to be something within the environment that just isn't really giving, like definitely isn't really giving. So it's just one of those things. Okay, Chaylee, thank you for your question as well. God, I've got so many jobs. I got laptops going off at like 12:24 on a Sunday morning. Tell me about oh guys, seriously, it tickles me actually. It really genuinely does tickle me. Okay, Charlie, we're gonna go and dive into it. I haven't had a drink in a minute actually. Oh. How's the Saturn retrograde been treating you, Mama? Obviously, it's happening in our sun, and you did mention it's happening in a few other places. I think you said you're on Lilith as well, as something else as well. And we know how the energies are treating you is very, very sensitive right now, guys. I was actually saying earlier as well, but I didn't get to sort of like complete because I was cautious of, not sidetracking too much, but like being in this type of climate, be mindful, okay? Because in the Saturn retrograde, there's these decisions can plague us for like years. And when I say years, I mean literally potentially decades in some cases, depending on how long it takes us to actually be willing to look at some of those issues. I know you were saying sort of like last week, you were saying that obviously the process of everything that you're navigating through at the minute is just kind of like causing a bit of, lack of desire, I guess, lack of desire for life. What's going on, girl? Look, guys, come on. Let's help our girl Chaley out. So much going on at the minute. Right, Betty G. Love, man. We're sending some love her way, as always. Sorry. That's me, like, giving you a little... Oh, listen, I'm telling you, there's like so much going on at the minute. Okay. Make it very clear, please. What does Training need to know? Thank you. Oh, that's too bad. That part, we are sending some big hugs to our girl Chaley. Definitely, guys. Oh, I love how we just rally together. We'll definitely be sending some good positive energy your way, my love. I think what they're sort of saying with the situation is interesting because this is the energy that we're navigating through, my love. We're navigating through Five of Cups energy. That's about as much as they want to say on the situation as well. That part, Baddie G. There's definitely beautiful experiences on the way. So it's interesting because they're saying that there's frustrations. You're navigating through some processing of like some of the disappointments, some of the desires, I guess, that have died during the course of this last moon transit. Oh, I'm telling you, the Sagittarius full moon was so realistic. It made anything that was like an illusion, like the veil just came down like that and it was gone. Basically, it was completely gone. Thanks to, again, actually, a large in part to the Sagittarius, not the Scorpio full moon, which was a lunar eclipse just before that, because that was the last full moon cycle that we went through, and there were like inevitable endings that were sort of clearing out. But they're sort of saying that, you're navigating through definitely some sorrows, my love, which is causing some frustrations. How are you processing the Daniel stuff at the minute? Answer me on that situation, because they're saying that there's some hold-offs and delays that's also actually playing a part with this situation. Where are you with the processing? of that. We're going to go a little bit deeper into stuff as well, you know. Look at you, girl. I like your little DP, Ari. That's cute. Oh, what you cooking, girl? Come on, guys. Let's see about our girl Cheney. Elaborate for me on this Five of Cups energy. Yesterday, he essentially told me I'm not good enough and he met someone else. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mama. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was the that's what I was literally just sort of speaking on in terms of the bereavement. It's literally the death of something. Ouch, Cheney. Okay, let's dive into it. Oh, no, it's not necessarily that you're not good enough. He's not really willing to do the level of work that you actually would sort of require to maintain growing together. That's the reality, really. He kind of is comfortable where he's at right now. And he wants someone on that level that's going to allow for him to be able to continue to basically like make excuses as to why he's not needing to kind of like, you know, do better. Oh, I love that. Enjoy your tacos, Mama. That sounds good. My mom does love a good ground turkey as well. She is more than enough, right? That part, definitely more than enough. I think obviously it's just one of those things. He wasn't willing to do the work, Baddie G. So there was a lot of projecting towards her. And I think the exactly. He didn't necessarily ask anything of him. It was just something that was natural for him to actually want to do. And it's okay to have standards as well. I think if anything, you know, this is also an opportunity, I guess, that God's giving you again. And I have to be honest in terms of how it's kind of like coming. God's giving you an opportunity to be able to, you know, yeah, see, it's funny because they're like, he was vibrating too low. He was vibrating too low. It was a settling situation. And I think that, like, they're saying that God's giving you an opportunity to elevate your standards. You don't have to settle for these types of counterparts anymore. Yes, the other types of counterparts are a lot more challenging to find. It's a bit difficult to find, you know, a man who has a certain level of emotional intellect as well as being able to be cognizant of his own reality, right? He was really mean. Oh, let me go back, sorry. um yeah, no, I can imagine about it hurting. He was really mean about it randomly when we were just fine 2 nights prior. You guys weren't fine, Shaylee. I think like I have to be like very honest with you in terms of the things that they say to me, because I think that your perception on reality sometimes can be a little bit skewed depending on you wanting to feel comfortable, even though really you know the truth of the situation, right? So that's why they're kind of like putting certain things across to you. You have abundant will, because we speak about like free will, but I'm changing that word because people think that that means that they actually have a choice in certain matters. You don't. It doesn't work like that. It simply means you have a plethora of choices, but ultimately the destination is still the same. you are designed by something outside of yourself. And I'm not just speaking to you here, Shaylee. I'm speaking like in general, because I was actually having this conversation with a girlfriend of mine the other day, and she was like, this free will thing, like why is it like a thing where people are like misconstruing the perception on it? I don't know. I think it's the perception that free will means that they can do what they want. So I'm changing the dynamic of that word to abundant will, which means that you have a plethora of choices, but ultimately the destination's the same. You were designed for a particular purpose, and said purpose ultimately is always what plays out, because we see it for ourselves. God will overrides everything. It's just the way that life works, right? Which is why I try my best to be obedient. And then when I can't, like, get on the same page, I just start to negotiate. I just start negotiating. I'm like, right, well, this is like a nice little space where I can, do that. I think, honestly, Charlie, coming back, obviously, maybe being a different species, because the other species, they aren't necessarily governed by abundant will. You know what I mean? They move on their own intuitive system. They do as they're told. It's effortless for them. They don't have any resistance for the most part to what they are designed to do. So I think maybe being a different species, I guess, and coming back, that might be a little bit less, because I think with the human process and going through the actual like animals, for instance, like they feel things too. I've got a cancer cat son. I've got a cancer cat son, who generally tends to be quite emotional, but he just deals with it because he's an animal. He's designed to be that way. Whereas humans, obviously, we kind of tend to be a little bit, complacent, and we're also out for instant gratification because we constantly want to feel pleasure. So the pain points that we have to navigate through to get to like the pleasureful experiences can be one of those things. The reality is God didn't necessarily do anything to you, in all honesty, right? Okay. We do love you for the most part. Watch me prove that wrong. That's okay, my love. That's okay. Your ego is clearly navigating through a contraction at the minute, because obviously you've just navigated through some rejection, so your walls are up. We're not here to fight you, my love, to be honest. We're actually just here to pour some love into you. Nothing that I'm saying to you. I'll tell you why it's not a case of proving me wrong, because life has already proven that to be the reality, my love. I'm not here to, give an opinion on anything. I'm always here to give the facts on situations. Right. And the reality of the situation. No, I don't think you're fighting me. I think that there's an internal battle that's actually taking place at the minute. I think the fact of the situation with that's why I just explained, because of the rejection that occurred yesterday, the ego is now contracting. It's not necessarily in a space of expansion. So there's a lot of resistance that is going to be navigated. You know what I mean? But I think, honestly, genuinely, you tend to have a certain picking. And I think that the Daniel situation, in terms of the way that, everything's kind of like transpired, I believe that, God, the universe, the guides are really trying to show you that you don't necessarily have to kind of like pick in that same way. And you do deserve more, and your standards are, elevating to a point where it's not necessarily having to settle. And again, like, with the practicing healthy love, I think that that's what God's also trying to sort of like do with the situation, because the love at the minute, is very, yeah, there's so much in there. Like, even when I look at it, they're showing me like so many different compartments, because love is like, it's like the oxygen that we breathe, right? There's lots of different like aspects to that very thing. and there's so many different compartments to it. And for the most part, it's like God's taking out some of the aspects of your love based on certain traumatic experiences that you've had, that has like given you this perception on love that's rather a little bit unhealthy for you, right? Unhealthy for you in the sense that that love doesn't work in your favor, because the way in which the love has actually been manifesting itself has been very much serving the favor of others, unfortunately. And I keep doing this to kind of like put it into context, because that's how they're showing me, like, these are some of the things that God's like, you know, taking out of you. He's removing these things from you at the minute, and the angels are kind of like working, doing their job as well, because when you're kind of like in that place with these situations, how can I put it? It's like, oh, but my love is unconditional. I'll tell you something, as much as we talk about like God's unconditional, God's love is unconditional. Even God's love comes with boundaries. Actually, that's the reality. We have to, he has a certain standards, and that's the reality. Don't tell me who I choose to love is settling. I will love who I want to. That's fine, my love, but I'm also going to be very honest with you about the reality of what it is that you're doing. I'm actually navigating through that process with people in general, where I'm navigating through these contracted egos. So join the list, for lack of a better way of putting it, Shady. I have to be honest, because that's the season that I'm navigating through, and that's the season that I'm also in as well. And that's kind of like where God has asked me to start engaging in my relationships from. But the truth is, the reality is, you keep getting the same results that you're getting because you keep picking the same way in which you've always picked. And as much as you want a different result, this contracted ego isn't going to be the one to provide said result that you like, because it's going to have you do the same thing and end up with the same result, and be in the same place, even though God is trying to give you an opportunity to be able to make, you know, things a little bit easier. Let's go back. I don't appreciate you saying it was just a little rejection there, because that makes me upset. It's way more than that. I'm sure it feels that way, my love. Right. And I'm not taking your feelings for granted. I'm simply just speaking about the emotional dialect in terms of what's taking place neurologically speaking, because this is what's occurring with your ego because of the responsory reaction to the rejection of, again, choosing a certain type of person that had a high probability basically of exhibiting these types of behaviors just based on who they are in their own reality. That rejection has caused the ego to contract. So there's now areas where the ego is just like really rigid. It's not in an expansive state where it can, you know, be open. And maybe even in this space, as we kind of continue to pour some love into you, we're still going to pour some love into you, right? Because obviously now it's a different type of situation where you're navigating through your own sort of like pain point with the situation. And I think even in general, I myself, right, and I'll put this to you to put it into context. Even myself, navigating through my own situation, my own relationship for like 12 years. This year, or this season of events, this was my first birthday that I didn't spend with my partner, his first birthday that I didn't spend with him because God said so. It was just that simple, because God said so, not because I didn't want to be there, but God was like, nope, this isn't healthy. And if you move yourself back into this space, you're going to get the same result. Do you want the same result? I'm like, no. You know, we don't want the same result. The whole definition of quote unquote crazy is to do the same thing expecting different results. So I couldn't do the same thing that I had always done. God's just doing that, period. Like collectively, you will see during this season, you'll see a lot of breakups that are taking place because, again, the spirit of narcissism is being held accountable. And as God is holding that spirit accountable, he's also protecting his empaths, because we also have a tendency to be unhealthily empathetic as well, right? Toxic empathy is also a thing as well. And as we're learning how to find the right balance with that, whilst the narcissist learns to find more of a balance within themselves to care about somebody else other than themselves, it's just one of those classes that we're going through. I am sorry, like genuinely sorry, Chaley, that obviously the situation that you've gone through with Daniel's really kind of like, hit home. Like genuinely, that's why I'm having a conversation where I'm being honest with you, because I think that I'm going to do you a disservice if I'm not honest with you. And I just kind of like, allow you to go through your spiral without any means of being able to come to any cognition of the reality of what can be done, because, okay, the Daniel situation kind of is what it is at the minute, right? Yet, and however, it's one of those things where as you move forward, there's still certain things that you're going to have to, move through when it comes to this. I am sorry that things have kind of like played out as it has for you. And we definitely want you to be able to kind of like move through the situation and get to a place where, you can be received and loved and accepted for who you are. I mean, there's no judgment here. We're not judging you for the process of decisions that you've made. I'm not even telling you that, you shouldn't love this person. I'm simply saying to you that loving this person is going to yield you this type of result because of the dynamic that said person actually is navigating through internally. The probability of them being able to meet you at the same level of integrity is just not there. And I think that that's the conversation that I'm trying to have, because I think that that's also why, I guess, God is really giving us an opportunity to help learn a little bit more about where we need to exercise better boundaries. Not even God's love is unconditional. Like, I really have to put this across to people, because I don't know if people think that they're going to keep like fucking up, for lack of a better way of putting it, and then God's just going to keep being there. It doesn't work like that. Even God has standards. That's why we have religious books, because those are God's standards, right? God's like, you do this, you do this, you do this, you do this, you experience this, you experience. That's the way that life kind of unfolds. So as we are being made more into God's image, we're learning how to exercise better and healthier boundaries. But I think with the situation that you're kind of like navigating through with the process with Daniel, for the most part, it's interesting because obviously when I elaborated on said Five of Cups, right? We did get Five of Cups again, because this was an inevitable path that you must navigate, unfortunately, but it's a rite of passage at the same time as well. But it's actually in reverse. So it does let me know that there is going to be a point of acceptance and being able to forgive and move forward, right? That's the whole point of this moment right here. This is, again, a death of an old situation to give you an opportunity to be able to recover. And really, like, it's about, and it's interesting as well, kind of like seeing the situation. It's really about learning about the things that causes you to get to this point of being completely hopeless, and how we make decisions that potentially torment our own selves, actually. Because a lot of the times where I would be mad at God or say certain things at God, he just reminds me, he glides me back in the memory bank to the moment that like he told me not to make that decision, and I made it anyways, because I was like, yeah, well, I feel like this, so. And then there's nothing that I can do. At that point I was like, oh, I did do that, right? But with the dynamics of everything that you're navigating through, like right now with the situation, obviously you're navigating through some lack of faith, a little bit of despair is definitely in the process as well. Obviously, this is a major arcana for you as well. It's a major shift in terms of the process that you're navigating through. But you'll find your strength, my love. Like, this is really to also build your strengths and also allow for you to be able to really see and identify your strengths and really kind of like acknowledge and execute on those, you know? So it's really just a case of like a juggling act and really being able to figure out how to prioritize, because this is a rite of passage, and it's like really understanding where and when you need to prioritize yourself, because sometimes you can be so selfless, it is at the own cost of yourself. And I think God's helping you to find the right balance with that as well, my love. Sorry, I think that there's new comments. Let me go down, have a look and see. Will you please look at the message I posted? Oh no, you stopped there. Stop calling it my fucking ego. Okay, we're gonna watch our language, because respect is also a thing for me. I'm not swearing at you despite the intensity of the language. And I know you're not meaning it to me, but that language is quite triggering in general. It's my heart, it hurts. Yes, your heart hurts, my love, but your ego is processing said hurt, which is why we're getting this type of behavior, basically, because the ego has become rigid as it's processing the pain. So badly, it feel in my whole body. Oh my God, I'm done. Thank you. I said I didn't want to talk about it. That's fine, my love. Clearly, that's what needed to be spoken about. And the suppression isn't necessarily going to make it go away, in all honesty, but I'll pray for you. That's what I can say with the situation. Hope you're okay. It's toxic empathy, girl. Trust me, it's a whole thing, okay? It's a whole thing. Sometimes we want to do more than what God is asking us to do, okay? Because we're driven by superhero syndrome, okay? The only person that needs to be saved is ourselves. Anytime superhero syndrome is activated, it means that there's a wound that one is actually trying not to acknowledge. So we're trying to help other people as a way to validate our own pain and trauma, so that we can feel like, oh my God, I've just helped someone. Do you see what I'm saying? It's very, very like mentally messed up, actually. But it's what we do. It's how we've learned to cope, actually. Why do I never get treated the same as other women who come into my work and they, oh, Antoinette, oh, I'm sorry, mama. Listen, we're in Saturn retrograde season at the minute. The why isn't necessarily going to be the thing that helps you. You only learn the why at the other end of your testimony. What you can ask yourself is, what purpose is this process serving you up until this point, so that God can reveal the why to you as you navigate through the unfolding, right? Don't worry. Mina said religious books help a lot in understanding God's standards. That part, Mina, exactly that. And also helps one navigate through pain better. Exactly why I do my Bible studies, girl. Because literally God called me to church on Zoom last week, because I had already had a wall up that was so big that I couldn't even hear God, because my ego was so rigid with me processing the levels of disrespect, basically. And God was like, no, you have to forgive. Okay, not for the other person, but you can't hear me behind that big wall that you're basically like putting up against that person. That wall is also causing a divide between me and you as well. And I had to be like, oh, my bad. Let me bring that down a bit. That part. Pain is inevitable, 100%. It's just we need to learn from what is required. 100%, Mina. 100%. Wow, I shouldn't have come back. Thanks. Bye. You're now calling me mentally messed up and that my empathy is toxic. That's fine. That's okay, Charlie. Honestly, the guides had already told me I think it was on Wednesday, about the relationship dynamic and your levels of toxicity, because you're, for lack of a better way of putting it, the way that they gave it to me is that there can tend to be like moments of delusion. And I get that because I'm Pisces myself as well. I tend to be a bit dreamy as well. But I've had to learn how to manage my reality versus what I would like for the situation to be. So don't worry, no sweat off my back. There was already a warning on the situation. I respect your honesty. I wish you well, I guess, on your journey. And yeah, I hope you find what it is that you're looking for, genuinely. What I said to you was all facts. I wasn't lying to you. I wasn't saying anything to hurt your feelings because they're already hurt. Obviously, this is a conversation that we needed to have because this was going to be unraveling anyways. I got the download on that on Wednesday because the old me as well, because I myself as well have recently gone through an updating. The old me would have tolerated certain behaviors like this from people similarly, like yourself, when it comes to disrespect. But it's just something that God's cleaning up in my life in general, unfortunately. So I wish you well, my love. No hard feelings. I'm here to just call it as it is. I'm just a messenger. Okay, but I do love you nonetheless. I think it's just a recourse, unfortunately. We have to be all on the same vibrational level to be able to kind of like experience each other. And if we're not on that vibrational level, unfortunately, we transition out of each other's lives. It's just the way that things works. But I wish you well. God be with you. I know it was a case of like F God and all that lot, but I mean, that's what you are, essentially, you know, a fractal of it underneath the layers of this human state. So may God bless you, my love. Always. No hard feelings. Okay. Kindly respect the reader and understand she is trying to help you. I felt called out too. Oh, girl, listen, it is what it is. It's just what it is. I'm just very honest. You know, I have to be. It's a part of my assignment. One of the first things that I had to learn how to do is to be honest, firstly with myself, so that I can learn how to be more honest with people. That's why I can even say, like, with the situation with like the Chaley stuff, they already like spoke to me about this on Wednesday, because there was going to be some stuff that was erupted. That was probably the day that I guess Daniel's behavior started to shift into a certain type of way, and you know, certain things were starting to unravel in a certain way, you know. Just because I love someone does not mean I want to change or save them. That's not my place. So all right then, that's okay, my love. It's not about wanting to change someone. It's really that you want something that is basically not at the standard that that person can give you. They can't give that to you. They don't possess it. But it's like you keep hitting a brick wall, telling yourself, oh, I love them, I love them, I love them. You're not going to get anything from it. And I don't know what else to say to you with the situation, because it's like the more I speak to you on it, the more triggered you're getting. Do you see what I'm saying? So you actually would prefer to be in denial about the reality of the situation, and that's fine. You know, I don't know what else to say, but I'll pray for you nonetheless. No hard feelings, genuinely. Let's see. Hiya, Rachel. You are really being hurtful right now. I'm very disappointed and very sad. Says the person that swore at me because they feel like they're expressing themselves. We're not going to project here. I was being very honest, and my truth hurt you. That's the reality of the situation, because you were living in a different state of denial and disillusion, and my truth gave perspective to said denial and disillusion. So that hurt even more about the reality of the situation. Eventually, I have faith that we may recourse and you will be able to be on a different path where you're able to receive this information not as a trigger for you, but actually as an opportunity for you to be able to implement some stuff in your manifesting process moving forward, because that's really what I come here to do. Everybody knows that. Literally, when we come into this space, it's to unpack, see what we need to do, see what we need to work at, do those things, and actually get to a better place in terms of the things that we're trying to manifest. I can't say I'm sad. I think I basically, what I learned over the course of this week was that I enabled a lot of behaviors to the point where people felt like it was okay to do certain things or treat me a certain type of way. God's not really having that anymore, especially because I am so obedient. And I am so diligent. So I was already previously warned, which is why I can actually sit into this space and actually have this dialogue the way that I'm having the dialogue, because it's just as triggering for me too. You've called me out for me being honest, basically, and because of my honesty, it's left you feeling a certain type of way. I'm probably not the person for you. I literally spoke to a client maybe a couple of weeks ago who let me know she went to other readers because she wanted to be lied to make her ego feel better. And I'm okay for people to do that too. Like, she's fully aware that that's what she was doing at the time. And if she comes here, this is what she's going to get. So, it is what it is, my love. This was not, what did I say to you that was so bad, Shaylee? I told you the truth. I'm sorry that the truth hurts. I wasn't rude to you about it. I did my best in being tactile at delivering said truth, but it was the truth. Reality is proving it to you to be the truth. It's not something that Shakima's saying to you. I'm explaining to you that is your actual reality. That is your actual reality. I'm not making these things up. I'm explaining to you what it is that you're navigating through and why it is that you're potentially navigating through these things. And as painful as it may have been to receive the things that I have to say, I do still pray that these seeds actually manifest over your life, because I do want better for you than, you navigating through these situations where you're going into these experiences with these people that aren't going to give you what it is that you're looking for, because they don't have it. They just don't. They don't have the emotional depth or capacity. They don't have the mental, how can I put it? The mental expansion, in essence, to be able to give you certain things. And that's okay. You know what I mean? It's just what it is, my love. It's okay. But I do hope and pray that you find somebody that is more aligned to what it is that you're looking for, because I think that that's what God's teaching you with this situation. I do believe that God's actually teaching you to be able to actually learn how to be open to new perspectives, in the sense of just because a feeling is present, you'll get one in 17 seconds. It's up to you whether or not you wanted to shift said feelings, because they move. We get one every 17 seconds. It's like thoughts. They move every 19 seconds, because it takes them like 2 seconds after receiving, like us deciding what feeling we're going to be processing, and then the thought then manifests itself. But no arguments on my part. I'm sorry that my honesty was too much for you. And I'm sorry, I'm going to apologize to you as well for basically stroking said ego previously, to the point that this level of honesty feels hurtful to you, because that's really that's my part in these situations as well. God's already had that conversation with me about me leveling up to this level of honesty, like 100% honesty, whereas I've been giving people like honesty, but because I've been like refining my words and trying my best to be able to meet them at where they're at, it's also caused a lot of distortions in terms of the way that I engage and interact with people. So I apologize if I had given you the impression that there was going to be a little bit of a gentler approach on the situation. I've grown in the last couple of weeks. That I don't know what else to tell you. I did shed a lot during the previous cycle, because I was shedding basically my mom's tendency to, I was an anxious communicator because I couldn't tell the truth. My mom would make me feel anxious about being honest, basically, because she didn't know how to receive the truth. So I would say things to make her feel more comfortable. I shedded that during my last feminine cycle. And as I released those tissues, I was reborn. I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry, my love. Unfortunately, obviously, this version doesn't necessarily align. I was not being disrespectful towards you. That's okay, Shaylee. Differences in opinion. I'm sure Mina also had to tell you to be respectful. So again, this is what I'm speaking about in terms of the disillusioned state. Your feeling and the actual reality of situations can be very different. And just because you didn't intend to be disrespectful doesn't mean that you haven't been. But I don't mind. It just kind of is what it is. It was just a process that we had to go through, right? It's cool. No hard feelings, right? Dazzling Empress, Ari, kindly post your questions. Yeah, Amina. Thank you there. Perfect. Your way of being honest is telling me that I am just delusional. Yeah, you just proved it again. Like by saying that you hadn't been disrespectful, and I'm clearly showing you that you have been, because I'm not the only person that basically had to ask you to watch your language in the space, because this is a space for people. I'm not making these things up about you, Chaley. I just pray and hope that God can actually, like, you know, when you come down from this, because it takes about 3 days for an ego to kind of like get down from like a real big pain point. I hope that when you do come down from this, you will be able to kind of like receive the honesty, and see that I'm not trying to basically be rude. I've literally said, I also have the same tendency, being a Pisces myself. I have to hold myself accountable to being honest with the reality of situations versus what I would like it to be. Okay. These things make you human. And I don't know what else you would like me to say in the process of it, because it seems like there's a bit of a breakup that's taking place all around, and I don't know why that is. But I really do pray and hope that whatever this is that is moving through you as far as this pain point that is causing obviously like friction to create divides and disconnections, I pray for you on it. Like, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm being honest. I'm sorry that my 100% level of honesty isn't necessarily aligning. Kind of is what it is. Right? This was the last straw. I was never in denial. That's fine. That's okay. You can, whatever it takes for you to kind of like get to that place of feeling better in this moment, do that. I hope and pray, however, when you come down from this ego in the next 3 days, because this is basically rejection attached to your ego, when you come down from this in the next 3 days or so, you'll be able to receive some of the things that were said and actually work on some of these states of beings. Nobody's perfect, right? These are the things that we're here to work on. Me being a Pisces, again, I know that my tendency to be a little bit delusional is some of the things that I'm working on, actually. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just very honest with the work that I'm still doing on myself. I'm not perfect, never claimed to be perfect, not trying to be perfect. I'm simply trying to be better than what I am and have been, you know. But yes, my love, we are going down. I said I loved him. I did not say anything about the way he was treating me. I was not swearing at you. Chelly, kindly respect her for her honesty. You need to understand she never intended any harm. Exactly. Rather assist you through this. Exactly that part. Exactly that part, my loves. It's nothing. This was already pre-written, guys. Like this whole little situation right here. Because when I asked the guides, like, why would me and Chaley actually sort of like have a falling out? What's that about? This was before this situation actually manifested. I think it was on Wednesday. They knocked me while I was in the kitchen, telling me that this was basically coming up. So I can come obviously into this space and basically just navigate through what was an inevitable. When I asked why, it was like, you know, I'll find out when I'm in this space. I assumed that it had something to do with the Daniel situation, because I understood that that was quite triggering. And I know that I basically for lack of a better way of putting it, I've stroked the ego throughout the process where I haven't been as blunt, basically, with my words and my level of truth, right? And unfortunately, that phase of me died 2 weeks ago. And I really just want to be honest with you guys, like genuinely, that phase of me died 2 weeks ago. I had a conversation with my mom about how basically, like, I used to be an anxious communicator. And once I had that conversation, it dissipated. I was already going through the genetic purge on my cycle. So I no longer have a tendency to kind of be an anxious communicator. I just tell it like it is and trust that God will do the rest from there, because that's his job. Which is why I say that I'm going to pray for you, my love. Okay, dazzling Ari, possible zodiac looks and how they will be as a father. Will he be younger than me or older than me or same age? All of that. Definitely older than you. Definitely not younger than you. You wouldn't be able to kind of like hack that as far as like him being younger than you. Let me pop your question up as well. Okay. Let's go and dive into it. I'm sorry we weren't able to kind of like finish unpacking. Do you know what? I'm gonna actually, they're saying, do you know what? Just finish. Sorry, Ari. I'm actually going to advise Chaley on what the advice is for her in the process of what she's navigating through at the minute, because I'm sure it's going to be important. Okay, so thank you guys. Thank you. I wasn't sure if she was actually still in the space, but it's just one of those things that either way, I guess, when the time aligns, she can always come back into the space and have a look and see about the final outcome, I guess, in terms of the guidance. So what the guides, I guess, are saying with the situation is that, yes, there is and likely to be romance, but it's a case of forgiveness, I guess. That's kind of what you're going through when it comes to forgiving this yes romance that you've given. Again, I kind of already, I don't know if there's any point in me kind of going into the details of this, guys, because it may, as I unpack this may even be more triggering in terms of the dynamics, right? Because I feel like I already said this. It's the yeses that one's given in romance. Like, it's like, okay, I'm going to say yes to this person, but they're not actually going to meet any of my real personal desires because they're just not probable. So it's a case of forgiving that. Now just isn't necessarily the right time, I guess, for abundance. But there's something better they're saying. If you continue to remain positive and meditate on the answers, it's not necessarily about waiting for anyone. When it comes to the situation, there isn't necessarily a helpful group of people. It's actually a case of just choosing a new direction within the next couple of weeks, actually. Let me ask then, do you see Daniel coming back? Because he has a tendency to kind of like do this to her and then he kind of decides after the fact that he wants to try again. So do you see him coming back again with the process of this? Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh, I think there's like one card that's actually like upright, and that is the card that says play. So yeah, I guess as far as him with the situation, he's kind of used to this cycle, to be fair. I don't know what else to say. He's low-key used to this cycle. All of the energies are introverted, which means potentially both parties aren't necessarily exercising the connection that they have to the ancestors that walk beside them. They're not necessarily doing what they want to have manifest in the situation, kind of overthinking when it comes to certain dynamics of the situation, definitely aren't necessarily aligned, very misaligned in terms of what the intentions are versus the actions, what the desires are versus the candidate for said desire. Potential is there as far as for both. Both have the potential as far as the candidates, but and however, it's one of those things where there isn't necessarily a cellular activation, there isn't a transformation that's taking place at a cellular level. So the healing that needs to occur, unfortunately, actually isn't happening at a cellular level, probably because, again, that has to happen when the ego lets go. So what happens when we have the feelings? Those give rise to a consciousness that then attaches itself to our ego. When we are in that place of actually like moving through said ego, like if we can get that ego into an expansive state of perspective, that's when we then go into cellular activation, genetically speaking. So where there's not really like an alignment in terms of intentions and values basically being aligned, yeah, there's not really much that's kind of like taking place, but instead there's a bit of an awakening that's occurring. There's an energetic upgrade and a new way of being that's actually happening in terms of them both being able to integrate their own perception, right? I think for for Daniel, in terms of not taking things too seriously, he's already there in terms of that dynamic, and that's what's going to be experienced moving forward. And I think, again, with Chaley, they're also sort of advising, try not to take things too seriously, which is hard because obviously when we're navigating through pain points, how can one not be serious? So I do get it. I'm going to continue to pray for you, Mama. Yeah, I actually think that he may be tempted to, one last time, come back into the space, but it may be a little bit of a delay, up to 6 weeks. Up to 6 weeks. And I guess at that point, the choice is yours, my love. That part. Sorry, Ari, my love. I just had to go in there and do that because they're saying that I still needed to finish up and put the information out there because it's going to be crucial to later on, basically. Yeah. Hiya, Kylie. Dang, that was like 17 minutes ago. She's doing it selflessly. I said that you hurt me. I didn't call you out. What the fuck is happening right now? Hi, all, baddie. Hi, Ash. Goodbye. The only safe place I've had, and the only people that I was delusional in believing actually gave a crap about me. Thanks. Shaylee, you have to give a crap about yourself, my love. You keep putting yourself in these situations, and then it's almost like you set people up to hurt you. And I'm being honest with you because I literally had to release that same pattern myself, maybe I want to say like 15 to 18 months ago, which is why I don't feel any type of way about the situation, my love, because all of these things that you're spewing out, I myself have navigated through actually optimizing through a lot of these said spirits myself as well. Rejection can cause these types of outbursts and behaviors. So I do get it. That's why I said to you, I'm sorry for whatever's going on inside of you that is basically pushing people away at the minute. because unfortunately the very thing that you don't want, which is to obviously be alone, is what is going to manifest as a result of that. So we're not trying to, hurt you. I'm telling it like it is, because I've done you a disservice up until now by seeing something and saying nothing, actually, because I knew that your ego was quite rigid in terms of what you would be able to accept. So because of certain disillusions, I've had to basically give it to you to the degree that I knew that you could have taken it. And even then, I got met with resistances, because there's a certain perception that you have of yourself versus the reality of how you show up. And I just kind of had to give it to you raw at this point, because the change is inevitable. God is going to be doing something with you that is inevitable. So I hope that you find whatever it is that, God's doing in your life at this point. And I'm excited for you, even though you may not feel the same way about the process. Okay. We genuinely care for you, and Shakima tried her hardest to convey you the truth in an extremely docile way, which I did, Mina, and I don't think you're taking up for me. This is just the reality that we're navigating through. This was an inevitable unfolding. Like I said, I already got the download on Wednesday that basically this was going to be sort of showing up. Batty G, yes, girl, I need to find out. It is a nice question, right? Because she's asked before, to some degree, in terms of the sign, but now you're going a little bit deeper. So I'm intrigued to kind of see where it is and how we can actually get this going for you. I might already know this person. Oh, girl, yes, that part. Pain is meant to soften our hearts, not harden it. That part, Mina, definitely. Sorry, I'm slow coming into the chat down here, because it took me a while to kind of go through that process with Chaley. I know that she's navigating through a lot at the minute, and I genuinely do feel for her. But the honesty has to be delivered so that she can actually grow, because there's a certain perception, like I said, that she has of herself, which she's not all the way aligned with that perception just yet. It's just an intention at the minute. I'm gonna send Shakima a pic of that guy. Oh, girl, you did. I saw something come through on IG. You did. I know you did. 100%. 100%. Let me see. Okay, the guy on the left. Okay. Hold on. She did send me the photo, guys. Oh, snap. Oh, dude. You are optimizing on a whole new level. I'm glad you are growing in monogamous. Honestly, Mina, me too. And after having the conversation with my mom, where I released the anxiety that she basically instilled in me, in basically being honest, I had to basically stroke her ego with my honesty. I'm no longer doing that anymore, because she's basically given me such a blessing to let me know that I don't have to do that in my relationships anymore, now that she's normalizing for me just being able to be completely honest, not just honest to the degree that she wants to hear. Do you see what I'm saying? So now I'm able to be honest to the degree of reality, not just what people want to hear, because now she's, elevating the precedents. So I'm grateful. God is good. By younger than me, I mean a year or 2 years younger, or even a few months. Okay. I don't think I would go for a guy 2 years younger than me, though. I don't think you would either, girl. The few months I agreed with, yes, but definitely not the 2 years or so, right? So no. That was to finish up with Chaley's. That was to finish up with Chaley's reading when I was speaking about the forgiveness situation. That was because the guide said eventually she may need to come back in here to get her message, but that's why I had to finish it up, because unfortunately she wants to be not accountable to anything but herself. Unfortunately, respectfully, we're all only human, you know, God designed us. So it's like being like manufactured in a lab, and then, you know, when you get out of the lab and you have a whole different experience of life outside of the lab, you know, you basically want to take off the what's it called, the label that lets you know that you're actually from the lab and you belong to the lab. You're still from the lab. Like, God still runs this shit. I don't know what people think. We might not acknowledge him all the time. We may not want to acknowledge his presence and the fact that he basically, it's his will above everything. But the reality is, that's just how life works. That's just how life works. Yes, thank you, Batty G, for clarifying. I was just finishing up Chaley's reading. God damn, it took me a minute to get down into all these chats because I was busy. There we go, there we go, there we go. There we go. I'm finally there with you guys now, right? We're all the way together on the same page. We've lost a good trooper at this point. I love how your life is centered around God. I appreciate it. Mina, it's important to me, actually. I've had to let go of relationships with people because their relationship with God had been lacking. And they wouldn't understand my level of dedication and service to God because that's just not their reality. So we're going to continue to do this a lot of the times. And I find that every time I do a recommitment ceremony with God, the people that don't necessarily care for God too greatly tend to do this. Okay, where the people that are driven by their own motivations and their own egoic ideologies just naturally tend to fall to the wayside. Even now, I have people that are at a distance that God allows for me to check in and say, hey, but he's like, those aren't your people. You know, these are people that when the time is right, I still need you to be in contact with them so that you can continue to do your work with them. That's about it. I'm very obedient, actually. It's what we were designed for. I don't know about anybody else, but snap. I came here trying to like make my other lives better. So I think I already had lives where I was disobedient to God, which is probably why I'm this way this life, to be honest with you. Because I already learned the ramifications of those actions, that part. So our girl Ari wants to know who will be the father of her future children. So she wants to know the possible zodiac signs. Firstly, I think she wants first. Let me start with a crush. Okay, let me start with a crush because that's really what you want to know, firstly. So let's go there and dive into it. Okay. That's what she really wants to know, Batty. Okay, she wants to know, like, really. You see, if it's not him, then hopefully someone better. Yeah. No, definitely. Definitely. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, thank you. Okay. Interesting. Oh. Girl. Safe to say it's not him. But firstly, that's why I had to go and ask the question because I know like what we was really getting at in this space. But you guys will get to know each other. I think as you guys kind of like get to know each other, I guess you'll kind of learn that maybe it's not really for you as it is anyways, to be fair. So you're going to be navigating through that process a little bit. So yeah, that part. We're going to unpack the rest of it though, right? We want to understand that part. Okay. Future spouse, that part, we want to definitely keep the options open. Future spouse, we want to find like father of the children for Ari. What is it? What is it? What is it? Okay, thank you. Oh, I heard that apparently my father might be a Capricorn there. Maybe a different Capricorn. That I tell you, December Capricorns are also different to January Capricorns, to be fair. I will say that. Interesting. Interesting. They may be a Libra. They may actually be a Libra, actually. It's interesting. I think that they would be able to navigate through the balance of your like sporadic mood changes is what they're saying. Yeah, they'd actually be a Libra. Dear future husband, hashtag. But yeah. I'll take a Libra man over a Capricorn man. Yeah. Well, they're going to be a Libra in terms of the dynamics and the situation. I think it's one of those things. Well, this is the thing. It seems that Libra men like you too, girl. It seems that Libra men seems to be a very good fit for you in terms of partnerships. It seems like the attraction's already there, right? Jan is different. You are absolutely right there, Katie. 100%. Yeah, the connections there in terms of being able to have like the attraction and being able to bring the partnership together and being able to have like a unified connection. And I think that they'll be able to kind of like be support. Oh, as a dad, he's really supportive, my love. He's really supportive. It's so interesting. He even has like daddy dates with the kids when you have your me moments and your me time. Sorry. Because they're like, Ari needs to be spoiled. Ari needs to be spoiled. So she'll have days where you'll probably go, yeah, that is very sweet. That is very sweet. So on days when you're kind of like having, like days at the spa, doing your own thing, hair and nails did, all that good stuff. He's with the kids and he's actually like, he likes his own daddy time with them. He likes his own he likes his own space with the kids, and he appreciates, actually, they love him. They like you, girl, but they love him. Yeah, exactly. That part, Batty G, because that's why I said they like her, but they love him. And why I say that is because obviously he's so involved. I don't know what my dad's sign is, but he was absent. Yeah, I know we did spoke about that a while ago. I wonder what this guy looks like. He better be cute. No, he's cute, girl. He's cute. He's cute. Okay, so definitely tall. I want to say, yeah, he's got brunette. I want to call it a sandy blonde because I can't call it brunette. It's not dark enough for me to call it brunette, but I can't really call it fully sandy blonde either. Like in between sandy blonde and brunette. Okay. Mara Mira, hey, it's been a minute. And then also, I want to say at least 6'2". I don't know about taller, but at least 6'2". Yeah. Yeah. Listen, trust me, she's been, I like blonde guys, either blonde or guys with black hair. It's interesting because it's hard for me to even like pinpoint like what it actually is as far as like the shade. I'm literally like just looking at the top of his head. But I'd say it's kind of like a sandy blonde. I'm not really too sure because I can't call it brunette, but it's light. Okay, he's got some light hair. Okay, and then with the situation, um, he himself as well now. So with the dynamics with him, he's very, very attentive when it comes to you as well. Oh, eye color is like a blue. It's like a bluey green. It's blue on the inside and green on the outsides, right? And then body type, he's actually very much into health and fitness himself. So um, the health and fitness, yeah, well, this is the thing, like the health and fitness side of things for him. Um, sorry, I'm laughing because they're kind of like giving me the context of stuff. Um, yeah, they're kind of giving me the context of stuff. Um, mm, yeah, so with the situation, right? Oh, he is, Mama. He is. It's one of these situations where both of you guys are like quite vain and shallow, so you guys get on. That was precisely the situation, right? Um, so yeah, that's kind of like a point where you guys are able to come together. So he's into his body. Body type, I would say basically like fit. He's pretty fit. Not super, super muscular, but really nice tone and definition in terms of his body. Does he have like big eyes or is it more smaller? I'd say they're actually, I wouldn't say they're small. I wouldn't call them big, but I wouldn't say that they're small eyes. His eyes are actually one of the things that you like staring into his eyes as well. I don't know if I can get this, but will his eyes be further apart, close together, or regular? Oh my God. Oh my God, Ari. I can't with you, girl. I can't. Oh, I have to do my indoor laugh because that tickled me and I would have woke up Martin, to be honest. Um, it's okay. You're good. I think obviously the thing with the situation was you just caught me off guard, girl. It was funny because I was like, as I was seeing him, I was trying to look and see. It's funny because all the questions that you're asking, right? As I'm observing him, these are some of the questions that I'm asking myself. So we're clearly on the same page. So I was like, firstly, I was like, okay, is his eyes like too big? What's the situation there? And I was like really trying to get a close up visual on that. And then my next question was, okay, so what's the, what's the parameter of like the distance between his eyebrows and his actual eyes? So I'm right there with you, girl. I'm right there with you. He's definitely not a Sid from Ice Age. Daddy. He does have a little bit of a wide set eyes. He does have a little bit of a wide set eyes. It's not too far apart, but he's got a bit of a prominent nose as well. So I think obviously God had to make room on the face. to make sure that everything can fit. That's the best way that I can put that. So yeah. That part of the situation. It's interesting. He's cute though. You like him. You guys have 3 kids together. I think there's indecision as to whether or not there's more coming, right? Girl, God had to make room, okay? It's quite a prominent nose. But God. I'm gonna send you another pic of a different guy, and I want you to compare him to that guy. Oh, girl. Girl, I'm telling you, this stuff, I'm being so serial, right? As far as the dynamic when it comes to that person. Oh, she did send me a picture, y'all. She ain't lying. Ah, dang. Oh, dude. Sorta. Sorta, Ari. Sort. This is what I was saying to you about like the bluey greeny. And then the prominent nose. I see where you're going. Definitely this type of feet. It's so interesting as well, actually. Yeah. Yeah. It's so this seems more aligned, I guess, in terms of probability, in terms of what I was seeing. Talk to me. Sorry, I'm gonna go and put some cards on this guy. Talk to me about this guy then, guys. Interesting. I think I saw a thingy from someone else earlier as well. Oh yeah, Mara. The free list is closed at the minute, my love. We're actually just making our way through it. We've got about 5 more people on the free list. We've got Baddie, GKT, Kayla, Ash13, and Sammy. And that is it, right? Hey, Brittany. Hope you're good, my love. I hope that you are doing well. I sent you another pic. Does he look like him? He does. He does. That's what I'm saying. Like the second pic that you've sent me is more the aesthetics of what. Okay. She sent me another pic prior to the pic that she sent me before, y'all. Snap, I get with you. Yeah, kind of, sort of. That's why I want to put some cards on it to sort of like see. Okay. What are we saying as far as this one? I am closed as far as the free list, my love. The free list is closed at the minute. Oh, this might be more promising, my love. This guy might be more promising. This is more so what I was seeing in terms of the actual thingy. What you need to do is investigate to find out, okay, if he's Libra. Actually, is he Libra? What's the dynamic there? That part, actually. Yeah. I would say go and investigate and find out if he is actually Libra. What guy's a Libra? The second one. Oh. What, the second one that you sort of put out there? Ah. That part. That part. Hi, Sammy, my love. Hey, beautiful. Nice to know that you're still sort of like, coming into the space. Well, he's more highly probable, my love. He's more highly probable. One of the things that I obviously was seeing with the space is Libra, the aesthetics, as far as like features and everything, aligns with what I was seeing for the most part. So definitely very highly probable. I like this for you. And this one as well, when I kind of thing on it, they said wish fulfillment, which is karmic on the situation. It's the karma of wishes basically being fulfilled. Um, so it's different. You look different but still beautiful. Love the new look, girl. Listen, I have been through it, okay, this week. And I'm hot. Sorry, I'm gonna get my church fan out. I am hot, my loves. It's actually like a whole lot. No coinkydink, beautiful. No coinkydink. Definitely intentional. Right? Definitely intentional. So it's going to be interesting to see how everything pans out. But he seems to be a really good potential, like a really good potential. I think it's actually like a really good match. Yeah. Okay, well, what's the guidance then for our girl Ari in navigating through the process of the situation? What do you guys advise? Okay. And what do you guys advise? As many as you can, please. Thank you. Oh. Interesting. They advise for you to answer the call. So what's the dynamic between you guys at the minute? Is there much of a connection? Are you guys still getting to know each other? Have you reached out? Like, what's the situation? Because they're saying that, you know, this is one of those situations on what is your soul calling you to do when it comes to the situation? Like, how are you going to be navigating through the space, right? I like your little commentary, Batty. When no is around you. What days and Katie finish up? I can't with y'all. I can't. I can't even take y'all seriously. Oh, snap. Oh, that tickled my little guts. That was too funny, you guys. You guys are too funny. But no. Oh, Katie said, and bills. Oh, dude, I cannot with you guys. Listen, Destiny's Child. Yeah, that part, right? They're saying answer the call. This situation is definitely highly probable, definitely in your favor. I think both of you guys are actually a really good that part as well. I was thinking about the bugaboo. Yeah, Ari. So they're advising that you answer the call, my love. You just answer the call, love. Okay, what's the overall guidance then? Answer the call, but like, what does the angel sort of advise in navigating through the situation, right? Because there's still so much. Okay, no need to worry. It's up to you. And the situation shall be playing out within the next few months. Okay. Okay, Ari. So No need to worry. It's the advice on the situation. I guess things are going to be playing out over the course of the next, I want to say 4 to 5 months with this one. Because it's a case of like making connection and actually sort of developing something from there. Yeah. Yeah. Second guy is a high probability though. I like that for you. That's so cute. Yeah. Interesting. I hope that that was useful for you, Mama, because literally you did your homework, girl. You were out here sending me photos, making sure that I'm on the same page, and I appreciate it. Okay? That part. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Batty G, for your question. Let's go and dive into it. Okay, so how does Louis feel about me now that I'm giving him space because I found out of him being with someone else? Oh, dang, girl. We were getting to know each other romantically, but it's been on and off a little, and I'm accepting the fact. Mm. Mm. Okay. How does Louis feel about our girl Batty G, seeing if she's been giving him space, y'all? How does Louis G feel about it? As clearly as you can, please. As clearly as you can. Oh, thank you. Oh, hey, Kayla, girl. It's been a minute. Yes. Okay, we're doing Batty G now, and then we're going to move on to KT, Kayla, Ash13, and Sammy. Okay, y'all. I didn't even realize the time already. I've been out here for like 4 hours. It actually just feels like a couple of hours. I don't know about you guys. You guys may be tired, but I mean, maybe because I did just wake up. That's why. But no, it's interesting, right? Sorry, y'all. I'm gonna go for my church fan whilst I take this in. I see you, girl. I see you just been back there hanging out. Okay. Interesting. Oh. He's not sure whether or not to be impulsive, actually. I see you, girl. Listen, my fan might just be out here all of this summer, okay? Because it took summer solstice for me to get back into the space with y'all. And yeah, it's hella hot at the minute over here in the UK, which is just not normal for us. But hey, what they're showing me with the situation, though, Batty G, is that in terms of like how he feels about the situation, it's interesting because he's really kind of like contemplating how to actually like navigate through the situation. Yes, y'all. Yes. Okay. Because I can't do artificial air. It actually makes my human like sick. I get very sickly with like aircon and actual like fans, I'll be nasally for days. So I can't do that. I just have to do like circulating the natural air. So you guys are gonna see me with my church fan the whole of summer. It's gonna be a whole thing. But yes, very, very interesting. They're showing me that he's basically contemplating about how to kind of how to be stealthy about trying to get back into this space, actually. I'm going to elaborate on this. How long have you guys not been speaking for? Talk to me about that. I think I should let him go because he doesn't know if he likes me enough. Then for like a day, okay, we've been talking for months. Okay, 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 okay. I agree with you on the letting him go situation because I don't think he has like promising intentions coming back into the space. I think he's basically being moved by the guidance of the spirit of lust, to be fair. So I don't think you'll be missing anything there because I don't think that he has any genuine intentions towards you with the situation. I just kind of had to ask to get an understanding of how long this has been playing out for, so that I can understand how the process has been. So it's interesting. Okay. Okay. Yeah, he's definitely going to be sort of like trying at some point. I want to say within the next few weeks, actually, to see if he can make like a little, when like he'll try to get a little. Oh, my name's actually Kay. That's my middle name. That's Sanchez's wife because Shakima's a little too ratchet. But my middle name, Donna K. Yeah, K is the wifey. Donna, she also still has some, yeah, some tendencies. But yeah, I do believe that his intentions towards you, Baddie G, isn't necessarily pure. And it's kind of like in the next few weeks or so, I feel like he's going to be trying to kind of like do the whole, yes, he would talk a little to trick me to think he's actually giving a thought. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Girl, don't play the game. Don't play the game. There's nothing there. He just likes attention. He likes attention, and his spirit of lust wants to be able to kind of like keep options in the bag for when he wants to be able to pull those options out the bag. Okay. It's not going to go anywhere. And if you're really genuinely looking for something serious, then yeah, that part, right? That part. They just love the attention. They're like, stroke my ego, stroke my ego. Yes. And it's like, no, there's no stroking anything, actually. Is he the one using fake accounts to stalk me? Oh, girl. Let me answer that one quickly. Okay, because it's interesting. I found out because my spirit guides gave me a dream. He may very well be the one, because that's what I was that's what I was saying before, as far as like being able to kind of like come in and have communication. One of the things was social media being utilized to be able to kind of like have a certain level of conversation. I had a few boys like that, and they are the worst. Listen, they are. It's like creepy on another level because they don't realize the shit's creepy. It's like normal behavior. It's like, oh, but I just want to see you. It's like, it's low-key crazy. But hey. Everybody's crazy is different, each to their own, I guess. Okay, so what are we doing? Okay. The guidance for you, Mama, is to let go. They done said let go. Let go and let God when it comes to the situation, right? Yeah. Yeah. I believe it's him. I believe it's him. And that part, right, Kayla? That part. I don't know what's wrong with these people these days. It's like, I don't know. There's new levels of demons as well that's growing with this social media thing. I don't know if you guys have realized, but there's like these new levels of demons. Where it's not cute. I mean, trolls is a whole thing. They said leave him where he belongs. That part. That part, girl. Okay. Let it go. Let it go. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Sorry. I feel like Martin's gonna bang my walls any minute. Now Martin's actually been really good as well, guys. Like I've been praying for his racist demon. He hasn't exhibited any racist behavior towards me. Girl, I'm telling you, social media in itself is a whole demon. Like seriously. Did you see my comment about my dream further up? I did see your comment about your dream further up, and it was funny because they were telling me about social media basically being his in. In the dream, he was telling me a girl wouldn't let him go. Then the other girl started harassing me. Girl, you don't want that for your life. It's not a case that she wouldn't let him go. It's that the same thing you see him doing with yes, I did Frozen. Yes, I did. Okay. That is the only thing that applies to the let go card. A good Frozen melody. Oh, you guys are funny tonight. The trash can. Yeah, it was a whole trash can vibe, unfortunately. Um, yeah, she did. She's gonna leave him behind. I have no doubts. It's been a while. I left Instagram and been in so much peace. Yeah, exactly that. I'm telling you, it's so interesting how that pans out. But yeah, you don't want those types of problems, girl. She's not obsessed with him. He keeps leading her on, okay? Because every so often he wants to stroke his ego, okay? It is like a circus of desperation, I'm telling you. But I hope that that was useful for you, Betty. Okay, thank you for stopping into the space and giving us your question and putting all this stuff out there. So it's all very, very interesting. So much going on in this space. It's redonkulous. But yes, loves, let's go and unpack the rest of it. We've got 4 more of you ladies, and we are going to be. That's all good, my love. Honestly, he doesn't really have anyone's best interest in mind. He's thinking with his small head. I'm gonna block him quick, well, girl. I'm telling you, you'll save yourself a world of tragedy. Whenever I reincarnate, do I always return in the same ancestry line? No, you have reincarnated. Who's going with you guys tonight? You guys are coming with the shits and giggles. Exactly, like he never existed. Okay. That part. But yeah. Shakima, can you read a person's aura via a photo of theirs? In most cases, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I do. I can tell what's going on. Seriously. I can't. I'm sorry, Batty G is making me laugh. She is making me laugh. Oh, girl, you just blocked him. Well, I guess you let it go. Let it go. I couldn't help myself. Okay. Now, let's go into. Yes, Mina. Yes. Go for it. You're good. Send it over, beautiful. You are good. Hold on, KT. Let's get her question up on screen. Right, Kay? Let's read for you, Mama. Okay. Lineage. KT wants to know whenever she reincarnates. Well, we know that she did. Okay, so I'm going to reword the question because I know that she doesn't. She has 3 specific lineages that she has been optimizing it on at different timelines, basically, of those lineages. And overall, she's played scenes in at least 7 different like lineage and their growing process, right? So what I want to understand is what is the significance of her returning on this lineage this time? Sorry, my lover, I just had to reword your question. Sorry, I hope you don't mind. Mina sent me over the pic. Oh, the block button is one of those buttons that gets exercised every time I'm exercising a demon, girl. Okay, a demon that is pretty much not going to go anywhere because they want to keep leeching off my energy. Hey, Angela. Unfortunately, our free list is closed, Mama. Your girl's been in these YouTube streets for like 4 hours. Once I get confirmation, I'm quick, girl. You and me both. I don't need to be told twice. I am good. Once is enough. Okay. When God lets me know, I'm like, okay, I am on assignment. Okay. Safe to say, you just executed that assignment expeditiously. Okay. Yeah, they do come back sometimes in different ways. You block them one way, and then it's like they squeeze through another way through somebody else or your connection with somebody else. It's always very, very interesting, actually. But yeah, let's see. What's the significance of her like incarnating on this lineage this time? Okay, thank you. That man is banished from my life. So, I watched season 1 of episode. Oh, was that for us, Kay? No, but basically, to answer your question, you have 3 main lineages that you continue to manifest on as far as like the maternal side, basically, that you come through, right? Oh, I watched season 1 of Sandman. I've been thinking about whether or not I wanted to watch it, actually. It was a recommendation, but I've been thinking about whether or not I wanted to watch it. But yes. So you've usually reincarnate on 3 different lineages. And you've actually assisted 7 different lineages. So you've basically been a vessel for 4 other lineages as well. It's a strange show. Yeah, I get that as well. But I like a bit of strange because I like how it can kind of like take my mind into the abstract. It's like Stranger Things, right? It was so funny when I was watching Stranger Things because the place that Elle goes, like within the subconscious, that's a real thing. Actually, it was funny because when I first traveled into somebody's subconscious, that's what happened. I basically went into their subconscious. There was like water in like just darkness, basically, because water is a transmitter of information. And then when I came from their subconscious, actually processing the trauma that was basically in there, because I went in there through curiosity and care. When I came back, it was interesting because obviously this was all happening on a mental level. And then literally when I came back, by my feet, I actually had water physically where I was, as a physical manifestation of where I traveled to mentally. Because obviously the mind can't really tell the difference between the two, right? So when I jumped back into my body, it was like, once my consciousness got back into my body, my feet were still wet. So that was really interesting. So when I saw it in Stranger Thing, I was like, they're not lying there. It's just, obviously, I don't know if people realize that, like, that is actually how we communicate telepathically, to be fair, through the subconscious and the reality of water, because it's a transmitter of information. When I looked at my grandfather's Bible, he listed family names. He listed me as his sister, which was odd. Interesting. Interesting, my love. You've been on the lineage before. It's not your first rodeo on this lineage. It's not your first rodeo. But that's interesting. You probably played the role of his sister previously before the incarnation as well. Yeah, that's so interesting. Wow. This time round, because my question to the cards was to clarify like what your process is. There was a baby sister who I believed passed away. Okay. And she had remanifested. That's so amazing. That is beautiful, okay? I love that for you guys and the family. Because potentially, a lot of the times when souls don't necessarily get to come through, I know you're good, Ari, you're good. That's okay, girl, it's all good. One of the things which is really quite interesting is that obviously when a soul doesn't get to come through, they do so much cleanup actually on the lineage just by them not being able to come through, because they create enough trauma basically by the loss of that for it to actually be able to create some cleaning up. So that's so interesting that obviously during this cycle, you know, you already kind of like attempted coming through, I guess, as a sister, but it wasn't written for you to be able to do what you need to do on the lineage in that capacity. So obviously you had to basically be granddaughter instead to really play your position. And I understand that as well, because generations previously, there wasn't the same level of leniency as there is today. Today, we're living in a very different time, a completely different time, in fact, where things are so much more open, in terms of like, you know, the things that we have access to, the way that life is in general, and just how things are able to move when it comes to certain situations. So this time you're actually here for mental clarity, actually. So it's interesting that you're asking all of these questions. Like when you come in and you start asking your questions, it's like, whoa, 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 right? It's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. I do think that had I been born then, it wouldn't have been a good time to do things. Exactly, exactly. All of these things. Oh, is she unable to comment? I don't know why. I don't know why. Oh, YouTube might be holding certain comments as well. I'm sorry, Sammy. I don't know why. You're not blocked or anything. No, nothing's been done. Maybe come out and try coming back in. Maybe I've been here for so long, YouTube's like, stopped. just on certain things. But no, definitely, I don't think you would have been able to do any of the things that you're doing now in terms of like your ability to be able to move through the process of the situations that you're navigating through, right? She isn't seeing her comments showing up in the chat. Oh, girl, how come? I don't know what that is. I can't see her comments showing up in the chat either. That's so strange. That's weird. Yeah. Yeah, maybe she can log out and then come back in with the situation, right? Yeah. Okay, Baddie G said they donated, but they can go after Kayla. Okay, let's just confirm. I did get your photos as well, Mina. So don't worry. We've got that. We've got your donation as well, Baddie G. You are good to go. So we've got that there. I will come to you after I go to... Oh, dang. I don't know about that. I don't know why that is as well, Sammy. That's so weird. That is so weird. If the texting is completely down, it may be something to do with the device itself, to be fair. Yeah, ask her to restart the device and then try. Because that's usually my fail-safe. I'm like, okay, shut down, restart. But yeah. Okay. This situation right here was really to bring you the mental clarity that you need in terms of your thought process. And mental breakthroughs are definitely sort of like occurring for you. And this time you'll be able to communicate things very effectively in terms of the process that you're navigating through. Me too, as well. I mean, I only saw her earlier in the stream, but I haven't seen her for ages as well. I didn't realize that she was even sort of like still in the space because we've been going for so long. But yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, what's the guidance for Katie then while she's here on this lineage this time around? Make it very clear, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. They said, right, in terms of the guidance for you as you navigate through your now experience, I don't feel I have been non-human in other lifetimes a lot. No. And it's because obviously you have a certain level of perception, like your consciousness has a certain level of perception. And I think that that's why you get chosen to reincarnate as a human. Because obviously, like, God's trying to work through the evolution process with people. And, you know, the more optimized the human, the better for the evolution process. Because obviously we've fallen asleep a long time ago. And as we're waking up, obviously you guys kind of like observed the dynamics of the discussion earlier, like we're navigating through processes of denial, disillusion states, things that we basically do to make ourselves feel better under the guise and guidance of the spirit of deception, which basically is one of the devil's troops himself. The book speaks to you about the spirit who lies. who even lies on the humans. That's kind of like how we're here. So I guess the guidance that they're sort of like saying for you is that if you believe in terms of everything that you've done in the past, this particular timeline is going to be improving the health of things for you moving forward. And there will be a peaceful resolution. Actually, you'll find that things have come together in a way where you can see the benefits of the abundance that's actually present in front of you the entire time, actually. The entire time. Yeah, in that part. So it's going to be an interesting one this time round, actually, right? It is because there's so much with the unpacking of that. It's all very interesting. Oh, there we go, Sammy. Welcome back to the space. Love, love, love. Okay. I hope that was useful for you, Kay. I hope that was useful for you, my love, because, yeah, there's a whole situation there with everything. And it's all very, very intentional. This one's supposed to be a complete breakthrough where you're able to access, present, and manifest your power to its peak. I think that that's going to be a very, 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 very interesting one this time around. Oh, yes, we are back. Okay, Kayla. Let's get Kayla's question up on the chat. And then we've got Baddie G with the donation reading, and we've got Ash13 and Sammy closing out the space, right? So, oh, they're reminding me to eat. My bad, y'all. They're like, fill up your belly. The channels are getting low. That part. I remember someone calling the group Beyonce and Friends. Oh my God, that's so rude. Okay. Did you answer my question on Instagram about the other reading? Because I still need to get that video over to you, and I'm hoping to get that over tomorrow so I can finish up my assignment list. I was waiting for the that's what happened today as well. I fell asleep waiting for the update. So definitely check that out and give me a little bit of a, thank you, girl. Thank you. Okay. Right. So Kayla's question is D, who's the ex-BF. Oh. That's too funny. That is too funny. I have to see if I can find that anywhere on social media. Send me a link so I can watch that, actually, if you can find one that you can share. It did. That was very intentional. For sure. For sure, okay. Kayla said, D, who's the ex-BF, what are his thoughts and feelings towards me? Currently, no contact, but I messaged him a month ago to wish him happy birthday. To my surprise, he said, thanks, Kay. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Hell yeah, with a white heart. That is too funny. Pure heart. He meant it was coming from a pure heart, you know. Snap, you were literally just finishing up. Interesting. Okay, so let's start with the... Okay, we're going to start with the feelings first, with the romance guidance, and then we're going to unpack and clarify that with the tarot. Okay. Okay. So in terms of feelings, there isn't necessarily any romantic feelings there. He's definitely open to, just kind of like freeing himself, I guess. He doesn't really want to be tied up into a relationship, I'll tell you that much. So it's not really something that he's looking at in terms of like romantically, but I think it was definitely nice to hear from you. He appreciated that. What are his thoughts towards Kayla then, in terms of the situation? Okay. What are his thoughts towards Kayla? Thank you. Okay. It's interesting because church fan out, y'all. Don't judge me. It's interesting because his thought process on the situation is that a relationship with yourself, as far as like establishing like a long-term relationship, is quite challenging. It's quite challenging. There's so many factors to the situation that he may not basically be able to accommodate pretty much. And I think that that's kind of like how he sees the situation. I think that he sees that for him. When did you guys break up? I'll tell you what, girl, it was all your expectations. Okay, all of your standards of actually how he needed to show up in situations. On that part, that's why I was asking the situation. But he did for the most part say that it was challenging, probably because he wasn't necessarily at a certain place that he needed to be. Yeah, I was about to say probably because he wasn't at a certain place that he needed to be in terms of finances and everything as well. Because I think that that was one of the major factors with the situation for him. That was like, yeah, I can't afford, I can't afford a relationship like that right now. At the time, I think he's still navigating through a little bit of that, like figuring out whether or not he can kind of, afford to be in relationships outside of just relations at the minute. But yeah, I think when it comes to the situation, yeah, he still don't grow. He still don't. But it's like we still keep each other's phone number and each other on social media. I know, which is strange, actually. Not in a bad way, strange. It's just like, okay, you guys kind of like low-key holding out. He doesn't want anything serious. So unless you're kind of like open, because there's other stuff on the plate as well. Like there's other stuff on the plate. Yeah, there's another. Yes, that part, girl. That part. Okay, that part. Because that's what they were also showing me with the situation. There's an element of competition. You have a whole baby with my ex best friend, girl. I think he spoke with me about this situation previously. I think we spoke about this. No? Yeah. I'll pass. I don't want his other head. I need to be doing these readings earlier in the day so I can like really actually like project my voice, because when y'all like it hit me with it and I have to like laugh. I can't even laugh. It's like 2 a.m. But that is too funny, girl. Yeah, we did a while back. It was a whole while back. And no, you don't need his little head. But yeah, that's interesting. There's nothing to say on this. There's not even any guidance that needs to be given. I'm going to pull some cards anyways. Final guidance, okay? Let's go and see. What do the guides then advise Kayla to do in this situation? As clearly as you can, please. Okay. Oh, ask your angels. That's what she done did. Oh. They also said, let it go, let it go. So, on that part, oh, it is too funny. It's too funny. Okay, they said, let it go, girl. Oh, that is too funny. It tickled me. Oh, wow. That is interesting. Oh, trust me. My guides sometimes tell me that I'm annoying. Like if I keep asking the same question, but they keep giving me riddles and I keep asking the same question over and over, they're like, why are you being annoying? And I'm like, because I don't understand your English. Trust me. Listen, they are rude themselves as well. Okay. Listen, Kay, you and me both. I need a trip as well. Okay. Oh, interesting. This is good. Oh, I'm sorry, Kay. This happened last time as well. I don't know why the situation with the cash. I did get it from Cashapp actually. I know it said it couldn't be sent. Said it failed. Oh, girl. Do you want to use the last one? Do you want to use the last one in this space and do your question? Or not really? Let me know. Because I think last time it took like a good 8 or 9 attempts for you to actually like get it done. It's just one of those things. No, I don't have Venmo. You asked last time. Sorry, I didn't get it done for you, my love. I do have PayPal. PayPal was the way she got through last time, unfortunately. Yeah. Okay, so Fatty G says, what is going on behind the scenes in regards to my friends in college? I have basically taken a little break from most people and want to know what to expect when school starts again. Oh, interesting. How many of you guys are there? Is there like 5 of you guys or so in the little friendship clique? How many of you guys in the clique? Because they're already starting to tell me about like the unfoldings of like 3 people. Now I'm going to unpack them individually. And then we're going to close out the space with you, Ash, 13, and Sammy. Okay. I get you on that. For good reason. Yeah. Okay. Are there about 3 friendship groups? Because they were giving me about 3 different dynamics of people that they were downloading information about. Okay. 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 That's okay. Oh, I think you did do it, Kay. I think you did. I just received one come through. So if that's you, do you want to add that to the other reading that I'm supposed to do for you as well, basically? And you send me the details via... I know that part, right? That part. Send me the details as well via Instagram, and I'll get both of those done for you tomorrow, because I think I was waiting as well for... No, I'm pretty okay. I'm pretty okay. It's up to you what you're open to and whether or not you feel like it's one of those questions that you would rather watch a video privately for yourself, right? But yeah, it's interesting because the 3 groups, we're going to go and unpack it. Right, group number 1, guys. What's going on in that space at the minute? What do you see unfolding? Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. So, first group, I want to say it's a group of at least 4 or 5 people. They seem to be navigating through a little bit of sadness at the minute as well, actually. One of them has been a little bit ruthless in a situation. Ooh, 2 people got into a situation and now they're being asked to pick sides. So that's what's been going on there. It's one of those situations where it's... Sorry, I'm laughing because obviously the impact of the decisions that they've made, the 2 that are going at it towards each other, it's like the other 2 on the outside don't really know. Yeah, girl, for good reason. Okay. Because it's like the people on the outside don't necessarily know how to navigate through the situation, because these are the 2 big personalities in the group. And where the 2 big personalities, so these other 2 are smaller personalities within the group, but these 2 big personalities, it's like a lot of backbiting, a lot of backstabbing, like stuff's being said behind each other's backs. Like, it's all just a bit catty, to be real with you, my love. Interesting. So friendship group number 1 is navigating through some sadness, I guess, for the chaos that's going on between the two of their co-leaders. That's how I'm going to put it. Okay, it was a coalition government. These two co-leaders have clashed heads, and it seems it's interesting because I think that it's this Gemini new moon that's really caused the things that have been laying beneath the surface to kind of erupt. So it's very, very interesting. Okay, friendship group number 2. What's going on in that space? How are they navigating through that? Okay, this is 3 people. This one, they're showing me 3 main bodies in this one. Okay. That part. I have to call them co-captains because, you know, like when one person sees himself as like at the forefront, but there's another big personality that is like competing for that role as well. So I have to call them a coalition government, man. They have joined forces. So friendship group number 2. What do you, okay, thank you. Thank you. Oh, okay, thanks. Interesting. Okay. Oh, friendship group number 2 is so interesting, right? Because both of these friendship groups are navigating through 5 of Cups energy on one level or another, which is really, really interesting, actually. Friendship group number 2. Interesting. Oh, okay. Okay, so friendship group number 2, somebody is navigating through a little bit of a bereavement. And they're actually coming together and supporting her as she's navigating through the bereavement. So friendship group number 2 has got their own stuff going on. They're being a really good supportive bunch as far as their dynamic with each other. And it seems as though they're supporting one of their friends through a bit of a bereavement at the minute by the looks of it. I think the person who transitioned, it was to be expected. I think they were sort of like later on in life. But I think that one of the dynamics of the situation is the fact that, you know, as much as it was anticipated, one still wasn't ready. So the losses really hit deeply. So they're all kind of like rallying around her to help support her as she's navigating through that situation. Okay. Let's have a look at friendship group number 3 and seeing what's going on there. Sorry, I went back to have a look at friendship group number 1 and I could see just like how intense that co-captain situation's been. But friendship group number 2 seems much more like a nice friendship where they're quite supportive of each other and they're maybe a little bit more healthier in the way that they're kind of like doing things. Right, so, okay. Friendship group number 3. How do you see things going in that space at the minute? As clearly as you can, thank you. Okay. Okay. Friendship group number 3 Hey, Nadira, my love. Friendship group number 3 is it's interesting because they're going through a transition, my love. Friendship group number 3 is navigating through a little bit of people kind of figuring out if they are still vibing with the same group, I guess. People are being moved around in that particular group, to be fair, in friendship group number 3. And they're kind of figuring out where is their own place with everything. So it's interesting. I think friendship group 1 and 3 seem to be like the ones, yeah, they seem to be the ones that are probably like the most chaotic, I guess. Yeah. Friendship number 2, they seem a lot better than the others, actually. They seem a lot more like friends. They're not just friendly, because I think the others, they're friendly towards each other, but they're not really friends. And what I mean is, like, in terms of like friend expectations, they shouldn't really have a lot, you know, of expectations of each other because they're not going to be met. Yeah. And the other 2 are mostly relationships of convenience for the people that are in them, and less about how they can support someone in the relationship. Yes, group 2, I'm close to them. Good for you, girl. Group 2, you did escape a shit show, okay? Like, literally. Mind you, I like to stay in the back and kind of like have my popcorn ready for the shit show because, I mean, makes for a good show. But yeah, friendship group number 2 seems to be, yeah, the best place for you, to be fair. The other 2, they're toxic amongst themselves, girl. You don't need that energy, okay? Your intuitive system was letting you know something, it was picking up on something, and it's good. Yeah, exactly. I hope that was useful for you, though, mama. It's interesting. Good. That's okay, beautiful. That's okay. It was only confirmation of what you already knew, because by the sounds of it, you already seen and realized that something's just off about the other 2 friendship groups, and you made a decision based on that. So kudos to you. Okay. KT, seeing as you've had a go, my love, do you mind if I put Ash 13 through the ringers with her question first? I'm going to come back to your question. I think I did see your question earlier. You placed it out there because she's been waiting as well for a minute, if you don't mind. And then I'll do you, and then I'll do Sammy and close out the space. Mina, I've got your photo. I'll have a look and send you over a voice note. Don't worry, girl. I got you. Probably going to be tomorrow, but yeah. I'll sit, receive, and then I'll be able to oh, thank you, my love. Okay, Ash 13, if you're here, beautiful, can you throw your question out there? Then we're going to go to Kay, and then we're going to come back to Sammy. Yeah? I'm good, Mina. You're good. I haven't forgotten you, my love. I'm just working through the process. Oh, for some reason, Cashapp isn't allowing donations at the minute, Aaliyah. I see you trying, Mama. They're not allowing it at the minute, unfortunately. You'd probably be better off with the PayPal for some reason. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Cash App at the minute. Maybe I need to do something on my Cash App, actually. Yeah, maybe I need to do something. Yeah, you'd probably be better off, my love, trying the PayPal. Yeah, Ash, push your question, my love. And we will Oh, she might be in the process of getting it together, actually, to post it and put it out there. Sorry. I'm trying to check and see what I can do on the old Cash App, because I don't know why it's not happening. Yeah, I don't know why it's not happening. Are you here, Ash? Sammy, are you here as well? Let me know as well if you're here, Sammy, because obviously we're going to go to you after the facts with Kay's question as well. Oh, are they not here? Oh, yeah, and I remember that Sammy was actually experiencing some issues as well with putting her messages out there. Do you know what? I'm going to go and read Katie's question then, because it'll be asinine for me to just sit here whilst her question's already there. So we will come back to them. I was actually just trying to help them out because I know Katie's already had a question answered. So, if they were waiting around, I wanted to be able to give them an opportunity to at least have a question answered as well before we went into anything else, right? But we move. Okay, so. Oh. Yeah, exactly that. So, I feel called to start a nonprofit or movement. I've been feeling more called to hanging in different metropolitan areas. I feel this is a part of my mission. Please advise. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. What do you feel like the nonprofit may be for in particular? And why the metropolitan areas? Because I'm going to help you to unpack this to see potentially what the assignment is with this. Yeah. What goes on in the metropolitan areas? They are always so thoughtful, right, Mina? Like, seriously. You can tell she's been here a few times. You can tell she's been here a few times. She's not so resistant to the process of basically being human. She's pretty chilled about it. Oh, she's actually like typing. Don't worry. Me too. Me too. Because obviously it is rare these days. It is very, very rare these days. Generally speaking, people like to stay on this kind of like setting. They don't really like to, they don't really like to have like their thought processes like move beyond just the normal construct of reality. But she seems to be really good at exercising it. Are you still here as well, Katie? And let me ask you. Oh, and if you aren't, Mama, I may have to add this to the list as well. Yeah. People like what I'm seeing right now in society, Mina, is that like we got on lockdown, right? And then I don't know what people thought was going on in society then, but it was like, I don't know if everybody realized that we were in detention. Earth was shut down because we weren't doing our homework. We were so busy being distracted by everything and anything, just so that we didn't have to like be accountable for ourselves. And yeah, it's just one of those things where we're still falling back on our assignments. Like some people woke up during the COVID period. It was detention, Mina. We were in detention, but I don't think people realize because we're so fickle and we don't want to be held accountable to anything outside of ourselves. But the truth is, we were in detention for 2 years because we just weren't doing what we were supposed to do. So, like, obviously, they had their own process to it, but for us, God was using it to activate so many people. You know, they did whatever they did to be able to get us into that place, but God utilized it to be able to make sure that so many light warriors were kind of like, you know, called into purpose around about that time. And it's like, I don't know, people kind of, yeah. We did. It's just weird because I did a reading just before COVID, actually, and the angels said that there were going to be grave numbers of sacrifices, lots of bodies were going to drop, but we shouldn't worry. We mustn't worry. It's a part of the transitionary process. Oh, hey, Nadira. Yeah, I was saying to you that the Cashapp for some reason isn't working. So you're probably best off utilizing the PayPal, unfortunately. I don't know why, but yeah, the Cash App has just been down for some reason. So you'd be better off trying the PayPal. I think Kay had the same issue last week as well. I don't know what I need to do with my Cash App. I don't know why there's like a hold basically. But yeah, I'm kind of like navigating through that. But yeah, Mina, we just don't want to be accountable. We don't want to basically do better. We just want to tell ourselves that the only person that we're accountable for is ourselves, and that's not true. We have like a whole collective of brothers and sisters that we're here to kind of like work with collectively. Like God was just really trying to wake us up to this togetherness, but I think people are very and selfish. I know. My Cash App is on. It is on. I just see that it won't accept payments for some reason. I saw that with I saw that with KT as well. The last time I was able to, okay, let's see what my limits are. Okay. Okay. Maybe that might work now. I don't know. Yes, Mina, we are self-centered and it has completely consumed us to the point where we are struggling to even like understand how to be better people because it's like the child within us is so like primitive. It's in survival mode. But I'm hoping that we're able to kind of like get with the program. Okay. Oh, hey, Sammy. Oh, hold on. She's coaching me. Hold on. I got you, Nadira. Okay, go into my profiles and settings. Yep, I did just do that. Go to security and privacy. Okay, yep, do that. Oh, oh, it ended. The screen ended, girl. The screen ended. That was so interesting. Okay. Security and I don't know what that is. Hi, Sammy. Where is Ash? We was trying to sort of like do her reading as well. For some reason, my Cash App won't actually go to my security and privacy stuff. It just keeps bouncing me back out. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to do my failsafe. Y'all know what my failsafe is, right? Restart. Because I can't do anything else. Okay, let me try. Let me try and request you firstly. Yeah, no, I need to restart. I need to restart. It wasn't letting me. Yeah, it won't let me, my love. But I'm gonna do the thing that you mentioned when I do get it back on. Okay. It wouldn't let me send you the request either. Yeah. That was interesting. Okay. I'm restarting again. So we're good to go. Right. So hopefully that's the best I can do, girl. Okay. Oh, we're still doing the same thing. Whenever I try and go to privacy and security, it doesn't let me. I may have to delete the app. Yeah, I may have to delete the app. And oh God, I don't even know if I think. Hi, Katie. Everybody's coming back into the space. Yeah. It's still not letting me. Dang. Okay, let's try the request process. Not even my request could be sent. I'm sorry, Mama. You'll have to try the PayPal process. I don't know what it is with this situation. I'm gonna have to try and figure it out over the weekend and see what I can do to kind of like get it back up and running. Yeah. Sorry. Yes, Katie. I say try the PayPal situation. Nadira. That's probably your best bet. Because I don't know, Cashapp. I thought it was just KT's situation last week, but clearly, yeah, there's something wrong with my Cashapp. I don't know why that is. That's so weird. KT, I was actually asking questions about the metropolitan areas because I was trying to understand a little bit about the assignment that you're being given as far as this situation, right? To understand maybe what the nonprofit may be about. I agree that this may be a part of your mission as far as the nonprofit. I do think that you're here to do philanthropy. This is something that you've done in other lifetimes as well. Okay. Interesting. No, that's very, very interesting. Okay. I don't think I can find it. Oh, Nadira, I'm so sorry, my love. Hold on. I'm trying to, I'm gonna have to sign in. A movement to promote health awareness, food distribution. Yeah. I used to go to different metropolitan areas, but that vibe changed. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. I do think that, so that's another thing as well, because of the food that we're also being given. It's interesting because the assignment that you've got there in terms of the food situation, natural produce is probably definitely going to be a part of the factor with everything that you're doing there. Hold on. Sorry. Oh. Okay, I think I did get it. I had to go all the way into my PayPal. Yep, I got you, girl. Got you. Just got that in. So we'll add you to the donation list. So it's, well, we were going to do Ash and then Kate and then Sammy, and then we would have done Nadira, but now it's going to be, I guess, Ash, if you will get hers out the way. They've been waiting a while. Then we'll go Nadira and close out the space with Sammy. Okay, lovelies. Sorry as well, Sammy. You were last on the list today, girl. Dang. But yes, we're good to go. Okay. So I do think that, thank you, Ash. Yeah, we were actually sort of calling for you earlier as well before we got into Katie's reading. We were actually asking for you to go first, and then we would have gone Katie and then close out the space with Sammy and all that good stuff. But I guess everything's unfolded the way it's supposed to, right? So we'll get Nadira added to the list as well. Yeah, she's definitely on the donation list as well, Nadira. Thank you so much as well for sticking it out with us tonight, Mina. Oh no, that's okay, beautiful. It just kind of is what it is. It's going to get light here soon because it starts to get light around about 4 a.m. So I've got about an hour to wrap this up for you guys. So the nonprofit situation, oh, my bad. Oh, beautiful. See, this is why I was trying to sort of like get you in quickly so that we can get you, because I sense that you guys have been waiting for some time. So I'm sure that you guys are probably like, crashing. But yeah, no, I appreciate you, Mina. I appreciate you. With the situation, Katie, it may be a case of natural produce as well in terms of the food situation, because that's something that is also being utilized to basically control us hormonally speaking as well. So it's interesting that you've got the assignment on that layer or level of the situation, because that's a very intricate part of, I guess, our evolution process into the next phase, like to free ourselves from the captivity of those who shall not be named. We know who they are. I mean, not by face or anything, but, we know. Even being an activist of some sort, I notice food distribution don't always give out fresh foods, that part. And then also, at this point, some of the things that is being given, we can't even say is food per se, actually. So if that's where your passions are, that may be where the assignment is, in terms of you are always going to be doing philanthropy here. This isn't the only thing. This is just a start to be able to lead you into, I see 2 other areas that you're able to move into with the activism when it comes to, like, just not just the food side of things, but it grows into 2 other areas as well. Potentially 3. I think the other one's like to be determined, because that's more of a partnership, whereas the other 2 is solely you, basically kind of like focusing and really like, yeah, just building upon the things that you feel as though you actually really want with the situation. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's definitely on your assignment list, my love. There's 2 more. Once you get into the midst of that one, there's also a couple more that manifest as well. And there's a partnership that comes in with a really big organization later down the line. This is a slow burning process. I think that this is a 7-year assignment, as far as like really being able to see this manifest itself and come to life for you. And it's really quite interesting in terms of just how things will actually play out, how things will actually, how things will actually sort of move. I've been feeling a need to go to places near water, not stagnant water areas. Yeah, go and get your downloads, girl. Go and get your downloads. That's one of the things. Water is a transmitter of information. It's actually what we experience as water manifested in physical form. Water is so much more than that. It's an information capsule, if you will. So get your information. Get your information. I do think that there's other layers to this situation as well. And I think as you kind of like move through the layers of your emotional processing, the other 2 are going to kind of like reveal themselves to you. As you go through the food situation, you'll find what the other 2 are. That one's a little bit longer. The other 2 takes another couple of years to develop. The actual food one that we're speaking about, it can go for at least like a good 7 years trajectory before it's like really where you intend for it to be. And then as far as the final thing, that's a partnership with a large corporation that is basically using your intellectual property to be able to navigate through a particular pain point for the collective, basically, that you've been able to identify how resources can be more effectively utilized. So I think it's definitely an interesting assignment for you. And I think that, God's positioned you in the right place because you've got the right heart for it. It really is a case of you seeing, observing, and understanding what the actual dynamics of the situations are. And actually being able to respond accordingly. Exactly. Because you can see it and see what needs to be done. And that's really the strength of your power with the situation, which is why it takes a while as well, because I think that you're going to get comfortable with you know, just the downloads that you receive on certain things and being able to construct that outside of just your mind and actually like bring that into manifestation. So I think that's why it takes a little bit of time, but yeah, you're doing good. I definitely think that it's on the cards for you, and I think that you're able to inspire a lot of other youths as well. That something with the youths is one of the second things that you do as well, which is interesting. You do something with the youths. You also do this, you know, this food situation, and there's something else that's in there as well. Yeah, there's something else that's in there as well. Being an exorcist crossed my mind, but I changed my mind. Girl, listen, you'll be exercising in different ways because there's different levels to the whole exorcism process. When you are, you know, exercising certain spirits that are vibrating at certain frequency because of the food that one's eating, you're performing an exorcism right there. You're exercising spirits and taking them from one vibration to the next. So in essence, it's doing a lot when it comes to the exercising of spirits, but it doesn't always look like energy work and all that kind of stuff. that part, paranormal jobs, and I get that too. Probably because you're fearless for the most part, which is a requirement. But you're doing a lot. Trust me. In terms of the philanthropy stuff, you'll find yourself actually being able to exercise stuff. So I understand why you said you changed your mind on that situation, because it's actually evolving into something much, much greater that's going to have exactly the same impact. Okay. But I hope that that is useful for you as far as like, what's the guidance? Let me see what the guidance is. Okay. What's the guidance for our girl, okay? In navigating through the process of these assignments, y'all. That's a lot. What is the guidance for Kay? Thank you. Okay. The guidance is that there's a network of people that are already here. Your soul tribe is here, and they'll be able to help you bring some of these changes into manifestation. You'll start to see certain people coming in within the next couple of years, 2 to 3 years. They're showing me to get some of these projects started, because you're kind of like focused on other things in the next couple of years initially. But right now you're kind of like laying down the building blocks in terms of like your creative ideas and what you can kind of like foresee with the situation, how you'd like to be able to help others, and bringing all of those variables together. Right now you're going to be going through the planning stages over the course of the next couple of years, and it will really start to develop itself and manifest into form. I want to say within the next couple of years. Yeah, I want to say within the next couple of years. Oh, yes, Mama. Hold on. Let me see if I can get the link and present it in the chat. There we go. Yeah, right, Kay. That's like a good little timeline for you, because then you can focus on the stuff that's kind of like, you know, already happening as far as life stuff. But it does start to, it does start to get, you know, it does start to grow, basically. So kudos to you on that. Snaps for you, Mama. Keep us posted. That part. Seven years is a while, absolutely. But if you see, the next couple of years is going to be taking some time to come from here to here as far as like the planning process, for you to get all the seeds of it, right? And then after that, once you start to do it, it takes a while for it to kind of like be seen mainstream. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's why I guess the 7-year timeline is there. But then after that point, it's developed so well that you're getting public recognition to the point where other people want to partner with you as well on other projects. That's why I said you'll have also another major partnership. And I think from that major partnership, there may even be other opportunities as well. So it all grows. It all grows, my love. It grows and goes, that part. Right, so we've got Ash and Nadira, and then we're going to close out the space with Sammy. And that is the list for tonight. I want to stay quiet. Well, probably for the best. Right? You do it for a long time. But eventually God has to present you front and center stage because he needs your project. You know, like when you go into class and you're like doing show and tell. It's one of those ones. God's going to be really impressed with your assignment, and eventually he's going to want to put it on Front Street. I think Ash wants to come on live to do her question and put her question out there. Then we're going to go with Nadira. I did put the link in the chat, guys, so that was a thing. Sorry. Forgot about that as well. I haven't been doing that for a while, to be fair. Usually because I'm on here till pretty late. So it's pointless, to be honest. Hey, Ash, my love. Can you hear me?
Hi.
Hey, beautiful. How's it going?
It's good, actually.
Good stuff. Good. We love that. Right. Thank you for actually joining us on the live tonight. We're doing a little something different. Oh.
Yeah, well, it's late here. It's actually 10:21. So I
Okay.
fell asleep on myself earlier. So I'm like, I don't wanna like fall asleep while texting. So I said, you know what, let me just go on talk.
No, and I get that. I get that, beautiful. I get you trying to get ahead of the issue. That's what's up. We love that. What's your question, my love?
Actually,
Oh.
I don't really have a question per se, but what happened was,
Mhm,
we had graduation yesterday,
mhm.
and certain people were invited because
Yeah,
there were budget cuts, right? They had the
yeah.
graduation at the Hilton. So
Mhm.
certain people, they only took like about 800 people
Okay.
out of like 3,000
Oh, wow.
plus.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I did not make the list, unfortunately.
Yeah.
However,
Mhm.
I by some miracle I got invited by the director of the program
Oh,
to be his plus one.
okay.
But what I noticed was when I got there, I like his coworkers were like, I got some haters and I got some people looking at me like, like, okay, what's going on? But I
Okay.
have never
Cool.
met him in person. I was only yesterday I got to see what he looks
Meet him.
like, you know,
Okay. Yeah.
up close and personal. So I'm like, okay, well, it is how it happened. I mean,
Yeah.
even getting the dress and stuff because I had a different dress in mind to go with, and then things changed and everything fell into place. It's like I was meant to be there. And
Yeah.
so my question, because I did get to meet my teachers and stuff like that, but I'm thinking there's a reason for me being there. So I'm trying to figure out, well, what is the reason? Is that something to do with my business in the future or something like that? Because I'm seeing that everything is falling into place, that I'm meant to be there, and then there's something higher for me going forward.
Okay, well, what's the business? What's the business in terms of what you do?
I do like glass etching and engraving and stuff like that. I do wood burning, pyrography. Um,
Okay.
so it'll be around that, and I have some other ideas in mind.
Okay.
Um, so I don't know. I don't know
Okay.
what
Oh,
was
let me
the
put my,
purpose of that though.
no worries, girl. I'm gonna put my little snack down, and I'll dive into it. Okay. Thanks for the backstory because it gives me a little bit of insight into what exactly I'm going to be sort of like looking into as far as a timeline. That's
Okay.
significant, right? Um, okay, guys. So we want to kind of get an understanding of what was the intention in having our girl Ash present last night. Right. Firstly, let's start with that. All right. I keep wetting the place. Um, let's start with that. The intention for Ash. What was the intention in having her there? Okay. Okay. Thank you. We've got a few cards. Okay. Oh. All right, let me process. Oh, girl, all the cards are like in reverse. Bar one. Okay, so there's a lot of internalizing in it. So a lot of this stuff was to do with stuff that wasn't necessarily said clearly. Let's see. Interesting. Okay. 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 A couple of things with the situation. As far as oh, hi Scorpio Bay. Yeah, we are still open, but you'd have to sort of be at the end of the list after Sammy because we're gonna go and do we're gonna do Nadira next, then we're gonna do Sammy, and then it would be Scorpio Bay. Cashapp is down at the minute, so it would have to be PayPal. What I'm seeing with the situation, Ash, so it's all very interesting at the minute, right? Firstly, I think obviously the other person, the person who invited you as their plus one, firstly, they didn't necessarily want to be there sort of like alone. That was another factor to the situation. As far as you, I think that this was potentially an in for you. I don't necessarily see, how can I put it? I don't know if it's a business situation, but there may be an opportunity to be revisiting there in a different dynamic. I don't see it in the current business setting as far as what it is that you're doing. But I feel like there's someone that you met potentially there yesterday who actually has direct connections to be able to help you. So I feel like this was more of a networking situation for you to be positioned and placed in front of the right people that's actually going to lead you into other connections. What I'm seeing with the situation is that did you sort of like take to anybody in particular whilst you were there yesterday?
Yeah, actually I did. I met a few people. One
Yeah,
of them, actually I met two of my teachers.
yeah.
Um, but one of my teacher is he creates websites and stuff and he
Hmm.
deals with huge companies down here.
Yeah, yeah,
So I was actually speaking to him this morning and he was
yeah,
actually intrigued by my work and stuff like that,
yeah,
what he
yeah,
saw. And he
yeah,
asked me, he said, am I willing to take my business to a larger scale?
yeah, yeah,
I believe
exactly.
it's him. I believe it's
Yeah,
him.
yeah, yeah. He may very well be the one because that's why they they gave you a special pass, if you will. They were like, we gave her a special pass in the door so she can get the opportunity to sort of like benefit from the networking. So yeah, he is, I guess, the plug, if you will. He's the plug
Okay.
that's going to be able to kind of like assist you with the next level of everything that you're going to be doing at the minute. And he is determined to be able to kind of like help you nurture what you're doing with your business. Yeah, a little bit of a guardian angel, if you will. Okay, so what's the advice for our girl Ash in navigating through this situation? Because obviously this is all just going to be coming in so quickly. How does she navigate the process of this? Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. That's interesting. They're saying that you're ready. You're ready, my love. They're saying that you're ready for the level of abundance that's going to come along with this because this situation is going to trickle off into other areas as well.
Okay.
It's going it's going to trickle off into at least you're going to get at least five major opportunities from this situation. At least five major opportunities
Nice.
from this situation. So I'd say have the conversations with him to be able to get an understanding of how he can make that alignment and connection for you. And then don't forget the small people, Ash.
I won't. I won't.
No, because it seems like things are really going to actually pick up for you. And I think it's going to happen very, very quickly. It's going to feel a little bit like a tornado just because it's just going to be like so much to sort of like take in because it's like things felt like it was like slowly moving before. And it's like all of a sudden it's taken off and it's just like moving so quickly.
Yeah,
But
that is true because as I said,
yeah,
I originally I only got invited like last week,
yeah,
I think, sometime late last
yeah,
week. And
yeah,
I only had a few days to get a dress, and then I decided last minute to like do gifts and stuff to give out to Mr. the person who
yeah,
invited me and as well as my teachers and stuff like that.
yeah.
And everything just happened so quickly though. And
Mhm.
I didn't even have anything. I didn't
Yeah,
even have money to buy this dresser. Mind you, this
mhm.
dress cost me like $1,000.
Yeah, yeah,
I didn't even have the money to buy it. I got it as a gift for free. So
yeah,
as I said, everything it felt like I was meant to be there. I didn't even
yeah,
have transport to go.
yeah,
And transport, everything just happened for me. So I was
yeah.
like, okay, I guessing I'm meant to go here
Yeah,
because it's how
the
it happened.
universe. Yes, the universe
By the
opened
way, I
space.
wore
Yeah.
a green dress with a long slit, and I had some haters. I could have tell you. From the time I walked in, people's eyes was like me. I had some haters and I had some admirers, and I'm like, what the hell?
I love that. Yes. Kay saying at Ash 13, nice accent. Oh, yes, Kay. Okay. She is out here in these YouTube streets. No, but this is definitely written for you, beautiful. Definitely. And even from here, it's going to that tornado effect that you felt like you had initially when it was like, oh, I don't have this, I don't have that. All of these things are just going to continue to resolve themselves and resolve themselves because it's going to happen so very quickly. I'll tell you this. where you are by the end of the year is not where you are right now. That's
Okay,
how
cool.
quickly this is going to be moving.
Yeah, it is moving quickly. That's why I said I woke up this morning. I it's like everything just happening so fast because I'm like I
Yeah.
did not only did I meet my teacher who
Yeah.
gave me advice, but I also met somebody else who works in the ministry, and he
Yeah.
sent me a brochure on how
Mhm.
to get my business started and stuff like that, and
Yeah.
which classes to go to. So I'm like, okay, well I'm like this thing is just coming like so fast though.
Yeah, no, definitely, definitely. It's going to continue to be very, very quickly as well. And I think you'll find that it's like all of the stuff that you've been praying for, it's all coming in all in one, like just big, long timeline for the rest of this year, which is nice because you've been doing the work. You know what I mean? You deserve what's coming as far as the rewards for the work that you've been putting in. And I think that this is really where the universe is trying to say to you, well done, right? The universe is like, well done,
Yeah,
Ash.
it is. It was nice though.
Hmm.
Yesterday felt nice. I was like, oh my God. I was
Yeah,
treated really nicely.
that part. Exactly. And we love that for you because you deserve it. Absolutely. And I think obviously now God's going to put you on a
You.
certain pedestal, actually. Be prepared for the haters as well, girl. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, I did experience some haters yesterday, especially his coworkers. They were looking at
Yeah.
me, and like I could tell that,
Yeah.
and then I got the vibes that they thought I got invited because he and I were probably together or something like that. Nah, we picked
Yeah.
up on that because he did mention to me, he's like, I'm sure my coworkers probably thinking that we together. I'm like, exactly. You know,
Yeah.
but it was the first time I actually met him yesterday. He treated me really nicely,
Yeah.
and it was a really nice experience. I don't think I'll ever forget it. But
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
it was
you
nice.
deserve
It
it
was
too.
really
Most
nice.
importantly, you deserve it as well. And I think obviously this is just the start of everything unfolding for you, my love. Definitely keep us posted with the whole process as it unfolds throughout this year, because I'm telling you, where you are right now isn't where you'll be by the end of the year. And that's going to be interesting to observe your progress.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Well, I am glad because I
yeah,
mean, my ex, because here's what happened. I tried to contact my ex,
yeah,
to get a ride to go to where the transport was going to pick me up, and he switched up on me because I
yeah,
couldn't hear what he was saying, and then he cursed at me,
yeah,
and then I told him,
yeah,
here what, I said, here what, right? Enjoy your
mm,
night, and I hung up on him.
yeah,
And he called me the next day. He was literally calling my phone whole time yesterday. I had to like, dismiss the call. He tried to
yeah,
text, and then he
yeah,
comes and tells me, you know what? I was drunk, and I can't remember what I told you. I'm like, what now?
yeah, yeah. He acted a little bit out of character, so obviously he's trying to sort of like cover his back there a little bit, but I mean, his
Yeah.
mask came off at the end of the day. That part. He
But
was
I
trying to
did, you know what I did
back.
though? I did send a picture to my ex
Yeah.
and to Anil as well.
Mhm.
The
Oh,
Aquarius that
is
my
that the
friend,
ex-friend?
my so-called friend, took
Mm-hmm.
from me. I sent him a
Mm-hmm.
picture. In fact, I tried to video call him though, and he declined the call. So then he
Hmm.
messaged back and he was like, "Why did you call me so abruptly?" I was like, "Well, I was trying to call you to show you my dress, but unfortunately, you didn't pick up. So here's a picture though. I sent my best pic." He was silent. I was like, "Well, he's silent."
That part. Enough said, anyways. You know, he doesn't even really need to say anything. It's just like, here, there you go. Bam. Have you spoken to the friend?
Oh, by the way, I was supposed to tell you about that. She messaged me,
Mm-hmm.
was it yesterday morning? Oh, not
Yeah.
yesterday morning, the day before. She sent a
Mm.
reel, right? One of those
Okay.
short clips now.
Mm-hmm.
And on Instagram, but I try to avoid looking at it. So today when I was trying to like delete the whole message without looking at it, it opened up.
Yeah.
And I saw it
Yeah.
was a reel about um looking for a sugar daddy. And I'm like, huh, isn't that something?
Oh my God, she never learns. She never learns, actually.
And I'm like, why is
Um,
she sending me this though? What is the purpose of this? I don't know.
that's genuinely her thought process and her sense of humor. I mean, she's laughing about it, but really, that is a criteria for her life. So,
Sugar daddy. I'm like, okay.
yeah,
But yeah,
yeah.
I realized she kind of showing me who she really is through this real thing. And I'm like,
Hmm.
I wish her all the best. I did not respond. I just looked at it and I was like, all right, well,
That part, because there's
I'll
nothing you
accept
can
that.
do about that. Because she probably wouldn't even sort of like be honest to herself. Because most times, every time when people lie, they're usually lying to themselves. You know that she's really looking for a sugar daddy, but if you were to have a conversation
Yeah,
about it, she would say that's not true. So there's nothing that you could have done anyways. You know, it's just one of those things. But at least God saved you by bringing them together.
true. One more thing though.
Yes.
Well, my teacher, well, actually, the person who invited me to go
Hmm.
to the grads, right? He was
Hmm.
asking me, and he actually asked my neighbor who is also working with him, about me, right? So she was telling him that she asked me to come work and teach classes as well, right?
Okay, yeah.
And he asked me, he said, so why did you say no? So I said, well, I didn't say no. I didn't answer her yes or no, right?
Yeah.
But so I was mentioning it to my former teacher that,
Yeah.
they asked me to teach, and she did not take it too well though. She was like, I
Okay.
thought you'd be happy. She was like, I hope it's not the same class that I'm teaching, You could teach wood burning or something, but not glass engraving. And I was like, okay, but it was
Okay.
glass engraving itself that I want to teach now. And I'm like,
Yeah.
okay.
Clearly, she felt a little bit sort of, I guess, threatened, kind of like having you come into that space. I don't know
Yeah.
what it is. I don't know what it is with people. But you're about to go in your glow up season, beautiful. How does that feel?
It feels I'm a little scared though, because I'm worried, like, am I cut out to do it? But then a part of me is like, no, this is happening for a reason. I know it's
Yeah.
happening for a reason because it's how everything is working out like so fast. And I'm like, nah. This
Yeah.
have something else to do with it. So I just wanted to make sure that I'm not delusional. So I'm like,
No, it's happening. It's actually happening, and that's the thing. Like that's actually the difference. I guess between delusion and reality, it's actually what happens in reality. The reality is you're actually going through a glow up, and it's already occurring. You went to where you went to yesterday. That's open doors, and so many doors are going to continue to open for you the rest of
yes,
this.
and I made some friends as well. Not only with my teachers, with other people. I made
Yay.
some genuine connections and stuff like that. And
That's good.
so
That's
I was
good.
like, okay. So yeah.
Yeah, well, look at that. Obviously, Little Miss Madame Sugar Daddy Desire, you know, leaving that space has opened space for so many new networking opportunities. Look at that.
Yeah, yeah, it has actually.
This is this is what I try and like put across to people. Like it's about lessons. So if you can learn the lesson, you see something, you learn the lesson, God rewards you. Do you see that? It's just the way that things work. The universe naturally rewards you. So even though it's one of those situations where you're aware of who she is now and you're making decisions that, you know, kind of like moves you away from people that are like that, now they're bringing you into people that genuinely want the best for you because you made that decision for yourself. So now the universe must reward you with that type of dynamic. You know what I mean? People that want to pour into you as opposed to see you and kind of like, you know, be intimidated and take from you. So I'm happy for you, mama. Snaps for you,
True.
girl. Yeah.
Much.
No,
So
that's
yeah, but
okay.
you know what I noticed with a lot of people? Um,
Mhm.
this is just a side note, but what I've
Mhm.
noticed with people, this is not really a question, but it's more like an observation. I've
Yeah,
noticed
yeah.
that a lot of people, especially young guys
Mm.
and young girls as well, even older
Yeah.
people, they have low self-esteem though. Because
Very.
yesterday when I was there, um, one of the guys who work in the ministry, um,
Mm.
he asked me if I wanted my picture taken, right? So he took me to the
Mm.
pool area to take the picture. So I asked him, I said, "So do you want me to take your picture as well?" And he's like, "No, no, I don't look good in pictures and stuff like that." So I'm like, "No, you
Mm.
actually look good." So I took his picture
Yeah.
and actually took a picture with him as well, so he wouldn't feel, any type of way.
Yeah.
And he took
Yeah.
my pictures and stuff like that. And we became friends from there.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
today he actually posted the picture that I took of him though.
Oh,
Um,
that's what's up.
he sent me a picture where he went to a family event earlier, and he
Yeah.
said, "Look at that! You actually have me taking my pictures and feeling good about myself." I'm like, "Huh? Well, look at that."
Exactly. Exactly. Some people, they're used to kind of like feeding the negative self-thought. They don't realize that that's actually what like deteriorates their self-esteem when they feed the negative self-thought. So it brings like their self-worth down because they identify with
Yeah.
the issues. But good for you,
Hmm.
beautiful. Look at that. You managed to kind of like get him into a place where he can see the value, to be able to just capture his beautiful little face on camera. Snaps again, girl. Okay. See, this is why God's out here giving you blessings upon blessings upon blessings. That part. No, but it's really good. I think obviously God's going to continue to use you throughout the rest of this year. So be prepared. Are you ready?
Thank you.
You
Yeah,
ready for it?
I'm much ready now. Now that I
Yeah.
know where I'm heading. So I'm like, all right, yeah, well, I'm ready. I'm open. I mean, it is nice though.
Yeah.
It was nice yesterday. I'm like, I can't
Yeah.
wait to find out what's gonna happen next. Seriously.
That
I
part.
am such
That
in a good
part.
mood today. You won't believe.
Yeah.
My energy level is super high from yesterday. I'm like, I don't care. Anybody can tell me any bad thing, I'll still be happy.
That part, that part. And I love that for you. I love that for you. You so deserve it. I think obviously things throughout this year, your business is just going to start thriving, mama. Like really, really start thriving. It will be like a
Okay.
completely different experience by the end of this year. And it's going to happen very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. But definitely keep us posted because I think each week you'll
I
probably
will.
find that you're learning new things and growing so quickly. Within the next, I want to say 6 to 8 weeks, it's already an expansive situation where things are really moving forward really quickly. Yeah.
Okay,
Mm.
cool. Yeah, because I do
Sorry.
intend to do graphic design next.
Yeah.
I told
Yeah.
my teacher that. I said I want to do graphic design,
Yeah.
because I want to also do level 2 next year with his class as
Yeah.
well. So I want to be prepared. So he's like, "Good job," because now you have to learn
Exactly.
graphics and photography. I'm like, "Okay, no
Yeah.
problem. We'll see."
Uh, no, definitely, definitely. You're going to be busy, girl. You are going to be busy, busy, busy by the sounds of it. And things are actually really going
Yes,
to start to like develop for you. Um, there's going to be a new network of people as well, like in the next 2 months that you're really starting to like integrate into your social circle as well. Um, so yeah, seems like things are moving in the right direction for you.
yes, it is.
Can we get some
Finally.
snaps in the chat, y'all, for our girl Ash? Okay, she's out here doing her thing. Sorry, I'm gonna bring out my church fan.
Actually, do like your fan. It's nice. I like the pattern and
Thank you, girl.
everything.
I am hot. It is hot here. I don't know what is going on because usually it's not. Mina is saying you're such a vibe. She appreciates like obviously having you up on the live.
Hi,
That's
Mina. Hi,
right.
everyone. Hi, Samantha. I'm here.
That part, guys. No, I love that. Hello. Thank you for actually like stopping in and like really giving us, the process of everything because I think it all makes a difference. Like just seeing how the universe opened up for you yesterday, just completely opened up, right? And now it's just going to be
Yes,
like keeping
yes,
that
yes.
momentum. I'm excited for you, girl. Ah, excited for you. No, definitely keep us posted. You know, we're going to be out here on the weekends doing nothing.
Yes, I will. And I think I'll call in a lot more no. So yes,
Yeah, I
I'm
forgot. Thank you
feeling
for
this
actually mentioning
calling
that because I
session.
forgot.
It's nice. It's time so we can
Yeah,
actually talk to each other and have a conversation, you know?
that part, that part,
And
because
y'all
that's
can
why I
hear what
wanted
I
to do the
sound like.
call-ins. That part as well. That part. And everybody feels like there's a vibe, you know? So that's what's up. Ash is Mina's saying, "Oh, hey Ash, you are adorable. I love that. I love
Thank
that."
you.
No, definitely. There is obviously the link as well in the chat, guys. So you guys can call in. Obviously, Ash has broke the call-in virginity tonight. So feel free,
Yes,
guys.
yes. I'm happy it works better than the first time I tried. Maybe the
Exactly.
first
Because you
time we always
were
have difficulty, but
Mm, you did try before, it just didn't like fully manifest, but now we managed to get it done. So I love that. I love, love, love.
yes,
Thank you,
everything is
though,
falling into
people.
place perfectly.
It is. It is. God is being so divinely abundant at the minute. I just can't take it. But I see that things are going to be unfolding nicely for you. And I'm excited for you as well, because I know that obviously things have been like a little bit slow, you know, and you've just been diligent. So I feel like the universe, you know,
Yes,
that
it
it's
has.
kind of like the
It
universe
has.
owes you, basically.
Yes, and I had some tough lessons to learn as well. Some really
Exactly.
tough
You've been
lessons to
delivering.
learn.
You've been delivering on your assignments, girl. You've actually shown up and delivered on your assignments and done what you needed to do. So that part.
True.
Oh, no, but what are you? What time is it now? Is it like almost 11 or
It's
you guys are pretty late
10:50
as well?
p.m. right
Yeah,
now.
yeah. It's like 3,
Yeah.
3:50
But I know
a.m.
it's late over there, so I don't wanna keep you back because I know I have other friends who are waiting to ask their questions. Samantha is
Yes,
probably
somebody's
wondering why I'm taking
next.
so long.
Yeah.
I do apologize, Samantha. I'm sorry. I love you
Sorry,
too, Samantha.
it's okay, Sam. You
So,
can also sort of come in when the time's right. You know, you're good.
so I'm going to end off here by saying good
Thank
night
you,
to
man.
everyone. It was fun,
Mm,
you know.
it
And
was. It
I
was
you
nice.
don't worry, I will call you next time.
That part. That I'm gonna make sure that I put the link out first thing because Mina seems to be good. Like Mina's like adding links and doing stuff. Like Mina's doing her job like really really adequately. So I'll start doing this like putting the link out first thing before I even like when I start the live. So guys can have the option to do this as well. And thank you for your bravery tonight. Okay.
Yes, you
Because
all need to
sometimes
try out the call. It is wonderful compared to when you have to like text and there's a delay and then you're asking a question and we're texting it but you didn't see it like way after. This is better because now I can communicate better and
there
answer
you
back
go.
this time, you know.
There you go.
No delays and now everybody can
Exactly.
hear what I sound like.
Exactly that part beautiful. And it was nice. It was nice. Eventually we'll have you on cam. Like he'll come on cam. Last time I think he did come on cam. We got to see your
No, no,
beautiful
I
face.
didn't come on cam. I'm
Would you
kind of like
not?
camera shy, but don't worry. I will someday. I'm working up to it.
Exactly, girl. Okay. Trust and believe. Once you hit that moment, God's then gonna put you in a whole magazine. Okay. No, but thank you
Okay. Well,
again,
thank
Ash.
you again.
All
I
good,
do
my love.
appreciate it.
I
Good
appreciate
night,
you guys.
everyone, and good morning to those who, there's morning there, and good
That
day to
part.
everybody else.
That part.
And I do apologize to those who are still waiting to ask the question. I'm very sorry. All right, let me come off before Sammy messages.
Oh, she did. She did just
Tasha.
message. She did just message. Oh, don't worry, Sam. We got you. Okay? You're good. Oh, good, Ash.
Okay,
I
good
will
night,
catch you.
everyone. Bye.
Sam. Bye. Scorpio Bay, you can call in. I previously sent the link. I'll send it in again. And you'll be able to kind of, utilize the link and then call in and come in. We do have to go to Nadira Aliyah now, and she can sort of like put her question out there. And then we will go ahead and chop it up and get that done, right? So Nadira, you can post your question out there, and then we're gonna go to Sammy's question. Sammy, I don't know if you want to put your question out there as well. Oh, thank you, Nadira. Okay, so Nadira's got a couple of questions. Oh, you're gonna try and call in as well. Okay, y'all. Look at us. We expanding into call-ins. Sammy, do you want to throw your question out there then, love? We're gonna do a call-in. We might be a minute. Do you want to throw your question out there? Yeah. I think I did do the link before, but I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna pop it back in the chat again, and then there you go. That's the link to call in, and then we'll see. Okay. Right. I'm feeling very ungrounded. Yeah. Message her, Ash. Oh. I've been feeling very ungrounded and having thoughts I've never had before. I know what triggered it, but I can't get out this energy. Girl, grieving is such a tough emotion. Oh my God. There's so many layers of it. So many layers. Mina! Girl! You my peoples. This is why you my peoples. Okay? That part. Okay, so oh, I see Sammy's message. Okay, I'm gonna start the message. Okay, Nadira, quick question. Are you okay for me to answer Sammy's question quickly and then you sort of come in on the live? Because I'd love to really be able to unpack this with you. Because you said you know what triggered you. I want to unpack that with you to understand what that trigger may be showing you about a blind spot, just so that we can kind of like work through the layers of that. And this is another thing as well, because the grieving is actually so fresh to some degree. God, it takes years and years and oh, she already in here. It's okay. Sorry, Sammy. We're gonna go and dive into it. Okay. Hey, Nadira, beautiful.
Hey.
There we go. So I wanted to be able to really unpack your question because there's like so many layers to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
First, you said, I've been feeling, let me post the question as well. You said, I've been feeling very ungrounded and having thoughts I've never had before. Okay. Talk to me about the thoughts that you've never had. What are some of those thoughts?
Okay, so like I'm normally like the type of person who likes to better themselves. Like when things get bad, I'm like very like optimistic.
Yeah.
But like most lately, I've been like really down, like feeling like things will never really get better, and like basically like self-harm thoughts. And it's like I've had those thoughts before, but like not as deeply as I'm having them now, and it's kind of concerning.
Okay. What do you believe triggered it as well? Because you said you think you know what triggered it.
The loss of my friend, I believe. And like after that, like all the information I started to find out, it kind of put me down a little bit. And it's like with me, once one little minor change happens, like it just affects me like really badly. It could be something like really small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, one thing that I will say to you, firstly, the thoughts that are coming is more of a indication that you're actually navigating through a little bit of an ego death. Old identities are kind of like dying, and that's what happens a lot of the times. The suicide demon's quite, he's a bit of a clout chaser. He just kind of likes to basically attach himself to anything that, we are navigating through. So I'm going to apologize on his behalf because, it's just one of those things. He seems to be trying to see if he can kind of get you into a certain place whilst you're in this mindset. How do you feel like overall at the minute? Do you feel like the battle's going well? Do you feel like you're able to kind of, navigate this battle, or is it just completely overwhelming?
I feel like it's all over the place. Like I really don't know how I feel. Like one moment I'm feeling better and like
Yeah,
things gonna get better, but then the next moment I just want to lay in bed all day and not
yeah.
do anything. Like,
And that's normal. I think obviously like grieving's a whole process. We're talking about Manny, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Grieving's a whole process where it's there's so many layers to it. You'll have moments where you will navigate through survivor's guilt. That's one of the major ones where the suicide demon will come in and basically start to have conversations with you. It's Are you okay to be here without him? Let me ask you that.
Um. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, I feel like I should be okay because we knew each other like for a short amount of time, and I spent most of my life without him, so I feel like I should be okay. But like you said, survivor's guilt is definitely a big part of this. Like, I do feel very guilty, and
Yeah.
I'm also finding ways to blame myself too. Weirdly enough, even though I was even there when it happened.
Yeah. No, and that will naturally come up as well because you would want to feel like there's something your mind tries to rationalize to think that there's something that you could have done, should have done. All of these things will start to come up, right?
Mhm.
Honestly, I'm gonna because I know some of these demons were on first name basis in some regards. I'll definitely sort of like put a prayer out there for you tomorrow. But I'll also do a little bit of an energy clean for you. The depression, that's a natural part of the process because you kind of have to go through the process of purging some of these feelings. So you will navigate through that. Some days will feel easier than others, to be honest. So on a scale of 1 to 10, what number would you say that the depression is on a scale of 1 to 10 at the minute?
Um. When I'm in bed, like a 8. When I'm out of bed and doing like functioning and doing things like going to work, I would say a 10. Like I don't know why I just feel chained to my bed, and I don't know. Like I don't even want to be around my friends or anything like that. And I don't
Yeah.
even like to look at pictures of him. Like I have like his obituary and stuff, but like I normally have it in front of my bed, but I have to like move it and put it in my drawer because I'm basically trying to escape the reality of him like being dead, stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Okay. Can you, because this is it's like such a challenging thing to navigate through, grief itself. I think one of the things that assisted, I guess, myself in the process is being able to connect, I guess, to them on the other side, because that's actually it's not necessarily a loss in that way. It's more of a case of transitioning in your relationship to a different dynamic. So do you have that dynamic of relationship where you're able to identify the loss of his physical body, but aware that his presence is with you?
That's another thing. I was gonna ask you that. Like, I don't know why, but like I've been having a feeling there's not an afterlife, and that after you die, because like I've been going to other people to get their opinions, like having deep conversations about what's in the afterlife and stuff, and they've been like most people had a belief that once you die, it's a nothingness, like nothing at all. You're not conscious at all. But it's like that's what I normally would believe. But it's like it's so many people who believe that it's kind of like coming on to me, you know. But I want to believe there's an afterlife, but I don't know.
Girl, I literally have, I don't know if you guys have heard it in the back, but I have been assisting a spirit, which is why I speak to everybody about their emotional processing so deeply, because basically, if we don't do it in waking life, as a soul, you end up in limbo after death, unfortunately. So you're stuck here in between this reality and all the things you haven't processed and let go of before you can actually transition into heaven. Heaven being a completely different state of consciousness as well, by the way. But I've got something beeping. My carbon monoxide machine, okay, in the back has been beeping because it was when the spirit entered my house, basically. And she left it on to basically irritate me before she realized that I could help her transition into heaven. There is an afterlife. There isn't a life like there is like this for the most part. They watch us. A lot of the information and the feedback that I get about certain things is spirits actually speaking to me. So it's I understand if that thought process is actually sort of what's coming to you as well, then it makes it very, very like final when it comes to the Manny situation. So I can completely understand that having that thought process being projected into the space and you're kind of like navigating through, well, what essentially is going to be happening now. Manny's with you. Manny's been with you. The physical body is just a vessel to encapsulate the actual like consciousness. Present has been.
Like, can I ask you something?
Yes, go for it.
How would I like? What are signs or like feelings I would get when he's around me? I don't know if it's like thoughts about him. Like,
So a lot of the times, because you're struggling to basically accept his transition from physical life, a lot of the times the way that they would communicate is they would actually feed you thoughts, memories that you shared together, because because they don't have a physical body anymore, that's naturally the first way that they'd be able to communicate. They'd be like, oh, remember when we did this together, or remember when we did that together. For you, it will transmit as a memory. Oh, now all of a sudden I'm thinking about when we did this together or when we did that together. That's him actually downloading thoughts to you to let you know that he's actually still present, because he's also sensing that you're actually missing him and you're actually yearning for the connection with him. And because he's not here in physical life to be able to communicate to you as he would naturally, now obviously he's having to basically just feed you with thoughts, because that's the only way that he can. A lot of the times as well, because we're not aware, I guess, of how many, I guess, thoughts that flows through, what thoughts are ours, what thoughts are the collectives, what thoughts are basically God downloading information into us, like, because we're not all the way clear on all of these different dynamics of people that actually have access to our minds, and they get access through care, because you care for him, he will then have access to be able to download into your mind. It's just a process. You actually start to get more comfortable with it. Manny's visited me since, I guess, his transition, to express his concerns for you. I've had that conversation with you before. Spirits, they will just come from time to time to just let me know what's going on with like people that they care for, people that means a lot to them. And you're somebody that means a lot to him, and he definitely appreciates the way that you're actually like going through your grieving process. And I think for him, he didn't even actually realize that he meant that much to you, to be honest. So I think that
somebody else told me that. That's crazy.
Yeah, he didn't realize, actually. You didn't realize that he meant that much to you, but he is like deeply, deeply honored because you're such an amazing person in his eyes. I think for him, it's actually just really quite sad to know that you're navigating through everything, and it's such a weight on you, actually. Because I think the last time when he did visit me to let me know that he was concerned, was when I spoke to you and I told you that, I had to send you some energy because he was asking me um, to just assist you with the process because he didn't know what to do. Like, and he just felt helpless because he's still new in spirit. He's still learning how to basically develop his ability as a non-physical being. And
Mhm.
he's still kind of like figuring out. Sometimes you feel his presence, but it's like you're in denial. What's that about?
That's the denial comes from believing that there's not an afterlife. I feel
Okay.
like, yeah,
Okay.
it's
Okay.
like normally I believe in it, but it's like other people's beliefs, like kind of hijack that belief of mine, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and I get that. I
And
get that.
also, it's like because like I can't see him. Like I heard a lot of stories about people seeing spirits and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Like I
Yeah.
think that's another part of it. Like I can't see anything. Like you know.
Do you want to see? Because that's the thing. I'm going to say this to you because even for me, I've asked my guides. I see them in terms of science. So I see them in terms of like atoms and stuff like that because that's how my mind perceives everything. But if you want to see, like your guides can allow for you to see. Um,
Mm-hmm.
your humans designed actually, or humans designed for a lot of these things. It's just that all of these abilities are dormant because we haven't activated them as a species for a very long time, unfortunately. It's to the point where we think telepathy is not real.
Mm-hmm.
Forgotten who we are. But do you want to see?
Yes, maybe. I like maybe in a dream or something. Like
I
I
was
don't
just
know
gonna
about.
say, I was just gonna say, I was gonna say, a dream process is probably a little bit easier for your mind to be able to for your mind to be able to rationalize because sometimes seeing the presence it can be quite alarming. uh,
Mm-hmm.
Even if you know that that's what you've asked for, like as a human, sometimes like responding to the situation, it can be like, oh my god, whoa.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the dream situation would definitely help to be able to validate one, that he's still around and he's kind of like willing to actually like engage with you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Um, so definitely just put it out there and let him know that you're actually ready to have a conversation in dream, to be able to help you navigate through this because the non-physical and not being able to speak with him directly is also a part of the issue that you're struggling with in terms of your moving. Feels a little bit stagnant at the minute.
Yeah,
Um,
I was gonna say another thing is like
yeah,
it's certain things that I cannot get closure about. Like after he passed away, like when he was here, I was
yeah,
respectful of him having a girlfriend and stuff. But when he passed away, I like conversated with his friends and stuff, and they
yeah,
confirmed that he had like a whole girlfriend that he lived with and stuff. And it's
yeah,
like now I can't like confront him about it. I don't
yeah,
know how to feel about that. So it's like I
yeah,
don't know. Like I heard he had a girlfriend and like multiple like side pieces, like 6 other girls and stuff like that. And there's a lot of girls coming through, like, oh, I was his girlfriend too and stuff like that.
yeah,
And it's
yeah,
like that kind of led me to feel like I was kind of like nothing to him, like I didn't really matter, or I was just one of 10 girls in his life, like.
yeah. No, and I do completely understand why you feel like that as well. I think we did speak about this in the original like private reading that I did for you, where I said to you this was like an inevitable no. Obviously, I didn't know why that was an inevitable no, but also we did speak about the fact that he had some extracurricular activities that was going on. And we did sort of say that it was going to be after a few weeks where you'll find out, a lot of this information. I do want to apologize, like, on his behalf for like just being unfortunately like just a bit of a selfish man. Um, but there is ways to be able to kind of like hash these things out. Actually, funny enough, my mom and dad actually, because my dad's transitioned, he's my gatekeeper. He had a whole like beef with my mom in her dream about my paternity, because I actually navigated through some paternity stuff earlier this year. And they're present, like they're aware. You can have these conversations with them. I think it's just a case of what I will say is, I don't know, in waking life, he was a little bit cowardly when it comes to those types of conversations anyway. So
Yes, definitely. Definitely, because I definitely did approach him about that, and he kind of like just changed the subject. Like, yeah.
He still has that shape-shifting spirit, girl. So, what I will say is that as you kind of like navigate through the process, having that conversation, I don't know that he's ready to really sort of like have that conversation with you per se, to kind of like give you the closure that you're looking for. I think he's open to having other conversations at the minute. That was just always like, it just seems like, no, I'm not ready to have that conversation with her. So this is what I'm saying to you, Mama. He's here. He is present. His consciousness is in the photons in the atmosphere. He's always with you now. It's just in a different dynamic. And I think when I did the initial, reading, I said to you, like, I think that what you'll ultimately like find with this situation is that unfortunately he was a bit of a clout chaser when it comes to the dynamic with you, and he was kind of like attaching to you probably not necessarily for all the right reasons. And I think that, as everything's kind of like unfolded, you've been able to identify exactly what he actually did mean to you in the end, because I think even for you, you're learning that you care this much about him as well. So I think
I was definitely in denial that I did care, because I kind of knew like he had like a lot of things going on, so I wanted to be in a player energy too, like
I'll definitely, like, when I do, because I do like my morning prayer, yoga and meditation in the mornings, I'll definitely sort of like keep you in my prayers tomorrow, and I'll do a little bit of energy work on your mental space, seeing as you're like navigating through some external projections, to kind of like help you with what you're navigating through.
All right, thank you so much.
No, that's okay, Mama. But, we're all assigned to be able to kind of like assist with the process, right? How can you grieve effectively? That was your second question.
Yes.
You just start to have a completely different relationship. You accept the new elements of your relationship. Your relationship will never be the same as what it has been before, because you don't have a physical body to kind of like refer to or respond to. But I tell you what this will do, right? It will open up your clairaudient senses, and it will also further activate your clairvoyant senses, because then you'll be able to hear because you want to, and you'll be able to receive visual downloads as well. Because that's how they're going to be able to communicate certain messages to you. What I will say as well is that once you do actually like allow for yourself to be open, because I think that this process with Manny is potentially your initiation actually into your full-blown activation, if I'm honest, because you now are realizing exactly how much there was a connection there, and there's still all these unanswered questions. I think that was the perfect catalyst for you to really dive a little bit deeper, and I think that God's actually utilizing this to really help you to kind of like activate for the most part, and then he's going to use you. So I'm just going to give you a heads up. I'm going to give you a heads up when it comes to that, because once you get activated, the spirit starts to get comfortable and feel like they can, utilize you, if you will, as a human that is an activated vessel. So you'll start to pick up on other people's transmitted downloads that they're not receiving as well from their angels and spirits and guides that are present. I just want to put that out there and give you a little bit of a disclaimer. Okay?
All right. Wait, I have a question.
Yes, my love.
In the spirit world, can they see you, like everything you do? Because there's certain things that are just very personal to me. I wouldn't want anybody to know about, and it makes me feel awkward
You're
for
good.
somebody to literally be watching me shower and do like daily things, you know.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
They can see.
They do. We are literally their TV. We are literally their TV. They observe life going on after they have transitioned. So we're literally their TV. That's why when I start to kind of like, speak back to them half the times just openly, they don't care about your body, mama. Like respectfully, they don't. Like they're just like, oh, that's just another vessel. I've had to have conversations with my dad during intimate moments with my partner to be like, Dad, not right now. Like, please, like, let me just have a moment. Okay.
Wow.
You get more because when you're aware of their presence, you're aware that they are constant. They are atoms, they're photons in the atmosphere, so they're just constant. So they don't mean to be invasive, it's just that life is happening without their physical presence, and they are actually a part of life now. Very, very, very deep, intricate part of life. Unlike anything else that we can actually explain. So it's just a
Okay.
part of the process. You don't have to feel any type of way, mama. Your body is just a vessel that is here to occupy your consciousness. So it's not even really you, but you chose a cute one, girl.
Thank you.
It's okay. No, I just wanted to put that out there. I'm definitely going to continue with sending you energy because I was doing that at one point and Manny did ask me to continue to do that for you. So I dropped the ball, to be honest. And I did leave you out there in spirit without any covering or protection. So my bad on that. I'm going to pick that back up.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah. No, it's all good. It's all good, my love. We're all assigned to this process. What I will say is when you ask, you have to be willing here in your heart, actually. So you have to release some of your fears because your fears are basically going to block the transmission of the information. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So when you ask, it's like you have to be willing to receive it as they need to give it to you so that they can obviously bring it through. Sometimes when they first visit you, you hear them as their own voice, and eventually their voice merges into your consciousness and becomes like your voice in the back of your mind as well. But it's a deep, far distant voice in the back of your subconscious because then that's where they have access to your mind. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'll keep that in mind.
That part. Now I'm gonna pray for you, girl, because once you activate, these spirits are out here.
Okay. Thank you.
All good, my love. All
Wait.
good.
Okay. I'm not gonna keep you for too long, but I have one more little
That's
question.
okay, my love.
Okay. So the last time we were intimate,
Yeah.
that's been replaying in my head too, because I kind of underperformed because I stopped halfway through because I was
Yeah.
having some problems.
Yeah.
And I wanted to see if you felt the way about that or something. Like I underperformed. I don't know. I don't. It probably really doesn't matter to him right now. But
No, it's not. I think for him, I think he understood that your body was actually telling you something deeper than both of you guys even realized. Like now he realizes that your body was telling him something deeper than both of you guys even sort of like realized in the moment. There was a certain, I guess, element of how can I put it? There's a certain element of fear, I guess. And I think for him, he understands. And there's no personal feelings towards it. I think he gets it. That's the thing. So what happens when you transition? The first thing that happens is that your whole life gets played back and you get to learn, understand, and observe every single thing that got played back that you may not have been cognizant of. So he would have already gotten the playback on that situation to understand what was going on in your world, which is why that was necessary at the time. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're good. You're good. No hard feelings. He said it was interesting because he was like, I already got the playback of that. Like, I understood her body was already like navigating through something that I couldn't even understand. And I wouldn't have understood even if she explained it to me because I was busy being a man.
Yeah. That
So,
sounds like something he would say. Wow.
exactly. He's present and he's actually like, to be fair, like for a spirit that has like transitioned unexpectedly, and it was so quick as well, like he's really just a very jovial spirit. Like he's not, you know what I mean? Like he's really just wanting everybody to be able to kind of like accept his new reality of life, because to some extent he's just like, oh my god, this is so cool, I get to see everybody. He is sad that everybody doesn't get to see him and people don't understand that he's still very much around basically, and he's,
Mhm.
you know, just there. Like sometimes he's trying to engage with people but they're not as responsive. I think those are the moments where he's still adjusting to that, you know.
Mhm.
But I think obviously this is why I'm encouraging like really being able to allow for your relationship to adjust to where your relationship is now. And again, he said, don't ask him about the mother ladies.
I'll try not to. I'll try.
This is the thing, right? I think what it is that he's compelled to tell you the truth, because that's what happens when you transition. Because deceptivity, that's a thing for like when you're in the physical vessel. And for him at the minute as well, because he has transcended a lot of his like process, he would be compelled to tell you the truth. So I think that that's why he's literally just like, don't ask me.
Yeah. I understand. I won't. I'll
So,
try to.
well, I'd say build up to it, beautiful. Don't, because you want the, I think because you want the closure to these questions as well. I think eventually you'll get to a place
Mhm.
where you're comfortable enough to ask these questions and get like responses. You'll find that when you start to ask him the questions, the answers will start coming into you. Like you'll actually start getting people coming in to validate things, thoughts that you'll be getting downloads, and you'll
Mhm.
find that people come in and start to validate those downloads for you to kind of know, okay, well, this is really what he was saying at the time when I asked him about it. It's just initially, I think he's saying, obviously, initially, he just kind of like wants to be able to support you through your process initially, and eventually you guys will be able to have some of those conversations.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Wish you luck, mama. You're good.
Thank you so much.
You're so
I try
good.
to come in as much as I could. I keep missing your lives. I don't know why.
Yeah,
It's
no. It's all timing. It's all timing. I think obviously at this point I'm here like 6.5 hours in. It's about to get light outside.
What'd you say in the UK?
I am, girl. It's like 4:26. I can see like the sun's about to start rising out here. I might put off the lights because it's already light outside.
Wow.
No, it's all good though. I think it's all timing, you know. I'm glad that I was able to speak to you today as well, because I do feel like Manny has been on the assignment list, but I've been so busy with so many other assignments as well. So it's been a little bit tricky, but I'm glad that you were in the space tonight and we were able to kind of like clear up some of this stuff. I'll definitely keep doing like sending the energy and continuing with the prayers so I can keep you covered, because that's what I was doing initially. I was actually covering you from a lot of these spirits that I know basically swarm on like wounds of grief, basically. So I'll get back into that, girl. That part.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Since
good.
I'm not so advanced in getting downloads, any downloads you get, can you let me know until I get there, you know?
I will definitely. I've got you on IG as well. So when I start to get things coming through, I'll drop you a message, because that's another thing as well. I put him on pause. So it's funny because he probably just brought you in. I said to him, I think it was maybe like a couple of weeks ago, I said to him, look, Manny, I'm going to come back to you. I literally just have this assignment that I had so many things going on. I didn't get back to him. So I'm glad that he brought you into the space to remind me that I need to get back to him.
Yeah.
But you're good. I will message you whenever I get anything come through.
Okay. Thank you so much. Have a good morning.
That part.
I was
Have a
about to
good
say
night,
night.
girl.
All right. See you.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, guys. Yeah, our donation's still open. Damn, Mina. Oh, snap. Hold on. Let me get my fan. Mel, are you wanting to call in or are you gonna like post your question? Okay. Because the call-ins, I'm really appreciating the call-ins actually. This is a vibe. I love that. Thank you for Sammy's question, Mina, because I did star it already as well, and I decided that I was going to put it out there as well. Yeah. Girl, you can come in. I think Sammy is basically sleeping. I'm going to read her question at the end and put it out there for her. You are sleeping, right, Sammy? Sorry. I didn't mean to. Clearly, if she's sleeping, she's not going to be able to say, yeah, I'm sleeping. But I think she's sleeping. Basically, that's what that is. So you're okay, Scorpio Bay, to like come in on the live, and then I'm gonna read Sammy's at the end. Mel, I just said that Ash, I feel like Sammy fell asleep, but we've got her question, thankfully, because that's what I said to her when Nadira sort of like came on. I did actually say to her, post your question, and I'll dive into it with Nadira because it was going to be a minute and I knew it was going to be a minute. So I'll read her question at the end and we'll get the timestamp for her question and we'll plug that in the description, well, in the comment section, so that she knows to come back and check out her reading. Yes, girl, call in. Okay, I'm loving this call-in vibe. Oh, girl, Mel. Maybe not Cash App, Mel. My Cash App isn't working right now. It's not working right now, girl. I don't know what is up with it. Nadira was trying to like teach me. She was proper trying to talk me through what can be done about it, but it's just not working. Yeah, it's just not working. Let me try it again. Yeah, no, it's just not working. It's not. Oh, here we are. Yes, Ash. Yeah, thank you. Hey, Scorpio Bay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi.
Okay, I'm new here. So,
Oh, we love that. We love that. And look at you already. You're like advancing to the next level. So
yes,
you're
I
already
do
on.
have a few questions. I'm not sure.
No, that's
Um,
okay.
are you going to pull cards for the reading or are you just
I can do. It depends on what type of questions you do have. Obviously,
yeah.
Nadira's questions was to do with more sort of like mediumship, so cards doesn't necessarily negate that. But it depends on the question. I've
Okay.
got a bunch right here, good and ready for you, girl.
Okay, perfect. I do prefer cards. I actually used to read myself, but
Yeah.
it's been a while.
Yes.
So I do have a few questions. My first question, I've been on and off for 15 years with my kid's father, and about a year ago, I finally like moved on.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm starting to date now after 15 years. So I met somebody else about 2 months ago,
Mm-hmm.
and I just wanted to know how he feels about me.
Okay, we're gonna start with the love interest, guys. What are the feelings of the love interest towards our Scorpio Bay?
Would you need his name or his birthday or no? I
I
have
could
it.
say, I could say, what's his star sign firstly? Because I think that gives
Okay,
you.
his star sign is Gemini, but my ex is a Taurus, and the ex has been trying to win me back, but I've made it clear that I don't want him back, but he's very persistent.
Persistent.
But the new person is a Gemini
Yeah. Okay.
sun sign. Hmm.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. Oh. Sorry.
Okay.
It was interesting because they were like, they like his energy. They like his energy for you. I think He actually, it's interesting. How is the ex with you dating? Is this like the first proper person that he'd learn how to basically manage his feelings about you dating with?
He actually went crazy the other day when
Yeah,
he found out that I've seen somebody else, even though I'm
yeah,
single. He
yeah,
comes to visit every month.
yeah,
He wants to get back together, but
yeah.
I don't. But he called me 40 times. I had 40 missed calls. But I don't. I think it's not best not we don't go back there because it's been 15 years back and forth and I'm
Yeah,
tired and drained.
yeah.
So, yeah.
No, and I get that. That's why I asked basically because I didn't see him making it easy for you.
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't see
been
him making
crazy.
it easy for you because it seems like you know, he's really quite possessive basically. He
Yeah.
sees you as his,
Hmm.
for lack of a better way of putting it, which is unfortunate because he didn't actually do much with his toy when he had it, if that made
Right.
sense. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right.
So it's just it's very interesting to sort of like be in his mindset on the situation. He's probably going to be your uh
I've been told he's karmic. That's what I've been told. I'm just I'm done with the karma. I'm tired of learning my lesson.
yeah,
I'm blessed with 4 kids and I
yeah,
just wanna I'm
that
drained,
part.
okay?
That part. He's still struggling with learning his lessons. I think that he's going to be a little bit of a challenge for you, Mama. Oh, this is
Let me ask something. Okay, I don't know if you know about birth
yeah,
charts, but I've looked at
yes,
birth charts. I'm a
hmm,
Scorpio.
yeah,
His north node is in Scorpio. So I know that we're supposed to
ah,
be learning lessons and
yeah.
I'm just maybe he'll meet another Scorpio cuz I'm good. I don't know.
No, and I get you, girl. I get you. And it's interesting because that's the whole thing. Like, I don't think that he's like learned this lesson just yet. So a couple of things as far as like the situation, right? This person right here, like there's going to be a little bit of like, how can I put it? There's a competitive energy for your attention when it comes to the Taurus and the Gemini that's coming in. I feel like the Gemini that's coming in,
Mhm.
um, he's going to come in like real strong, but the Taurus comes.
Right.
Taurus comes with that really, really strong, stern energy and really just kind of wants to almost push him out of this space. I don't know that he survives the Taurus energy. I think that he lingers around for a while, from what I can see, like a good 7 months or so. Um,
Mhm.
interestingly enough. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna go and like dive into some cards as well to kind of
Yeah, I would like to see like
yeah. I'm like,
cards.
okay, let me dive in. Put that into context for me, guys. The 7 months rollout plan. Okay. Okay. Uh, okay. Thank you. Interesting. Okay. Ouch. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna go grab that card. Fell on the
Okay.
floor.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. See, as far as the situation, he's okay with you. He just don't want to have to deal with the baggage of what comes with you.
Right.
With you. I think that's going to be the situation later down the line, around about 7 months from now, is kind of like how that situation kind of plays out. I think that it's because your little Taurus pushes back. Like, I don't know what his problem is. I'm sure you probably feel the same way, considering this is your
Yeah, he
situation.
has control issues. I know that with the cards he comes out up as like the Emperor reversed. So I know
Yeah,
that's like a control
yeah,
type personality and
deeply.
I just don't really care for him like that. I just
I know. I
I
know, and I
mean, we
can
have kids. He's a good dad, but it's not
tell.
relationship wise. I'm not interested. Um,
I think what it is at the minute is like the penny somewhat dropped, right? Because you've like actually disconnected from him and he doesn't have access to you, emotionally speaking, period. Like in that way. I think that that is really kind of like the lesson that he's learned, right? He's learned the lesson in losing you. But now I think he feels like now he's supposed to fight, but it's like, no.
right. I don't really care how he feels. Honestly, I'm tired.
Yeah, I know.
I know the new guy. He also broke up with his ex.
Yeah,
As well. So he's just started. We're both like just started dating.
yeah. And I
Um,
think mm, it's an energy thing, unfortunately, when it comes to the Taurus. Have you had a conversation with him about like him actually letting you go?
yes, I've had several conversations with him.
What did he say? You're not going anywhere?
He says that I'm the love of his life
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that it doesn't matter. He cried about it. He screamed.
yeah,
He yelled.
yeah.
But
Oh
I'm
God.
not interested in
I
knowing
know
anything.
you're not. I know you're not beautiful. Like I can see that. It's so interesting because even in spirit, like I can see that there's a disconnect. He's kind of like, trying to make advances. His energy is trying to kind of like flow over into your space, but there's like this force field of protection around you, if you will.
Yeah, I'm over it. I just
Yeah,
care for it. So
yeah. Mm. It's unfortunate, but I think that it's a lot of his bad behavior basically that causes a little bit of disruption to the stuff that's kind of unfolding with Mr. Gemini. But I think it's a nice time. I think that Mr. Gemini is a nice starting point for you. And I think it's a good starting point for him in learning how to accept the fact that it is over, never to be reinvigorated again,
mhm.
like there's no reviving it, it's dead.
Right.
So I think that this is probably maybe the lesson where he learns that you're actually sort of like fully done. I don't know if the relationship with Gemini actually survives his process of his
Okay.
learning.
Okay.
That one.
Um, I also have a question about. So I was born on 11/11, but I've been seeing those numbers for the past 6 years,
Yes.
11/11 and 111.
Yeah.
And I also have like ringing in my ear. I try to Google what that means. So I just wanted clarity on why am I seeing those numbers or what's that about?
Um, Firstly, clear audience and clairvoyant senses. The ringing in the ear is usually when you're tuning into different. So it's when you have ascension points. When you have different ascension points, and it's like, how can I put it? Like when you're flying on the airplane and the same thing kind of happens, like when your ear pops eventually, when you're kind of landing, it's
Yeah.
the same sort of like concept. You're moving up, you're ascending. So a lot of the times your ears is where you kind of like hear the energy, basically, the energy of sound, because you're moving up into higher levels and vibrations. So that's what's happening there. As far as the numbers, one is definitely indicative. Can I ask you? Sorry, they're asking me to ask you what stopped you actually reading a few years ago?
Okay. So a few years ago when I was reading,
Mhm.
I was in my mom's house and I experienced a lot of paranormal activities,
Yeah.
a lot of negative energies.
Mhm.
My everybody there was like maybe there was a few people that lived in the house every week. We would fight, argue.
Yeah.
I've even seen spirits show up in my videos and my pictures. A
Yeah.
dark spirit, dark. You can't see its face. It's just all black and tall.
Shadow. Yeah.
Yeah, shadow. And I'm like, okay, you know what? Maybe me doing these readings and I'm not protecting my energy or whatever. It's attracting
Hmm.
this negativity in my life and in other
Yeah.
people's lives.
Yeah.
So I stopped doing the readings, even though I felt like I was pretty good at it.
Yeah. I can
But
tell. I can tell.
yeah, I just kind of got it got crazy and scary, and so that's why I
Yeah.
stopped.
Okay, okay. Because the first thing that they asked me was, well, ask her why. Because I was about to like go into the numerology on the situation, and they were like, well, ask her why she stopped reading in the first place. Because really, the message that they're trying to give you on that is that you can actually sort of like have a different experience of it or a different reality of it. I am in agreement with you because I'm not going to lie, since I did activate, I literally have to cover so many people. I just finished speaking to Nadira about the spirit that was in my house.
Right, right. I was
These
actually
things
when
are
let me
real.
tell you something crazy, right?
Yeah,
Right now it's 11:43. When you
yeah,
were speaking to her about that,
yeah.
it was 11:11 on my phone. And I was typing. I was about to say something to you at 11:11, but I deleted it. So that's kind of interesting that you said that. But yeah, I was like, oh
It
wow,
does
because
come.
she was talking about how she doesn't believe in the afterlife. I'm like, oh girl, yes, I believe because I've experienced some stuff I've never experienced before that I've a lot of people wouldn't believe until you actually experience it.
Yes.
So it's
Yeah.
true.
It is. It is. And I think obviously like growth doesn't stop happening even after we die because they still have the opportunity to repent and actually like evolve into the heavens after the fact. What I will say is that, girl, sorry, I have to present it well, they said.
Okay.
How do you feel about being reinitiated?
I don't want to get into that again. I do not. I'm good.
No, and I hear you. I think it was one of
Mhm.
those situations where they were like, oh, she was like really good. She had like really a lot of potential, all of these things. So I think it's one of those things where they're like, oh,
Yeah.
shit, ask.
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah, you heard her response, okay?
Right. That's why I prefer someone else to do my readings. So.
That part, because I completely understand why, and I do get you because one of the first things, because my great grandmother was the one who initiated me, and one of the first things that she did say to me is that they're going to come after you. So we did do demon training
Oh,
first.
really?
Yeah, we had to. I had to. I'm still learning the levels of demons that are out here and what they're capable of doing. But
Right. And I'm gonna tell you something.
yeah,
I don't know if this is my opinion,
yeah.
but during that time when I was doing the readings,
Hmm.
I almost attacked two people, and I felt like that was the negative energies in my
Hmm.
mom's house
Yeah.
that I think affected me to the point where
Mhm.
I was not acting like myself.
Yeah.
Because when you are an empath, you pick up the energies in the
Mhm.
room. And
Mhm.
then my mom, I almost attacked her, and she told me that I looked like I was possessed. I'm like,
Yeah.
she hugged me and was like crying. And I'm
Oh,
like, wow, like I don't ever want to experience that again. I don't want to be around negativity, even the things that I can't
yeah.
see.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm good. I don't want
I
to be,
feel you.
yeah. So
I feel you. I feel you actually, because it's definitely a situation that is really, really quite challenging. I think obviously you're seeing a lot of these 11:11 stuff. I'm going to go and dive into it with the cards. The 11:11 stuff is obviously to let you know about the new beginnings that's happening, but we want to put it into context. What new beginnings, right?
right.
So talk to us. What are you guys trying to communicate about, like the numerology when we've got the 11s and the wands showing up? What do you need Scorpio Bay to know in terms of the situation? As clearly as you can, guys. Ah, okay. It's interesting because they're like communicating certain aspects of the situation. They're saying like, firstly, there's a new chapter that's being written for you, like since the breakup. Um, Interesting. Okay. Sorry. I'm laughing because they're sort of like saying that, what they're referring to is the fact that the breakup ultimately is happening due to a refusal of self-introspection. And this is a new beginning for you. You're no longer kind of like holding yourself in captivity, kind of like waiting for this person to almost grow, basically, holding yourself back in the process of waiting for them to grow. And I think what they're saying is that all of these, when they're kind of like, when you're seeing this new beginning mirror in terms of your reality, they're really sort of putting across that by you making that sacrifice, everything that's on the other side of that, you'll be able to experience everything that you had wanted in that space, because they weren't necessarily vibrating on that frequency to come with you onto the timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be able to experience everything. And unfortunately, they'll have to observe from a distance because
Yeah.
that's what they've manifested for themselves. But they're also letting you know that this new beginning for yourself is like, happy transition for you. It's so much more like free,
Yeah, it is definitely less. It's definitely peaceful, less trauma. I like the peace.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm definitely happier.
I can imagine, girl. That's interesting.
Yeah.
What else do you have for me?
I'm still interested in a Gemini guy. I don't know. It's just
I think you guys, this is the thing, right? Because you kind of like had a pattern with the ex of like on and off, on and off.
yeah.
This may be a situation where, because he is still a part of the process, unfortunately,
Yeah.
he may be the cause basically of said cycles. Basically, you guys are due to be good for like the next 7 months. Enjoy that moment,
Right.
whilst that process kind of like unfolds. And what I will say is shield it, protect it as much as you can. Obviously, you don't want to have to like live your life in secrecy, but honestly, if there's a little kid, because that's really like mentally, I'd say he's about between 3 and 5 years old. No offense.
No. His he actually has a 7-year-old daughter.
Yeah.
I have a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old, but he has a
Yeah.
7-year-old daughter. He told me he went through a bad breakup.
Yeah.
He told me that he's not looking for anything committed. And I'm okay with
Yeah.
that because I'm just getting over something as well. So we're
Yeah.
now we're just having a good time and I'm
Yeah.
not like worried.
Yeah.
So
That part. I was speaking about the mental development, I guess, in
okay.
terms of like not with the Gemini. I was speaking about Mr.
Mm-hmm.
Taurus.
Okay.
Mr. Taurus.
Okay.
Um, and his tendency to be as controlling. He learned
Yeah.
this behavior between 3 to 5, and he didn't actually learn how to develop it. So
Oh.
he's
Okay.
yeah. Little demons, for lack of a better way of putting it, basically. This
Right.
is how they manifest in terms of behaviors. Yeah, with that dynamic, I think obviously this is why you experience this whole this possessive quality. He struggles to basically be able to break out of that, but I think that attaching to the space is what may cause a little bit of disruption for you with Gemini. He's going to hold out. He's going to hold out for as long as he can with the situation. So
Uh-huh.
you protect your space with him. Do you see what I'm saying? Taurus doesn't need to know anything. Um, you know,
Right.
it's just like ammo for him to just go.
Okay. Now I've actually I guess I'm gonna just be completely honest. I've had a reading done on the Gemini before.
Yeah.
For somebody I've been using for a while, many years, the same reader, but
Mhm.
she went deep into the reading,
Yeah.
and she told me the Gemini is a soulmate. That
Yeah.
but he is closed off emotionally because of the breakup, and he's
Obvious.
really
Okay.
not. he went through a bad breakup to the point where he is closed off, and but I'm not worried. I'm just gonna see how things play out.
Yeah,
We'll see.
that part, because
But
I think
yeah,
the Taurus is really just the issue that he has to navigate through, and I think that that's really
yeah,
where. That's why I said just keep it to yourself, bro.
yeah, it's toxic. I'm good. All right. Well, I appreciate it, and I
That's so
think
good.
that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Well, good luck with everything.
Okay.
Like, yeah. And thank you for sharing as well, actually. The fact that, you've kind of like decided officially and finally, like, that's not for you, that
Right.
gives hope.
Right. Right. It's been too many. It's been too much. So I'm good. I have to learn
I
my
can
lesson
feel it.
to let go. To let go. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
All good, my love.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, Mel. Oh, dang. Mel, my love. Your go is here. Okay. Here we are. There we go, Melody. Are you going to post your question, or are you going to come in on the live? That part. I love the call-in segment as well. That was really quite cool to go back and forth quickly. Where is Mel? Are you still here? Come on, girl. It's like 5 a.m. Mel. Oh, Mel left. Did she? Call-in is amazing, right, Mina? I like it. It's like quick and easy. We can just kind of like, well, I say quick and easy, but you know what I mean. There's a few things that one can unpack in that kind of space. Yeah, I think I'll do so. Good thinking, Mina. I think I'll do Sammy's reading first and then keep the timestamp for me. We'll say that Sammy's reading is 7 hours and 5 minutes. Oh my God, your girl's been out here in these YouTube streets for 7 hours. Would you believe it? Would you believe it? Okay, let's see Sammy's question. Okay, so Sammy's question is, there we go. Sammy's question is, what's up with my ex? He unblocked me and looking at my post. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay, what's up with the ex? Okay. Thank you. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, interesting. I know, right? 7 hours is a good job that I took a nap. That's why you guys saw me come on like fully, you know, incubated in my mind. This is interesting, Sam. Very, very interesting. He's a bit lonely, my love. He's a bit lonely. He's finally missing out. Yeah. This is so interesting. Now, I think that he's starting to see the errors of his ways, and he's starting to get a little bit more disciplined in terms of how he navigates the situation, which is really, really interesting, actually. Wow. Definitely a major transition for both of you guys. Oh, it's such a shame that she's not necessarily here to kind of like unpack this with me. I wonder if she's speaking about her daughter's father, because I know that we've spoken about him previously, and I know that he's basically kind of like removed himself. Guys, all right, put it into context for me. What is his intentions towards our girl Sammy? right? What's his actual intentions towards our girl Sammy? Okay. Oh, okay. That's interesting. He wants to get back into your mind and see if he can kind of like rope you back in, romantically speaking. He wants to know if you're still thinking about him. He wants to know if you still hold him dear, if he still has any sort of connection with you. He wants to know if you're looking back, thinking about him. That's his intention. His intention is to basically get your attention. That's interesting. Okay, well, what is the advice for Sammy in navigating through the process of this situation? Because now that he's lonely, he can't just expect that he wants to come back in and everything's okay. It doesn't work like that. Okay. Okay, Sammy, they said no. Okay, computer said no. Okay. When it comes to the situation, it's a case of meditating on the answers when it comes to this situation. You know, you kind of already let go, and now it's a case of getting more information about why there isn't the possibility of a recovery. What does this have to do with anything? Okay. Sorry, I'm like having a look at the situation and the dynamics of it all. What they're saying is obviously it's not necessarily even about like having to remain positive, because there isn't really much to be positive about when it comes to the situation with the ex. It's just a case of trusting the process within the next few weeks. I want to say with this situation, because it's not going to be a matter of months with this one. I think 5 weeks. This one's going to start really kind of like revealing itself. Yeah, 5 weeks. This one's going to start really revealing itself. In less than a few months, you'll start seeing the situation improving as far as potentially him trying to come back into the space and maybe do right by your daughter at least, because you won't be giving him a yes, but he will be trying to utilize the relationship with his daughter to see if he can get a way back in to the situation, and you guys will be communicating about a peaceful resolution. But listen to your intuition as the advice and ask for help from others when you need it. It's not about waiting around or utilizing a network of people because you don't necessarily, have the right network of helpful people right now, but in the perfect timing, you shall, and you'll be able to navigate through this situation, this little romance, within this year. Basically, within this year, you'll be able to kind of like get a little bit more context of everything that's kind of unfolding when it comes to the situation, and there will be an unlikely outcome. So it's interesting because I think when we spoke about it previously, we did say that it was going to take like a good while for him to kind of like come back into the space and start to be able to show up and start to really be able to kind of like, I guess answer some of the prayers that you've been praying on. But yeah, I would say to you, their guidance for you is to meditate on what it is that you want to do. I know that there was a point where you wanted him to be present for your daughter, and that time has lapsed clearly, but now is also still a time for you to decide moving forward. Is there still the capacity for him to be able to like do differently for your daughter moving forward? Does she, she deserves it. Like, are you willing to give her an opportunity? Pace yourself, baby steps, right? Baby steps, because she's already been disappointed by this little demon. Oh, I am, girl. I am. I literally I had a good nap earlier today, so that was what kind of like got me in to the space where I can actually do like a good 7 hours doing readings and not feel any type of way about it. But I'm actually just wrapping up for Sammy. That was the last little reading. So Sammy, thank you so much, my love. I hope that that was useful for you, because firstly, he's checking to test the waters and see, he seems like he's like learned a little bit more discipline now, but it's one of those things. His intention still from a selfish place. I'm not gonna lie. I say selfish in terms of like he's coming in thinking about what he wants and not necessarily what it's going to take for him to get what he wants. That part. But yeah, we are good, beautiful. We are good. Hope that that was useful for you there, my love. I have been taking readings after readings, girl. Oh, I love that. I'm going to pack up shop now, guys. This was such a good space tonight. I'm sorry about what transpired earlier as well with Chaley. There isn't really anything that I can say much on that. It's unfortunate. All I could do was apologize for basically stroking her ego previously, because I'm not that Shakima anymore. So coming into the space this week, she wasn't necessarily going to get that type of treatment. And clearly it wasn't serving her any good, because the moment that I was like 100% honest, it was clearly very triggering. So I'm sorry. I've had to do that with everyone around me. I've done it with my mom. I've done it with my cousin. I've done it with my other, like I've had to literally do this because my optimizing had occurred and I couldn't pretend to be the Shakima that I was before. No, I know. I think it's just one of those things, because she's actually spiraling, and that's why I had to be honest with her, because there is a certain element of delusion where she can't actually see herself for how she actually shows up. It's more how she perceives herself rather than the reality of how she projects. So I think that she was basically being held accountable, and because she would be so sensitive, a lot of the times I would tend to her ego, unfortunately, but there wasn't the capacity for that in this level of the game of life at the minute. So unfortunately, it just kind of was what it was. But they already gave me a heads up already and told me what the situation was going to be. It was like basically everything that I had been seeing and observing is going to come to full circle, as far as just observing certain things, knowing certain behaviors, and understanding that that's just kind of like who she is at this point. But yeah, it did happen with Rika as well, and I did try and ignore it, but there's a lot of like toxic qualities that she has that she perceives herself to be different. And I don't understand why, to be honest with you. But when you have people like me who can see it and isn't saying anything, I guess I do understand why. And when you have people like you, again, who are giving grace to these egos, that grace can only be given for so long. God's actually cut a lot of egos off their supply of grace. So a lot of egos are falling from grace at the minute. And God isn't being as merciful as he once was, because they're not appreciative of it. And they're not growing in spite of receiving this grace. It's almost like they feel like the grace is and this isn't personal towards Shaylee like at all. This is like in general, in terms of like, the updates that God's doing within the collective. And like I said to you as well, Mina, I generally find whenever I do a recommitment ceremony with God, when I devote myself to God, again, on another level, the people that aren't for God will naturally phase out. And that was one of the things that they said to me, like with the optimizing that I had recently done in terms of my relationship with God, I couldn't continue to have like this pretense of a relationship with God anymore, basically. And anybody that wasn't necessarily vibrating on that frequency of respect and diligence and discipline to God was actually going to phase out, unfortunately. You're also awake whole night. I know. No, definitely. That part. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I appreciate her. My guides will go and like wake her up. And she's always pleasant, like literally coming in from being woken up from her sleep. So I appreciate you, my love, for that as well. I pray for Charlie. I'm going to pray for her tomorrow morning, to be honest, because we were her only little community. But I guess she's going to be moving into a place where she can find somewhere else where it's a little bit more tolerant of certain behaviors, unfortunately. Bless her. Love her. You know, I genuinely don't feel any type of way with people being human, basically. But I think that people need to acknowledge and accept that we are human, which makes us imperfect. And we do have to kind of work at certain things to be better humans. So I'm grateful to you guys. And I'm deeply saddened for the misalignment. Hopefully, you know, she evolves and grows enough coming back into this space where she can withstand my level of honesty, because at this level I'm just gonna be completely honest. No filters, no bars of holding back. It's just, this is what God needs you to know, good, bad, and ugly. So yeah, but this was a really nice space today, guys. I really appreciate you guys. I love you guys for sticking it out there and hanging in there with me. Mel, are you in the room, Mel? One final call. They said to do a final call check for Mel. Mel, are you here? Because it is your time to do your reading if you are here. Are you here? No? Okay. I tried, Mel. If anything, I'm going to put a thingy out in the comments another time and say, Mel, hit me up on IG and let me know basically what your question is, and we'll kind of take it from there. Yeah, I don't think Mel is here, Mina. I think Mel thought that, you know, the process was going to be so long, she went off. And then the process wasn't as long as she thought, unfortunately. That part. Oh my God, guys. It's a whole, like, if I could show you guys, the sun is literally out. The sun has risen where I am. Okay. That part, Mina. Thank you so much. That's what's up. This is why you are the mod. Okay, because you're just on job. But I hope you guys have a phenomenal week, and I hope God continues to work wonders over your lives. God bless, my loves. Mwah. I'll see you guys next week. We're going to sign out and do this like we always do. I love you guys so much. Trust me.
All the things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
It's hurrah, guys. Be blessed. I'll see you guys next week. We're gonna be on Sunday next week, like I said. Okay, I've got my nephews, all three of them, so I'm gonna be busy on auntie duties. God bless.